a heartbeat. But these notes turn dancing in sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
You used to make me smile, you used to hold my hand, you used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know, we put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart and I fell apart. I couldn't understand what you did to me, but I'm stronger than you think. I'll make a brand new start. So don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. You thought you had it all, but up against the wall I walk right through another open door. I'm gonna
So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on.
While you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here, why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to
Yo, where my party people at? Aha.
We pump the party up. We pump the party up. Pump the party. Kick it. We pump the party up. 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 Pump the party. Get down.
Here we go again.
Gotta get on that.
I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in.
I'm going 50 for 50. Me and the team is superb. I got it out of the dirt. I put it out of the ground. Everything on my own, Too cold to the bone, Top dog, I'm alone. Whole plat backtrack to the throne. Yeah, hey, look at the shine on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Hey, time to get the win. Hey, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I'm going in, yeah. I gotta win, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot, I'm here, so say it again. They sound crazy, I agree with that notion. Come through like train, look on my motion. I came from the gutter, why you playing around, you don't know. Everybody thirsty, I know. Eating granny while around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. My teeth look like I'm a snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You see the score, I'm going in.
Took the keys to your Mercedes and went for a drive. Never dance again was playing, I'm going 85. I taste the liquor on my breath now, I'm out of my mind. But you're the one who's burning bridges, so let's go for a dive. Got the gasoline, gonna make a scene. Standing on the edge of a cliff, I bet no one ever sees. You're dipping out on me, I got the receipts. I was hanging on the edge of the words you said, but I found your secret. Liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. 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 I lit a cigarette and burned a heart shape on my tongue. Starting to lose all the feeling for you going numb. Don't tell that shaky alibi, you're way out of your mind. And I don't need your 2 cents, not a nickel, no a dime. Pour the gasoline on your off-white beam. I'm placing all my bets on the cards you've dealt me. My hands gon' beat you. You're dipping out on me. I got the receipts and all the things I let you get away with. You gon' find your keeper. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. Look what you rush. I won't let you down. I always get a rush when you are around. And there's no need to rush. I won't let you down.
Give me a little FaceTime with the baseline. 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 Give me a little FaceTime with the baseline.
Can't help what I'm feeling, and I just won't let you go. Can't help what I'm feeling, and I wanted you to know. I always get a rush when you are around, and there's no need to rush. I won't let you down. I always get a rush when you are around, and there's no need to rush. I won't let you down.
Give me a little FaceTime with the baseline. 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 Give me a little FaceTime with the baseline.
Can't help what I'm feeling, and I just won't let you go. Can't help what I'm feeling, and I wanted you to know. Can't help what I'm feeling.
Ooh, girl, you look so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we could meet up after you finish working. You got the 5-star service. You got the 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your egg chakra. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior. got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
We're not the only ones. 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 Days gone. I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness. It won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Take me back to you. Just shake the ground. Oh, this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Back to you.
I've got a good
cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song.
Never giving up. 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 Never giving up on you. Here we are again. Same situation. Same situation. Can we start again? No limitation, no limitation. Let me tell you what. I ain't giving up, 'cause I hold it through the good times, hold it through the bad, 'cause I'm never giving up on you, never giving up on you. And I hold it through the good times, hold it through the bad, 'cause I'm never giving up on you, never giving up on you. You call out my name, no hesitation, no hesitation. Can we start again? No destination, no destination. Let me tell you what. I ain't giving up, 'cause I hold it through the good times, hold it through the bad, 'cause I'm never giving up on you, never giving up on you. And I hold it through the good times, hold it through the bad, 'cause I'm never giving up on you, never giving up, never giving up on you, never giving up on you, never giving up on you, never give up, never give up, never giving up on you, never giving up on you, never giving up on you, never give up, never give up. Never giving up on you, never giving up on you, never giving up on you, never give up, never give up, never giving up on you, never giving up on you, never giving up on you, never give up, never give up, never giving up on you.
When you're by my side, I love it. Nothing in this world can hurt me. When you're by my side, I love it. We can leave the world behind us. You make everything about the world so much better. When I hold you in my arms, I wanna be here.
could turn back time? What if I could make the stars align? Could we get across the line into the rest of our lives? Would we have what it takes? How close is make or break? I can see us start to make our great escape. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. I stare into the sun. Need to live while we're still young. Don't walk, we just run alive. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. We can chase the future together. Tonight
off, disappear. I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, cut out to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 달리 you the gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when that's how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you like real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Without a look, should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back in the sleigh. Back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
You got my mind chasing. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, your adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline, your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline,
各位亲爱的屏幕前的英雄联盟召
Welcome
唤
to
师
all
们，
the
大家好，
summoners.
欢迎大家来到英
Welcome.
雄联盟9周年盛典
This
的
is
第
the
二天
stage。
我
of
是主持人朱真。
Our ninth anniversary
有
of
没有
League
看到
of
我说
Legends.
每年在周年庆现场看到我就知道，哎，下决到了
And，
冒泡赛
Many
到了
people thought
全
if you
球
saw
总决赛
me,
也
that
快
will
到
be
了
the
毕竟我
finals
就像
of
一个
our
小号
Summer
针一样的存
Split,
在
and
提
the
醒
World
大家英雄联
Championship
盟每
is
一个
coming.
重要时刻的
I'm
到来
just of the
昨
alert
天就是一个非常重要的时
to
刻。
remind you guys
2020
that
英雄
the
联盟
very
职业联赛
important
夏
time
季
is
赛的
coming.
总决赛如期上演。滔
And
博
yesterday,
3-2战胜
it
了京
was
东
the
这两支战队
grand
将会代表
final for our
LPL
summer
赛区
split,
前
and
往
Top
英雄联盟的
Esports have
全
gotten
球
the
总决赛
championship,
一战争
and
夺
Top
赢得
Esports
至
and
高无上的
Jingdong
荣耀
Gaming will
而今天
represent LPL
第
region
三场
to
主
come
权
to the World
也将诞生
Championship.
两
And
支
for
战队
today,
为此拼搏
the
到底
third
谁
ticket
能
will
够
be
成功
taken.
我们拭目以待。
So let's looking
2020
forward
这么一个
who
特
is
殊的
going
年
to
份
get
当
the
中啊
third tickets to represent LPL region. And for this year, even though the masks can cover the faces of the young, the hearts still beat on with the passion. It cannot stop us to have the competitive spirit of esports. And now, our social distance have been stretched far apart with this tense time, but the gap can be bridged by the place. And our only question is not who.
我觉得就是我们现在目标还是在 LPL 上至少达到就是比较前面的位置，然后去争取进世界赛。
闪现接到了一勾，杀马的这波直接被宝蓝给勾住，而且宝蓝闪现又 A 到了冤家的一个小喵咪。
很享受在场上战胜对方的那种感觉。
输1把要赢2把，输2把我要赢4把。
对，就是到现在感觉还是一直渴望着胜利，就可以拿到一个世界上最多人玩游戏的世界冠军，那一定是胜利。
进步的话，我觉得是有信心去进到决赛。
先把注意力放在第2场，我们好把第2场给干。
走吧，加油加油！
有成绩你可以高调。
不是因为对面的英雄 IMF 太难发挥了。
不知道最后你们不知道会发生什么。
你是 ADP，在超模面前拿了冠军。
这边做隧道过去想留豹女，大招接住了，我们过来 ，Lopen 这边回身直接嗷要到10个秒了，从这边嗷打到冠军上门。
追逐这个梦想，
我们就会变成一个很完美的战队。
我希望我能把他们带到属于他们的巅峰。
Jointly presented by Riot Games, TJ Sports, and Bilibili for the first time, Knock Who, the LPL documentary series in 2020 World Championship. Focuses on the 2020 LPL region and the path to the World 2020 as a tribute to the 10th anniversary of League of Legends World Championship. This documentary will be launched exclusively on Bilibili. Please stay tuned. And to celebrate this, we're going to get some welfare for you guys. So let's welcome the CEO from TJ Sports, Mr. Jin, to our stage.
欢迎博比，博比依然是面带
Welcome,
笑容
Bobby.
来到我们的周年庆的舞台。你知道昨天你笑了，都很多朋友在微博上面在分享，看得出你心中欣喜的这种心情。
And this is the end of our opening ceremony.
哎，好
Let's back to the analyst
这边
desk.
说你是惊喜放送官，那我们今天给到大家的第一波福利会是什么呢？
第一波福利应该。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our regional qualifier here. My name is Asterix and I'm joined by Lyric this time around. We're going to find out who takes the 3rd seed at Worlds and who kicks us off. Pretty damn strong. Sir, it is a pleasure to have you on the desk. The light bulbs are going off around the arena. The colors filling the stage.
It's great to be here, especially after the series we got yesterday.
True.
You know you're in for some action-packed LPL.
It's a good way to start, right? Especially when we wanted all 5 games. We got exactly that. But we now have to find out who joins them on the road to Worlds with JDG and Top Esports already secured. Let's tell the audience a little bit about the format to start things off. Get the nitty-gritty out of the way because Top Esports have guaranteed their spot.
Exactly. They ended up winning LPL Summer, obviously, yesterday, so they didn't have first in points. They go to Worlds. JDG second in points after them. getting that second seed. The thing to watch today is, of course, the rest of the team Suning all the way through FPX and how they end up slotting in themselves.
It's important to note as well, IG FPX only have one chance. We'll show you the bracket because this is pretty important. For Suning and LGD, a couple of chances along the way, but our champions of the past, not as lucky.
It's going to be so strange, right? They are going to end up playing tomorrow. Whoever loses is eliminated from World's contention. Whoever wins will go on to play against the loser of today's series on Sunday. And again, we keep reiterating this. It's crazy to think that a team like IG or FPX can end up in play-ins.
And that one of them will definitely not be going to Worlds for this year. And another may get knocked out by the loser of the team here today. So we digress. Suning and LGD will start off our regional qualifier. And it's a great place to start considering we have, you know, an older organization. We have Suning, a newer organization. We have some very well-known players on each who started to make their name.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. We would definitely have the old versus the new, even in terms of players. When you look at a team like Suning coming in with Huanfeng and Bin compared to LGD having all that veterancy.
We've already had this matchup, though. If anyone missed out, the third place of the regular season matchup occurred, and it was Suning versus LGD. We got that one out of the way, and while we have the third seed at Worlds going forward, we will have a closer look as to what happened before, because the third seed guaranteed in this match is a lot of fun, a lot of hype to build.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. And again, the fact that these teams did just play only a couple of days ago is very interesting. And coming from a coaching perspective, right, it's interesting to see how they went into that series wanting to hide things coming into today, because, of course, getting that world seed is more important than anything else.
Getting a feel for the team, right? And when you're versing them back-to-back, you don't want to give away too much, as you rightly said. Also, you want to make sure that you're in a good mental state moving forward. And having seen JDG and Top Esports in the past, that third place match should be out of their mind, but not out of ours, because we saw a new light to Suning. We saw a lot of strengths coming through, as we'll show you momentarily, because Suning versus LGD was a third place match that, again, to put it lightly, was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we saw a lot of interesting picks. Obviously, Kramer bringing out the Vayne in one game, so, you know, saying, hey, I'm willing to try and put the game on my back and carry. We saw some interesting jungle picks as well, the Kane coming out.
True. So I've just been told, though, behind us you can see the lineups are going through, so we're going to hand it back over to Wendy to take us through as Suning and LGD move to the stage.
For a top lane matchup, Suning Bin, LGD launching and rumbling in the jungle. Suning SOFM. And LGD Peanut holding down the main lane. Suning Angel, LGD Xie. In the bot lane matchup, Suning Huanfeng, LGD Kramer. Forward supports, Suning Sword Art, LGD Mark. And now the players are set. In the end, who will get the third ticket? The 2020 World Championship Regional Qualifiers begins. Champions, together we fight.
We got our players entering the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Suning and LGD getting ready for their matchup. Obviously, really want to run into it, being keen, as we talked about the third place match just before we cut there. And that third place match, we'll jump into that first, because we have a lot to digress in a short amount of time. Having already seen them on the stage, we got to see the best of both teams in a very fun setting.
Yeah, and obviously both teams were holding it back, saving it for this moment, but we saw some good early games coming out from the side of LGD. We saw some interesting Lee Sin plays coming out from our man SOFM.
Very, very true. Interesting Lee Sin. What did you say in rehearsal? It was like the 1-7 buff that we got to see from SOFM.
It was the Meteos Lee Sin throwback to a couple years ago, right? Where you wait out the first 40 minutes, you come in with that clutch kick when it matters, and you take it all.
Where you see SOFM kind of rolled with the rest of the series from then on. We got moments of early game from LGD, but that was lost very quickly.
The thing this series really showed to me is that obviously, mechanically, both of these teams are very competent. Both teams have the individual ability and understanding of the map and macro to be able to go toe-to-toe with each other. So I expect today's series to be a very close match.
And I expect that individual talent to come through from people like Suning. And as we go through and we kind of relive this one, Game 1 was so hectic, and it felt like it led up for the anchor of the series.
I mean, 8K gold lead for LGD at this point, but that doesn't stop your man SOFM. He keeps going in. He has the confidence to take down Xie, follows that in. And he's one of our players to watch today because the form of SOFM really dictates how well Suning do as a team.
On individual picks like the Jarvan, we will end up talking about playstyles and how Suning can influence the map, how that individual prowess comes through as well. But after that third place match, we want to move that aside because it is really a clean slate from here on. It is all about putting that in the past and saying, well, you know, it was the third place match. You don't want to show too much. The clean slate starts now.
And that's the great thing, right? Not even only the third place match, but all of the regular split, all playoffs coming in, none of it matters. You get a fresh mental reset coming into today. All you need to do is win 3 games today, and you are at Worlds.
Get Worlds as the third seed. The difference between groups and play-ins, right? You get 2 chances to make Worlds, but here everything today matters.
And especially highlighting that third seed point because, sure, whatever team comes from the LPL should easily be able to get through play-ins, but just the chance of not being able to make it in, just the chance that one misstep can prevent you from going to groups, this match matters so much.
So let's progress forward because we have a little limited amount of time, as I said before. I do want to look closely at the playstyles here, especially from LGD starting off, because LGD were the team that made the run all the way from round 1 and got stopped by JDG. And for LGD, again, we wanted to make this as simple as possible. 3 simple screenshots for you to enable your understanding of how LGD work as a unit. We'll bring that up for you momentarily. It is starting with Xie's best friend, and who may that be?
It's Mr. Sir Peanut to you, always showing up in the mid lane. They're setting up those ganks. They're setting up the roams, always going together towards the side lane. And it's really one of the key factors to enabling LGD's playstyle, which is whenever you have Kramer on your team, you pay the Kramer tax.
Oh, yes, you do. When Kramer's performing so well as well, I think it's such a stable element. Remember, 2019, Kramer was that player that could have high highs, but the rest of LGD weren't there. Now he's got a roster that can build around him and support him.
And that's why we see them funnel so many resources into Kramer to get him to be that big late teamfight carry.
But, sir, do you want sides with that?
You know, I don't know if I necessarily do, but LGD always wants sides with that because they play so heavily around these side lanes. Whether it's setting up the 1-3-1 or the 1-4, we see so much Twisted Fate come out with this team, and we even see them giving a lot of priority to Longxing in those side lanes.
That first pick, right, constantly for LGD, always looking towards the Twisted Fate, and a must ban, alongside things like the Nidalee. Again, talking about draft as we go forward, but running into this, those side lane pressures and how we can set up the rest of LGD alongside these early game skirmishes.
And obviously, it almost always starts with Xie and Peanut. They've been the 2 standouts on this roster. If LGD want to win today, they need Xie to show up. They need him to set up Peanut, enable him to start getting these kills, and get this snowball rolling.
It's kind of incredible to me because we talk about 2 different language users. Peanut's only just come to the LPL this year, and Xie is that standalone WE veteran that has been on the roster for so long. They come together, and as a pair, they're looking so good.
It makes you wonder how proficient Peanut's Chinese is, but at the same time, it also tells you, you know, the language of good League of Legends, you know, can translate into anything. Both of them very good players, and we've seen that consistently in their wins.
A question we've asked with Kramer too. Remember, 2019, he joined from a Freak of Freaks, was on the roster, and we're like, hang on, he's communicating really well, and now alongside Mark, this bottom lane is something to fear. And for LGD, many windows to play through.
Even Mark in recent series has been able to unlock himself from lane, link up with Peanut, and once again start that snowball rolling because you need to get Peanut ahead if LGD want a chance of succeeding.
Because Peanut is a core player and someone we will talk about as being key to this team and has really excelled throughout the year. Again, debut year in the LPL. For everyone's favorite player in Peanut. But on the other side of the rift, you have to look at Suning, who give a bit of raw to the Grizzly. And Suning are a different style of team. Individuality strikes through. But the biggest thing about Suning is starting with closing the distance. I love this title.
Exactly. For Suning, it's all about the long-range engage, the long-range pick potential coming out from things like the Ashe, the Jhin, the Bard, starting off those fights well. So, you know, get this little-known Vietnamese jungle in the mix.
The Vietnamese jungle style of me you're talking about? SOFM, really good on the counter engages.
He's looked phenomenal coming into playoffs, and he's been known throughout his whole career as a player that has high highs and low lows, but recently we've only seen these high highs. He's been enabling the team so well, getting in the lanes, figuring out these skirmishes, and really snowballing the team ahead.
Remember talking about the picks like the Jav and the Olaf, key picks there, as well as SOFM's Lee Sin. While meanwhile in the solo lane, you don't have to worry about Bin because he's putting the enemy opponent in the trash.
Bin has the 3rd highest solo kills in the LPL. As a new top laner, that is outstanding. And he played a couple of games in spring, but really I count this as his first split performing in the LPL, and he's been one of the points that Suning gets an advantage from.
He has such a high ceiling, and since Bubu's left the roster, with the only top laner left here on Suning, he's gotten the playtime, he's gotten more experience, he's gotten more time to become that Mini the Shy that we're starting to know him as.
His style is also very different from a lot of LPL top laners, to where he's willing to bring out the Camille's, the Jaces, the Jacks. You will see carry top laners come out from Bin. He will look to dominate his lane, and that will be a pressure point for Suning to play through.
And it's great because Suning with stronger lanes, we've seen the success. In the past, there was a big problem where we saw Suning bring in the likes of Bubu and Bin on their debut in 2020. But now that Bin again has had that playtime, it's been crucial pressure added to the Suning lineup. And now that we've talked a little bit about playstyles, I think a key matchup has to be mentioned because it's so easy with the talking of SOFM, the talking of Peanut, that we hone in on the junglers running into each other. This one is going to be, well, a rendition of what we saw in the 3rd place match.
For LGD, they play heavily around Peanut being one of these main carries. That's why one of his most played champion in playoffs was the Kindred coming out. Of course, this carry jungler that does want to do a lot of work in the late game. For Suning, it's the opposite side. You need SOFM to show up in the early game, start getting these laners ahead, so a player like Huanfeng or Bin could be your big carry.
I think especially since we've got these core members that can be facilitated by the junglers and that they're playing their best League of Legends, this matchup is going to be perfect to highlight. And I like that we're looking at SOFM, who's storied in his own right since Season 2 over in the GPL. Couldn't play a season because he was too young. And then you have Peanut, who was known as the LCK jungler for a long time.
And even having a couple of bad years coming into the LPL, a lot of people didn't believe in this guy. But of course, we know came in the spring, the LGD roster was not very good, but he still made 3rd on the All-Pro team. This guy's individual skill is still there.
And for LGD, it's been the growth alongside Peanut that has put them in this position. We are getting close towards jumping into the game, of course. We've seen the lineups, we've seen the players jump onto stage, so time to look at the cast of predictions. And I will say that today is a little bit different because we've got a lot more 3-1s, no 3-2s. No one thinks it's going to be that close.
Look, in the words of Munchables, I want Suning!
Oh my god.
Thank you, Munchables. But thing is, coming into this, I love the individual talent that Suning has on their roster. I think Bin really can be a standout point to pressure Long, Xing, and play through.
I would say, though, I'm going to explain my LGD. Pretty good timing. When you believe in Peanut as much as I do, and when you say that LGD is going to win Worlds, they're going to make it first. And so this is the point where they make it. Now, I said they were going to win the LPL Championship. I had an off day. Sue me. Yesterday I was correct. Today, I will also be correct.
One thing I will say, right, they did take a game off JDG, and I'd at least say their macro play does look a lot more coherent than what Suning has. Suning, as you pointed out earlier, it's a lot more about the individual strengths and talents coming together.
Also punishing weaknesses on enemy teams, right, where against top esports, their lanes got so dominated and the windows were few and far between.
When you play through individual talent and then you're going up against top esports, the most talented team in the LPL, what can you do?
It is pretty hard, right? Well, for Suning, they got their work cut out for them. Against LGD, they 3-0'd them in the 3rd place match. To do it again would be motivational. Of course, the 3rd seed at Worlds on the line, so we're going to kick off this series. Throw it to our casters in studios with Munchables and Dagda to take the call.
Thanks. Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, we are here on the caster desk ready to take it. Lyric quoting maybe my lowest point of this split, to be honest. But he's not wrong. I do want Suning on this one. I'm Munchables. This is Dagda, of course. And you're very much in the LGD camp on this series.
I definitely am. I'm looking at that 3rd, 4th place match. I'm not taking a huge amount away from it. I still think that LGD have a lot that they can work with. And looking at how quickly they dismantled Suning in that game number 1, I feel like that's more of an indication of what we'll see today.
I will say, though, if there's anything you can take away from the 3rd place match, it's that SOFM played out of his mind. Yes. He was showing off in that series. He was strutting his stuff a little bit. And I'm hoping to see that version of SOFM here today because he's a veteran of the LPL. He's been around a long old time. He's never made it to the World Championship. Today is his day if he can make it happen.
And especially because you want to make sure you're hitting that group. So you don't want to be going through play-ins. You don't have to battle your way in towards that group stage. You want to make it there here today, but LGD will be looking to stop them. And for LGD, it's a lot of these veterans going back to that stage, reaching that high once again.
What I will say, though, is we've got 4 Worlds veterans on the side of LGD that have all been to Worlds like once, maybe twice, you know, across the board there. Suning, however, Sword Art's been to Worlds, what, 5, 6 times? He went 2013, 15, 16, 17, 18. Sword Art is one of the most Worlds veteran players in the entire world. Let's get into draft, though, here, Dagda, as we kick off this series. Suning on our blue side as they got side selection from our 3rd place match. They're going to start things off banning away Shie's Twisted Fate.
And we're actually seeing a lot of similar bans from that 3rd, 4th place match. As you said, the Nidalee, the Twisted Fate banned away against LGD. The Lucian was a staple of LGD's bans against Angel in that mid lane. Obviously trying to prevent what we've seen a lot, the rise of Lucian in that mid lane paired with an AP jungler.
So we move to the final phase of bans here, and yesterday we had very static bans. We had bans repeated time and time again across the draft. This time around, we'll see if that's going to continue across the series here. As Ornn banned away by Suning, the Caitlyn respected on the red side, as well as that Lucian. There are still things like the Ashe open, but Camille taken off of the board, so still both Ashe and Jhin still available. A lot of junglers available as well.
There'll be a lot of respect paid towards that Camille in this draft phase, especially towards those bans. We saw it a lot in our 3rd, 4th place match, and oftentimes it is so then you can go towards things like this Renekton early, which both Bin and Longxing have prioritized super heavily.
I love that they're going to hover the Quinn before locking in the Renekton. Just say, like, I know what you want to do. I know what you want to play in this top lane. But they go for a first pick here for Peanut with this Graves locked in. Incredibly strong jungler. And then also just a safe blind in the mid lane.
Exactly. Trying to get Xie onto something that he can control the pace that mid lane. Be curious to see what they decide to go with up against that. You could go towards something like the Galio, which Angel has played a little bit of. Or just go to a much more kind of far back, let's farm this out in the likes of the Azir.
SOFM going to go for the Lee Sin, and Angel immediately locks in the Syndra. We are rocketing through this draft, Dagda. Our jungle matchup already locked in. And SOFM once again gets the 2nd jungle pick. He has an 80% counter pick rate in playoffs.
Yeah, which is absolutely insane, especially when he wasn't given a huge amount of counter pick rate in the regular split. But definitely in playoffs, we've seen the rise of SOFM, and he's been working wonders. The only thing is, with that Graves on the opposite side for Peanut much faster, clear, should be able to get onto the map a lot quicker. Now, won't have that same mid-jungle priority that we expect when we see Peanut and Xie because of the favorable Syndra matchup, but still, we expect Peanut to have good influence in this early game.
Yeah, we are going to see the Volibear locked in once again as well. That's going to be heading to Longxing in the top lane. You'd expect maybe this kind of crazy support Volibear. We'll wait and see. I'm expecting it for Longxing. Over to the bans, though. As Jhin going to be the first ban, despite no AD carries being picked up. Could open up the Ashe here for Kramer.
And that's what they're angling for here, getting rid of the Jhin, making sure they can first pick that Ashe. And when you pair it alongside something like the Volibear, who did get nerfed on 10-16, not as fast at running with that Q speed, so he does need something to pair with that engage, and Ashe slots perfectly in there.
Immediately, the Bard being banned away, a respect ban towards Mark, but also ties incredibly well alongside that Ashe if they do go in that direction for Kramer. Well, let's bear in mind when we think of Kramer, Ezreal very much up there as a priority pick as well, although Ezreal does feel like he's fallen off in priority here in playoffs.
Certainly, and I think that's why we will see the Ashe here. Unless it's banned away from Suning. As we talked about, it works great for the composition that LGD are working with, and especially when Longxing in this top side isn't going to have the best of times. Although he has locked in the Volibear, knowing he's into the Renekton. Renekton, when he does get to the kind of level 6, does win out effectively in that matchup. You have to build very armor heavy as this Volibear to go even in this matchup, so expect that Longxing will be very happy if he can get some help from something like an Ashe pick.
Double ban on towards Mark here. The Ashe does come through for Kramer in the end, as you'd expect. And now over to Suning to lock this composition out and go for their duo bot lane here. You'd expect maybe something like the Nautilus from Sword Art. That's been something he's lent on very heavily this split.
Especially something that can provide a little bit more of an engage tool here for Suning, because you kind of relying on the Scatter of the Weak to set up Bin in these fights. So having something like the Nautilus or even the Leona here as well could work super well for them. And I think when you have this Ezreal locked in for Huanfeng, unlocking Sword Art from that bottom side of the map, working with SOFM as we talked about, getting them out onto the map could work great in this situation.
Yeah, so the Leona locked in instead of this Nautilus still offers that same hard engage, still a way into the plays. Does mean that Nautilus could be available for Mark if he opts into that route himself. Outside of that, though, we're moving away from the top champions for Mark, and we're moving into the territory of things that they've been preparing for playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, Mark has looked great on a lot of these mage supports. We saw the looks against Invictus Gaming, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him potentially go back towards one of the mages. The only thing is, when you're up against a Leona, even though she's paired with an Ezreal, still a pretty potent lane that you can set up for a lot of jungle attention for, so I do like that they've gone back towards a more tank-oriented support.
Yeah, very defensive bottom lane here as well. With the Braum locked in, it's going to be very safe on the bottom side. Braum can be a little bit difficult to get out of that lane on the bottom side, though, so we'll see how Mark is going to be able to do in terms of linking up to Peanut in that early and mid game, because that's one of the biggest strengths of LGD.
Yeah, and when we get to the late game, when we look at these two compositions, it's kind of a bit back and forth. I think LGD definitely have the edge, having that extra Graves in there, the double AD carry. But certainly this is going to be a lot on towards Mark to see if he can stop the engages from the likes of this from this Renekton, from this Lee Sin, dissuading them from being able to get into the fight and allowing the long range poke from the Zoe and the long range of the Ashe to facilitate LGD in these team fights.
And I have to say, I'm looking towards the top half of the map for both of these teams here. When you've got a Lee Sin locked in for SOFM, you've got a Syndra for Angel, you've got a Renekton for Bin, you expect them to lock these champions in to try and dominate their laning phases.
And that's what they'll need to do here. Syndra works super well in setting up for some of those jungle ganks, especially with a Lee Sin. Getting that Zoe down nice and early will unlock Angel from this mid lane. And then, as we said, going towards that top side works super well too, especially when you look at that pre-level 6 Volibear. Not having that escape makes it a lot easier to lock him down.
I will say, despite the nerfs, yesterday we saw a bit of Volibear action in the top side of the map, and it looked pretty damn good. So we'll see if Bin is going to be able to take Lanxing on. I will say, when it comes to player specifics, I'm going to give the matchup to Bin every single day of the week in that top side of the map. We're about ready to get into game number 1 of our first regional qualifier for the World Championship. We've got a big old drum to round it out as well. We're onto the map. Suning against LGD. Two organizations that, I mean, Suning have never made it to the World Championship. This series could be the decider for them to make it to that World Championship for the first time ever. On the side of LGD, it's been 5 years, Dagda. There is a legacy here that needs to be reborn.
And it feels like LGD, this is the start of that legacy being reborn, making it all the way to semi-finals, now finding themselves at the cusp of going to that World Championship. Whereas on Suning's side, I mean, it feels like these rookies really coming into their own this split, with Huanfeng looking amazing, Bin looking great as well. This is where we get to see if they can make that miracle run and hit the world stage in their first year of competitive League of Legends.
We'll have to wait and see, because there's a couple of rookies in this game that I'm keeping my eyes on. Huanfeng in the bottom lane, a rookie that has looked like a superstar AD carry. His damage numbers are off the charts. Bin as well, a rookie in that top side. Technically, Peanut, a rookie in the LPL, if you really want to look at it from that lens.
The only thing here for Huanfeng, though, is he's going to be left on his own for a little bit, so expect Sword Art once he does hit that level 4, level 5, and Huanfeng, especially with this teleport, should be safe to stay down on his bottom side. Sword Art getting out onto the map, working with SOFM, trying to, I'd love to see these ganks going towards top side, setting Bin up for success.
I will say Renekton's going to struggle a little bit on the early stages of these trades just because Lanxing can get his passive on the wave. Bin is going real aggressive though, getting that level 2 power spike means he's able to just threaten a complete all-in, and means Lanxing has to back away from the wave.
Yeah, and nice job here from Bin. He'll be able to get the shove in here, so it means that before you have any sort of pesky ganks towards that top side, he can get a ward for safety. So he's going to be in relatively good shape. As SOFN pathing down towards this bot side, I'm surprised to see him pathing down towards this lane, because when you think of where his strong lanes are, it's not down on this bottom side.
Peanut moving towards his top lane here. Will be spotted on a ward if he goes through the river to try and make this gank happen. Bin maybe a little suspicious of what might be going on, as he's just going to toe around and try and get the CS. He will now be spotted as Peanut moves into the lane. Bin has his flash available. Maybe can escape Lanxing looking for the stun. Flash comes out as respect from Bin.
And this is why I'm surprised to see SOFM going for this route, but Down Kramer will be backing off.
Yeah, SOFM cannot win this. This is 1v3 right now, Trouble Bubble, and SOFM just has to dip away.
Exactly why you don't path towards weak side. You have Kramer and Mark who are able to come up, contest you on towards this scuttle. Now you're left scuttleless as SOFM. You've lost your advantage in top lane as well as mid lane.
Angel's out of mana right now. Peanut's going to move in. This could be 2 flashes and 2 ganks as Kramer now engaged upon the bottom side of the map, forced out of the play himself. The stun comes out on Sword Art. That's a heavily won trade for Suni.
So LGD, at least at the moment, off to, despite that trade bot side, a great start here. Double scuttle for Peanut means he's going to be miles ahead of SOFM, and especially as a Graves, this feels real good.
And this is kind of what you expect when it comes to Graves versus Lee Sin, right? In terms of farming, Graves is going to be far and away more impactful. The thing is, though, Peanut's also been more impactful in the lane so far.
And that's the thing here for SOFM, was just because he took this route starting from top to bot, as we talked about, not able to get the help from bot side, doesn't get the scuttle, forced off of both of them, hasn't, because of his clear speed, been able to interact with the lanes, and Peanut is already off to a fantastic start. So we'll need to see what SOFM can do to try and right his wrong so far, but with that flash beam burnt in the top side, it's a little bit more difficult for him to play through this top lane.
So I want to ask you then, Dagda, because we talked about the compositions a little bit, especially when it comes to the later stages of the game. But how do we get to that late stage of the game? What is the early game meant to look like? Because I mentioned SOFM getting into these lanes, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be as easy as I thought.
No, it won't be at this stage. For Suning, though, they want to play off of a 2-item spike, specifically around Wanfeng's 2 items and the power that Angel gets off of that Luden's completion. So they'll be really strong about the 12 to 13 minute mark when we start to see at least that Luden's Echo completed for Angel. However, a lot of that power is going to be matched on the opposite side with Xie and Kramer having similar spikes off of that 1 to 2 items. So realistically, it's going to come down to the actual way these team fights fall apart or fall open in these mid-game, because it's really hard to call on either side who's actually going to be able to come out on top.
Well, SOFM is going to sneak himself a dragon here. Just zips over the wall. He's got a control ward. And there's absolutely no vision of this on Peanuts. Move into that half of the map. I don't know if he's going to arrive in time. 2000 is now been spotted by a Hawk shot. SOFM suddenly in dicey territory here. Sonic Wave goes out with the Smite. Might just be able to secure it, but Peanuts about to arrive over the wall. Smite goes in. SOFM does still have his flash, but a ward hop will do. Onto the Blast Cone. And he's got away with Daylight Robbery, Dagda.
And just having those Krugs there to keep himself safe as well. So not getting caught up with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. LGD not really able to cover all sides. And a nice pickup there from SOFM. When you've got an Ezreal in the bottom lane, feels real good to get that first dragon.
And actually, it makes a lot of sense that Lee Sin would get away with Daylight Robbery because he's blind anyway. You can't see whether it's daylight or not. So I guess it's just robbery at that point. SOFM gets away with it, though, and now Peanut wants to answer in the bottom side of the map. You can see Xie moving over as well. Xie not a ton of mana to work with here. Looks like the recalls will be channeled and cancelled, but I think they're going to back away from the play in the end.
And it's interesting to see LGD not being able to get control of these early dragons. We talked about Peanut having full control. Kramer and Mark doing a great job on his bottom side to keep in check.
Nice dodge from Angel there on the Trouble Bubble as Xie extends the trade, but won't be able to find what he was looking for there, trying to put some pressure onto Angel. Wave cleared, Angel will be able to reset once again. Look at the damage out of Lanxing, though. Bin is starting to lose out in these trades.
And that's where a lot of this is coming down towards him not having the flash. Makes it a lot more difficult for him to play aggressively in this lane, especially when he's not 100% certain as to where Peanut is, and giving a bit of time here for Lanxing to go towards the double starter item.
Well, we question whether Mark would be able to get out of that bottom lane. Apparently the answer is absolutely yes. Peanut goes into the jungle, but he's kicked straight into Bin, over the wall with Dominus, but he's gone too far because there is a whole bunch of players from LGD here, and suddenly Bin's alone. Slice and Dice won't be available for himself. Stunned up and taken down here. Eventually, first blood goes the way of Lanxing.
Big mistake from Bin. She had already started moving. You knew that Mark was there with Peanut. Outmanned and outgunned. Bin goes down.
And importantly, Bin hadn't recalled prior to any of this. So while we'd seen Lanxing already head back to base and he had a Doran's shield and a Doran's ring, now he gets to go back and get a Phage on top of it, and we're just going to see the Bramble Vest. Or in fact, no, changing tact here. He's going aggressive in the top lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would have been very surprised to see Bin, but no, she's not going to follow. Bin going for such a defensive build tells me just how worried he is, because this Renekton can actually do a decent job of fighting against the Volley Bear, because you have the Slice and Dice to dodge away from the Storm Splitter, but the fact he's so far behind is a bit worrying, and it's very surprising for a Bin. We're going to get a replay, though, of this play where just a nice call from LGD, realizing, hey, look, we outnumber Suning in this play. Let's just pick him off.
Yeah, Bin staying a little bit too long. It did a good job of surviving for a while, but 1 versus 4, it's just not going to happen. And I have to say, the combo looked great from SOFM. It looked like it was going to be the play, but Lunching immediately flashes over the wall, and the rest of his squad is there, just waiting for that opportunity.
And I honestly thought it'd be Sword Art who got out of the lane faster. Huanfeng having that TP can burn a bunch of mana, shove in the wave, get back and get into lane without much issues, but Mark being able to rotate first gives that advantage towards LGD. Now again we get these supports roaming about as Sword Art teeters up towards this top side as that Rift Herald is about to spawn.
The Rift Herald onto the map here, as you can see Suning. They got themselves some vision here, but it's LGD that are going to move up first. You can see Huanfeng, stuck in the bottom side of the map. Sword Art is going to be moving, but I don't think that realistically this is something that can be contested from this side of Suning.
And this is something LGD actually don't do a huge amount of the time. We talked about the Kramer attacks, the 2 lads in the opening segment. Kramer oftentimes stays in that bottom lane just farming, trying to see if they can trade that Rift Herald for place. But this time around, it's actually Huanfeng making that play.
Sword Art caught by a bubble. No follow-up here, but they're not really looking for follow-up. They're not looking to try and pick off a Leona here. They're looking just to secure this Herald.
Yeah, LGD will get it. This is where it makes sense for LGD to put this much pressure here, especially at this point in the game where Huanfeng has only got a tier for himself. Suning realized, hey, look, we're not going to be able to fight for this objective. Let's instead do what we want here with the Ezreal and gets him farming up towards those 2 items.
And you can see the difference in that bottom lane. 20 CS lead right now. Kramer will get a couple more off of this wave, but realistically, that lead is starting to build in favor of Huanfeng. He's already got himself a tier. When he recalls, you'd expect maybe be able to finish off a Mana Moon for himself. He's going to get that stacking. With the Cull in his inventory as well, he is well on the way towards those 2 items.
Back's coming in, though, for this next dragon. So obviously Peanut just getting back, finishing off his first jungle item. We're not going to have a huge amount of these first item completions, though, on LGD side. And especially with Xie leaving his back so late. He has no mana, so they won't really be able to contest until Xie gets back on the map. And more than likely, we'll see LGD throw that Rift Herald down mid to create the pressure that they need to secure that first dragon for themselves.
They do need to find themselves some mid-priority first to be able to make that play, though. And against Angel Syndra, that can be a little bit difficult, especially since Angel, he's got himself his boots already. He's got a lost chapter. You cannot underestimate the amount of damage Syndra will do with just those items.
It looks though with Suning, though, they just want to give this up. They haven't tried to contest it. We didn't see SOFM get into River to get some vision for this. They're well aware this is where LGD are going to put their attention, and Sword Art will just confirm that, spotting out Mark.
Yeah, SOFM channeling a recall here. I don't know if he'll actually follow up on that one. There's the vision cleared there in the bottom lane. I will say there is some presence here at the bottom side of the map from Suning. It doesn't feel like they're willing to just completely concede this dragon for free. They're going to force Peanut to at least make that Herald play. 1v1 in the top side here as Lanxing finds himself a shield, but you expect these 2 top laners to spar a little bit but back away.
But the TP is available for Bin, so I imagine Lanxing is trying to stay in this top lane to make that as awkward as possible to channel that teleport for any sort of fight that kicks off, but Lanxing not finishing his back, sticking around to complete this wave.
Oh, Bin missed the cannon. It's a disaster for Suning, and you can see it reflected in the 500 gold lead. We are still at a pretty even point in the game, it has to be said, as LGD now looking at possibly starting this dragon off. They've been toying with the idea for a little while. You see Peanut moving towards this mid lane. Xie dodges from the stuns. SOFM also missing the Sonic Wave. The bubble won't land, but priority gained in that mid lane for LGD means they can now move to this dragon.
They have also separated Mark up towards his top side of the, well, at least the mid lane anyway, so gonna have to try and rotate him back down. I imagine that what we're looking at from LGD here is trying to get some sort of Herald play down on the bottom, or at least down on this bottom side for a bit, but Peanut iffing and on about whether he wants to go for it.
Yeah, Peanut hovering now towards this bottom side has been managed to get himself a plate, clears another wave as he now gets an opportunity to reset. Peanut drops the Herald in the bottom side of the map, and Huanfeng, full respect of what's about to go down. He knows the jungler's here. He knows that he has to be real cautious for a dive.
And Kramer's usually the one that does get a lot of these early turret plates and early tower.
Oh, Xie's aggressed upon by SOFM, kicked away. And SOFM, I guess he just wanted a bit of sparring practice after all.
But going back to the point, Kramer, He is the one that is the benefactor of a lot of this early gold, and especially when we look at his first tower rate, it's nearly at 70% for Kramer. He is the one that gets a heap of gold in these early stages of the game, and it's LGD looking to set him up. Once again, he gets a whole bunch of this turret plate gold and can now turn that very quickly towards that Blade of the Rune King.
Blade of the Rune King, such a huge spike as well, but recall not quite cancelled. Valiant effort from Sword Art, but not quick enough.
And I like the call here from Kramer to go towards the Blade of the Rune King. We've seen a lot of people go towards the Essence Reaver as of late, but specifically when your team composition spikes so heavily around Shie's 2-item mark, Peanut's 2-item mark, having the earlier spiking damage items makes a lot of sense for LGD's composition, and also giving a lot of kite back potential from the likes of Bin.
Nice to have the lifesteal during these fights as well, when Bin's going to be sprinting at your face, getting that self-peel with the movement speed as well. There's a lot of reasons to go for the Blade of the Rune King on Ashe, and see Bin, he's doing his damnedest to farm himself up a Storm on the top side. He's got himself a 10 CS lead, and we are getting to the point in the matchup now, especially with Langxing not finishing his first item with a Black Cleaver in Bin's pocket, where you'd expect Bin to start to win out that 1v1. Oh, that's a bubble coming down onto Huanfeng here. Flash is available, but doesn't matter while he's asleep. There's stun to follow up, and that is just perfect from LGD.
Xie looking good on this Zoe, just able to pick off Huanfeng there, and the instant follow-up from Kramer meant there was nowhere to go for the Ezreal. Huanfeng drops, as does the tower, and now for the first time we got a little bit of a gold lead open up for LGD.
The tower plates are even as SOFM tries to steal away the chickens, but Peanut's on the scene. Managed to get his smite off in time. The wave will be caught by Xie in the end in this mid lane. And we are seeing quite a slow start to things, but this was a nice little pick off from Xie and Huanfeng, just not expecting it at all.
And just perfect timing from Xie. See the blue handoff going over towards the Syndra, so finds that moment of opportunity to make his way down towards his bottom side after having shoved out the mid lane. And now you can look for LGD to double down on this advantage. Kramer moving towards that top side, Rift Herald's about to spawn. LGD just want to use these advantages to gain more.
And it feels good to see Xie on this Zoe finding a pick around the map, because when you think of Xie, you think of his Twisted Fate, his Galio, finding ways to get onto the map and help the side lanes. And now that he's got an item or two for himself, he's able to shove out in this mid lane, able to get out onto the map and create a lead for his team.
Xie's really impressed me this play. When we look at him back on DMO, he had a lot of struggles in trying to figure out what his identity was in that team. But now coming in towards LGD, it feels like he's been freed in a lot of situations, being able to move into a lot of different champions, and still having this impact where we can have these roams moving towards side lanes and facilitating LGD with these early game advantages they love.
And we're suddenly starting to see ourselves at a point in the game where, despite the fact that the goal lead isn't that significant just yet, LGD are really starting to ramp up the pressure, grabbing themselves another tower on the top side, another Rift Herald going the way of Peanut. Finally, an answer comes out from Suning in this bottom side of the map. But with a Herald coming down in that mid lane, this could be 3 towers to 1 here in favor of LGD.
Yeah, this tower is most certainly going to go down. Does get picked up there by LGD, and even though we look at the gold lead, not exactly massive for LGD right now, they're actually winning out when it comes to the timing and the item choices they've gone for. So when we look at the items, great. We've already got that Luden's Echo and that Blade of the Rune King. The other thing we need to look towards, though, is Langxing, because as we highlighted in Big Ban, oftentimes you'll see a Volibear go towards a very heavy armor build when going up against Renekton. Like early Bramble Vests, going towards much more of a, I need to survive this lane. The fact that Langxing did such a good job in this early laning phase means he's still able to go towards this Triforce build. It's not like it's been delayed, and Langxing is spiking perfectly at the same time alongside Xie and Kramer.
And importantly, they're spiking just as an Ocean Drake is about to hit the Rift Dagger. And we are just at the 2-item mark for Huanfeng. That's when we talk about Ezreal really starting to come online. His Muramana isn't quite stacked up just yet, but there's definitely a decent amount of damage on the side of Suning, and they want to find themselves a pick before this dragon comes onto the play. Kicked against the wall, and Kramer suddenly realizes that he's in a whole bunch of trouble. SOFM there as Angel finishes off the kill. Now the fight extends as Langxing locked up by the Leona here. He's going to be able to get out with his life, but LGD may be able to answer here. You can see them grouping up around the river. Huanfeng's got to be careful.
Huanfeng wants to try and group with his team, but he's in a bit of an awkward spot. That doesn't connect. Xie will get spotted there, though.
Oh, that bubble was so damn close. Huanfeng is lucky to get away with his life. I don't think he saw Shie over the wall. I think he was just out of range of that vision. Either way, Suning off the back of their pick in that bottom side, now grab themselves a second Drake of the game.
And that was just great setup from Suning. You can see they had full vision control on this bottom side already, so prepping for this dragon early paying dividends.
So he wants himself a bonus Krug off the back of everything else. Has his smite available, he knows it, drops the emote as he slides away from the play. And I want to revisit what happened just a few days ago in our third place match, because that series started off with LGD rolling the first half of game number 1 and then throwing a lead away. This time around, we don't have a dramatic lead throw.
Yeah, and it does feel like a little bit of a throw here from Kramer as well. A little bit overextended on this bottom side, especially when you know, hey look, Dragon's the next objective. Giving a free pick like that across to Suning is going to work wonders. And a composition like Suning's, where you've got the Lee Sin, the Syndra, even Sword Art as well on this Leona, is going to do great when they can find someone isolated like that.
And it feels like now Suning are in a position to start to build a lead of their own. They kind of conceded a lot of that early game in favor of LGD, but they did a good job of not fighting anywhere, not leaning into the plays while Peanut was ahead. And now we are getting to a point where perhaps they can start to look for these plays themselves. Ezreal for Huanfeng here now finished stacking up that Muramana, and we'll see where they go next on the map as Sword Art looking for something in this jungle, but Peanut's going to clear the vision.
Suning are doing a great job of reading what LGD want to do, though. You can see Xie in this top side of the map. We're going to have Longxing at least going towards mid, more than likely towards bot. This 1-3-1 we talked about, trying to be set up by LGD. Suning have prioritized moving several members towards this top side to try and pick off Xie and trying to just optimize their ability to deal with this 1-3-1 push.
And just take a look at the scoreboard here, because Huanfeng just finished off building a QSS. That is massive respect going the way of Xie here. He does not want to get caught out by the Trouble Bubble or by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as a Kraber.
A lot of members from LGD positioned up towards this Baron, though. They're trying to vie for the ability to get control here. And when you've got a Blade of the Ruin King, you've got that Volley Bear and Peanut on this Graves, they take a Baron very quickly.
So I'm curious how LGD are going to play this next one, because obviously I'm not expecting either of these teams to just start Baron off. This isn't top esports we're talking about here. We don't usually see either of these guys just blast a 20-minute Baron for the banter. But I am curious if LGD do go into this kind of 1-3-1 style of play, because 1-3-1 and split pushing in general is a strategy that often doesn't work in the LPL.
It is when you are fully committed to that. It's more LGD use it as a way to gain tempo advantage, pushing waves out so then they can find 4 versus 5, having Xie with this unsealed spellbook. You punish the fact that Angel is lacking that teleport option.
Angel finds himself a little bit of alone time on this top side. Xie not willing to step up because he knows Sword Art is hanging around the play. This means that second tower now in favor of Suning. They're not quite able to get that magical 3 of all of the tier 1s that LGD have for themselves, but at least gaining a little bit more map control on the top side of the map.
And it feels like, at least, even though we saw LGD making these early plays, getting these early towers for themselves, they've taken a step back. And it's Suning who are starting to get control of the map. Full vision control on this top side for them when we look towards the jungle. They're having the lanes pushed in their favor, and LGD, not having this teleport available in Longxing, don't want to overextend for fear that they're going to have multiple members of Suning dive in.
And I have to say, when we look across these teams, I'm glad that the way this draft has gone in game number 1, we have a good amount of like signature champions coming in. When you think of Peanut, this split, it's the Graves that he's really been playing. When you think of SOFM, it's the Lee Sin that is his number 1 pick. Huanfeng on the Ezreal, and Xie, maybe not a signature, but maybe getting caught out here as he moves away on the Zoe. We'll get out with his life here, but it's good to see these players on champions they can flex on a little bit.
It does feel like we're starting to get the team identities as well with the decision making, because we never prided LGD for their mid to, well, at least their late game shot calling. We've always looked at Suning as the slower paced team that would do quite well in those late game scenarios. So the fact that we're starting to see Suning taking over in this game, understanding how they can punish what LGD want to do, it feels like prime Suning.
Hang on, we got Xie caught out here. The plans came through. Is it going to be enough? Apparently not, because SOFM gives him a foot to the face and takes a kill onto the mid laner. It's only our 4th kill of the game, but it's also going to be a tower going down in this top side. LGD trying to answer around that dragon.
They weren't able to get any towers for themselves. We talked about Suning doing a great job of setting up these waves for plays, and when they know, they know they're still on Dragon, they're just going to go take an inhibitor.
This is not worth an Ocean Drake, especially when it's only your second Drake here. Peanut is going to be sticking around. The rest of LGD have recalled. Looks like the inhib won't fall on this one, but getting 2 towers across the course of that push. Really nice gold swing. And now you can see Suning, maybe for the first time this game, are ahead in gold.
They're going to go look this mid lane turret as well, though. Long Xing stuck around to try and protect it, and Suning, just off the back, sneak in behind us.
But we have an engage here from LGD. They want to make a play happen and defend this tower. Peanut stepping forwards, takes a Q to the face, but he's going to be all right on this one as he chases down Huanfeng. Flash forced out of the AD carry. And LGD, now they're the ones with the inside track in this mid lane.
Yeah, they might be able to get this mid lane turret if they had minions here, but minions lagging a little bit behind. Suning should be able to back away and move over, although still taking a good amount of poke here from Xie.
Yeah, they had to recall to get in onto the play. You can see TP now being used. I believe that's Huanfeng making it into the play there, just to make sure he's there to clear away some of the minions. It is going to be answered in the end by Suning. I like the attempt from LGD. I like that they're willing to force something here.
But this is what we were talking about, is Suning, their superior shot calling in these later portions of the game, paying dividends. They get that top lane inhibitor, and now especially if we start to look towards dragons in the future, where we are going towards the 3rd, even the 4th dragon for either of these squads, you've got a wave pushed in on that top side that can look to really exploit LGD losing that tower.
And you can see that Bin, as we move towards the later stages of the game, he's looking to be a frontline here. He's gone for a Titanic Hydra, which you'd imagine means he's probably going to get a whole bunch more health in his kit over the next couple of items here. So, bit of a different build on that Renekton. I can't say Titanic Hydra is something that I'd expect every game, but Bin, he knows what he's about. He's a confident top lane.
Well, we just... Oh, hang on.
Stun comes in the mid lane like Xing. Walks away, though. His tower finally falls as True Shot Barrage just blasted out. Dodged by everyone.
Bin certainly realizing, look, if we can shove in these side lanes super aggressively, LGD haven't been doing a good job of actually dealing with it. So it's Bin who's going to play hit and run on these side lanes, push them in, and then try to force numbers advantages.
Hang on, the arrow comes in. SOFM, though, dashes away to his teammate. He had a split second to get that dash off before the stun came through.
He has the Merc Threads as well, which are helping quite a bit. Kramer, though, doesn't want to try and go toe-to-toe with Huanfeng with so many members of
Look how confident Huanfeng is. Stepping up 2v1 here. He doesn't have any teammates nearby. It might be an overstep, but you can see that Huanfeng, this is a guy that trained under Jaculov, and you can see that aggression that Jaculov always brings on the Ezreal is there.
Peanut and Mark looking to group up here, see if they can catch out Bin, but he's given the old rope-a-dope moving back and forth around here. They won't be able to find him.
It feels like we've had a lot of attempts at plays this game. We've not seen as much commitment to the plays. Maybe just game one jitters here. We're in a best of 5.
There's a ward there that actually spotted Peanut and Mark, so that's why Bin was playing a little bit skeptical around moving, but Angel here on this top side has just gone, right, well, if you're going to lead me to it, I'm going to shove this wave right the way in.
Yeah, going to force you all the way into your base, and now he can rotate over towards the mid lane where his team is already in the play. Bin has teleport available. Suning setting up control of the map.
Suning are playing this so well, especially when LGD have the option to go towards these double teleports.
Threatening an all-in onto SOFM, but he zips over towards the chickens, and he'll get out with his life. True Shot Barrage across the team as the smite came through. I believe that was from SOFM to grab the chicken. In the meantime, though, as I mentioned before, Bin in that bottom lane, continuing the pressure elsewhere on the map.
And we haven't really seen the LGD engage tools of Xie and Kramer come up clutch yet. You can try and go for these long-range Ash arrows, even like an Enchanter, or sorry, Sleepy Trouble Bubble through a wall to see if you can connect on towards Huanfeng or some of the key carries in Suning. But LGD haven't had an opportunity. This hit-and-run stall from Suning has been super strong in this game, and it's not giving the opportunity for LGD to catch people out because they're consistently running between lanes trying to deal with all the pressure.
So what do LGD do next? What is the play to get them in a position where these engage tools can be used to proactively make a play instead of just respond?
Well, they need to get vision control back in their jungle. The biggest issue that they're having right now is that Suning can very quickly move between these lanes because they can cut straight through the jungle. If LGD were able to deny that vision, you have to take the long way around as Suning, and it becomes far more difficult to quickly hit these lanes and move.
CC Lanxing answering the wave on the top side of the map. Importantly, Drake is spawning in 30 seconds. Both teams on 2 Drakes so far. This would be Soul Point on either side of the board here. But we're at a stage now when you look at the items across the board, both teams are feeling strong. Both teams are willing to fight at this stage.
But LGD have priority at River, which makes things a hell of a lot easier, especially when we look at Suni and how they need to try and go forward, go aggressive in towards LGD. They want flanks. They want Bin to be able to come in on the side. If LGD have control of River like this...
Oh, that's a stun onto Peanut. The follow-up is there, but Mark blocks everything beautifully. Redemption to top everyone up. And now they turn onto SOFM. Flashes away from the play. Kick through the whole team. Scatter the weak. Look at this from Suning. Peanut forced out of the play. Collateral damage just to keep himself alive. And now into the back of this one. Bin trying to finish them off. Peanut just about surviving, but taken down by SOFM in a 2 versus 1. Mark flashes away. Waiting for the Q. It's not going to land onto Mark. And 4-4 on the scoreboard.
Incredible kick from SOFM, sets up so much there. And now Suning will turn towards this dragon. Xie is over the wall, won't even try to make the steal here. Suning have made the play.
And this is why I was so excited to see the Lee Sin from SOFM in onto the dragon though. Let's see who's going to grab this one. Smite comes through in the end. True Shot Barrage finishes off Mark. And now they're getting onto Wanfeng. Dashes around the pit though. Lanxing doesn't have the damage. The flash comes on in as SOFM should be able to finish off the bear. But Xie is still here and he's got a lot of damage for himself. Wanfeng back into the play, trying to defend his jungler. Might just be able to do so as Xie locked up and taken down for the double.
Suning are moving around Xie perfectly here, not allowing him to get those paddle stars onto the key members. And with blinking health bars, Suning get the dragon. They add more gold to their back pocket, and they are looking primed to take game 1.
And we finally get some action in this game, Dagda, because it was a slow old start to this one. But Suning, once they did find some power spikes for themselves, you can see they are happy to get in your face and fight you.
They're going straight towards this Baron as well. 20 seconds still on both Lanxing and Xie. No teleport available for Xie as well. Peanut, the king of thieves, this is your time to show why you have that title.
This is the moment for Peanut to prove himself, but SOFM immediately kicks him back into the team, and Peanut is cracked on this one. Now into the pit once more. They can continue this Baron all day long. Kramer and Mark, they want to contest, but they're completely alone here. Just the duo, and they have to move to the mid lane.
And this is so beautiful from Suning, and especially SOFM. The way he's been able to play around what LGD are trying to do, even at that last dragon fight, being able to get that massive kickoff to set everything up, again making the plays on towards Peanut to stop any sort of steal coming through. SOFM's on fire.
SOFM playing beautifully. And I love that SOFM always goes with these defensive Lee Sin builds as well. He's got a Nice Power, he's got a Warmogs, he's playing the tank Lee Sin.
And that's the thing, it's caught LGD out. They heavily committed towards him at this dragon fight, but you can't actually take him down. And then when we get towards this, with Xie coming back in towards this play, he's able to just move around so well, tank up so much of this damage. With Wanfeng over the wall, there's not really much you can do.
Xie jumping in to try and finish SOFM, but you can see how damn tanky he is. He just doesn't go down. And the double kill comes through at the end of the play for Wanfeng. Now, with this Baron, they can really start to exaggerate this 4,000 gold lane.
LGD trying to hold on to the base, but you can't really get anyone to hit on towards this cannon. Even SOFM doing a great job of hovering at the wall here to stop Xie hitting those paddle stars.
Just look at SOFM's positioning as he steps forward. He is threatening Kramer. Every time he steps forward, he's saying, I am ready to boot you back. I am ready to make the play. He's got the weak in the team here, but nobody going to go down. No follow-up from Suning on the back of that one as Lanxing trying to defend in the top side, but against these Baron minions, feels like a doomed play.
Mid lane inhibitor goes down, our turret goes down, the inhibitor suit to follow, and Suning can just rotate up towards this top side. They still have Bin, who's working his way through this bottom side if they want as well.
And the thing is, when we talk about, oh, hang on, that's a stun onto Kramer. Cleanse came through. Suning look like they want to keep this one going. This is not what I'd normally expect out of Suning, to just try and force the game like this, but hey, I like what I see. We're in playoffs, we're in regionals, in fact. This is a series to decide who goes to Worlds, and Suning starting off strong, but now sort of caught up. The Leona happy to tank on this front line, though. Looking for an engage himself, but he's locked out, and somehow walks away. True Shot Barrage blocked by Mark. Is in goes the bear. Lanxing kick back. Should be taken down, but the redemption keeps him safe. Everybody healthy on LGD. I take that back. Angel finishes the kill on the best. Stuns across the board here as Peanut just about gets out with his life. Quanfong trying to follow up on the damage. Kramer steps in here. It's all on this AD carry and on Xie landing the bubbles. Bin blocking for Angel, who's just about out of mana. And Suning will not back down here.
The Baron is just about to run out, though, so they will be moving back away, trying to see if they can get this last turret. But honestly, if you get the Nexus turret and you get an inhibitor, I mean, from LGD's perspective, being able to hold on towards his top inhibitor, being able to hold on towards his bottom lane inhibitor as well, is actually a sizable win.
And it's like, look, I'm excited that we get to see Suning try to just brute force and end the game. That's not the style I expect from them, but there was an open top lane inhibitor. Yeah. It's not like you needed to wait for minions. They could have gone to the bottom side either. They kind of went a little too far. They didn't end up going down off the back of it, but still, biting off a little more than they could chew. Ocean Soul, though, would be up for Suning if they can get it in 20 seconds time.
And you need some sort of miracle play from LGD at this Ocean Soul if they hope to hold on in this game, but it's not looking very good with Suning moving in, getting full vision control.
Peanut could be in trouble here. Does have his flash available, just going to dash over the wall. SOFM not willing to commit onto the kick here. And just trying to make sure that they have complete and utter control. Angel threatened by Lanxing, but he's not willing to commit the flash to trying to get a stun onto Angel here, who's dodging everything just about there. Gets the scatter the weak through. Actually, Mark going to follow up on an engage here. True shot across the team. LGD, they never even got to fight Suning and they lost the fight.
Suning did such a good job. The poke from Quanfong and Angel making it so difficult for them to move in, and LGD now fully behind. Lanxing running back to base. This is not looking good.
Yeah, this kitty can scratch, apparently. Ocean Soul in the pocket, moving towards this bottom lane inhibitor. And they've learned from their past mistakes here. Suning saying, look, all right, we tried brute force in the end. This time around, we're going to tick the boxes. We're going to take the inhibitors and then end the game.
I mean, look, there's nothing you can do here as LGD. A single Nexus Tower is still available. Suning are able to just go so far forward with all this regen coming.
Yeah, LGD would need some kind of miracle to turn this one around, but this is the LPL after all. I've seen crazier throws. Suning going to finish this third inhib on the top side of the map. They're going to wait for these minion waves, wait for the supers, and then take the final blow. And we know Lions like to play with their food here. In goes SOFM, kicks back Kramer, who is annihilated. And now Suning with that pick onto the AD carry and a scatter the weak to end them all. This is going to be the game as Suning, they just have to finish things off. They've just got to finish off a couple more health bars or maybe just a Nexus. Xie gets a Q onto the likes of this Leona. Lanxing try to threaten. Suning aren't even interested in the Nexus right now. They want this fight. They want a brawl for themselves. They feel like they were robbed a little bit in this game, and I have to say, I feel the same way, Suning. But they've got an Ocean Soul, so they can keep this up all day long. Mark the target here, but Unbreakable keeps him alive as he gets onto the Fountain here. And Suning, they are desperate to get another kill, but they will be denied on this one as Lanxing blocks for everyone, as does Mark, who finally falls. And what a way to end the first game of our regional.
Suning eventually take the Nexus after having a bit of fun with their food at the end, but still a convincing game from Suning. A slow building mid-game that, when it hit, was absolutely unstoppable. And forget what you saw on the screen.
Yeah.
It's 1-0 to Suning.
I can't tell if I'm going crazy or if that graphic's going crazy. I'm pretty sure Suning won that one based on, you know, them annihilating LGD around their Nexus for a solid 10 minutes there. But wow, what a performance from Suning. Complete control of the game. And this is trademark Suning gameplay, right? Slow, controlled gameplay is what we want out of this team. This is the kind of mid-game we expected from LGD. We expect this team to look for a snowball, to look for ways to find an early game lead. That didn't really happen.
Not at all. I really expected LGD to be able to get off the ground running a lot faster, especially when we saw Mark getting out onto the map early, grouping with Peanut, trying to solidify this early game lead. But when we got towards the points where they could try and accelerate the game, like fighting towards these early dragons, at these early Rift Heralds, Suning, by getting that first dragon and then foregoing a couple of Rift Heralds, meant that they were able to get to a point where they were stronger, and then superior team fighting coming in from Quanfong, Angel, and specifically SOFM.
And I have to say, when I looked at this composition, especially the top side, I said right at the start of the game, you know, we've got a Renekton, we've got a Syndra, they are playing to win the lanes, and they did fine in the lanes, but it wasn't about that really for Suning. When you look at that Lee Sin pick, usually people think, hey, this is an early game pick. This is about winning lanes. This is about ganking. This is about getting ahead. For SOFM, this is a late game utility team fighter.
Yeah, it really is. And this is why I love Lee Sin's in the LPL. The depth of talent we have on this pick specifically is absolutely insane, and SOFM showcasing exactly what that champion can do in the right hands.
And as always, Huanfeng topping the damage chart. Surprise to no one, this prodigy on the AD carry. And I have to say, Huanfeng, it feels good to see him on the Ezreal again. With Ezreal falling out of the meta a little bit, I felt like maybe we weren't going to see it again this year, but we get to see a little bit of what he can bring out of the pick.
And I want to see this guy get to the world stage so badly. For him to be able to make a name for himself in his rookie year with how incredible he has been, it really does feel like we're looking at the new Uzi who goes towards worlds in his first year and then maybe, just maybe, hits those super high highs we expect from this talent.
I mean, he's already got an incredible story. If you haven't read the story of Huanfeng, head over to Twitter, go to iCrystallization. She did a translation of his story. I'm not going to try and go into it here because I'll just butcher it. I will not do it justice, but definitely give it a read. This guy has an incredible story, and I want it to continue with a world championship in his first year of competitive play. But we'll have to wait and see if that can happen. This is only game number 1. I will say this is a more convincing game number 1 than we started the 3-0 with in the 3rd place for Suning. So they're feeling real good with the way this is started.
And it was a very peculiar start for me because I really did expect, as we said, LGD to get off to the races very quickly. And it's always been a sprint, not a marathon when it comes to LGD. They need these early game snowballs to really set themselves up for the strong mid game. And when we went to that late game decision making, it's always going to be Suning favored.
Yeah, LGD not able to get that snowball, not able to get themselves ahead. I mean, Suning could just slowly but surely choke the life out of him in game number 1. We'll see if Suning can keep this kind of performance up across the whole series. We're going into a quick break. We'll break that one down right after this.
射到了这个布隆，布隆防守配合球桶，
杰克老这边有个秒表，
但这个球桶炸回来，一个狗球，
被秒了，10被秒了，3六切入很关键，杰克老这边活了下来，这边Zoom感觉很尴尬，没有伤害，这边有个社交系统写到了绿宝，Zoom最后的希望，这边被 W 定到了，3六拿到Zoom的人头，要打水龙团了，这波京东也可以接啊，
找到
京东要来打了，
西亚他的位置很漂亮。
这边睡了一下
，Jacky 难受了，
吃了进去有水银，下面水银很关键，对，秒掉，开了起来，发这个射给Zoom这边很尴尬，这个打到这个非常多假高，
这个大招，
双 C 被秒了，而且杰克老这边的死环还可以，一个 W 进到Zoom，再错一个环带，这里接触卡纳维，卡纳维感觉有点猛像，Zoom倒地了，
没了，
卡纳维有一个加速的效果，跑得非常的快，但是自己的队友4个队友全部死了。下边有人落单了，
楼看后面有兄弟保护，已经照到了，怎么说能不能保
掉？还是要硬着来了，在这边进化解一下，楼看烟雾弹一下就被收到，
进化
只要一个进化被刷到，
各家主板摆到2个人，这2兄弟都跑不掉。
还有一个毛彩进来，绿毛也被定了一下，
这一波开战进来了，
杰克卡纳维这边差一枪，杰克拉没闪现，增强实力打的效果不错。牙膏这波打得很不错，换到了2个人，
还能继续追击冤家这边。
这波很赚，这波等于说是一个1换3。
尘归尘，土归土。
这波没大招你也留不住人啊！
有机会，
直接回头
反打了，绿毛没闪现，没大招了，绿毛但是换到了3大，这波很关键。卢夏别进场，打死了卡纳维，卢夏这边的伤害打得很高，强击大伤害，但是牙膏这边顶了上来，卢夏拿那个3大自己阵亡，这边大招进场，有个秒，牙膏还活着，冤家Zoom顶到了最后，又带走卡萨，冤家这个3个感觉跑不掉了，牙膏完成了收割。
为了滔博最有力的武器，
他这一炮打到谁很关键，没有视野打，能打到近是最好的了。对，一边是左一，
看到了，可以打了。一炮打到Zoom，其实该打前决的，这边推到了前决，
直接，
但是他开打了，被秒了，
直接被秒掉。
滔博这一波团战看得太果断了，
好的，完物。
climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us. Boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us. Boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions. We ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog. You watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the faith. Got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind. They tryna see us. That's imaginary. You done lost your mind. Sleeping on the squad. Don't fit no competition. Hold up. Slept on our greatness long enough. Now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around. Confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We been in the gym. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose. It's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers. Boy, I slang liners like Steph Curry. They Usain Jog and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hit it, it was destined. I train harder than legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that came. I throw everything, the kitchen the same, the toilet, the plumbing, I still come and smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going, you been knowing I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron bomb. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning. Like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the...
Well, we're live here for the regional qualifiers, starting off with Suning and LGD, where Suning ran into this series, which means third seed at Worlds, by the way, with a 1-0 start and in pretty nice fashion. Mr. Lyric in 36 minutes, where Suning took over that game and LGD without a response.
And it was so interesting, too, because both teams coming at it the way we expected, with Suning coming at a much slower early game. We saw SOFM going for these full clears with the Lee Sin.
Sure.
They're playing for that 2 to 3 item spike on the Ezreal. LGD put their foot on the gas pedal, but they weren't able to keep it going.
Yeah, it does feel like the early game where LGD had a lot more options. You know, we start off with draft, and what we saw was LGD knew their condition towards late, while Suning had lanes they need to play through.
I really liked LGD's draft coming into this, actually, because they had this bot lane that had the priority, of course, Ashe being able to spam those volleys, give the Braum, which Leona really can't Zenith blade into. It's going to be a bit too dangerous, so they were constantly roaming, constantly giving pressure to mid. Peanut as well kept walking through mid lane to ensure that Xie had the priority so he can invade on both sides. He'd link up with Mark. He'd do a lot of damage in the enemy jungle. I remember they got that kill topside on Bin. But the good thing that Suning did was they kept it slow. You'd always see Huanfeng, you know, getting CS on the opposite side when the enemy bot lane would roam.
Sure.
You would see them, you know, catching waves in mid, being able to get those dragons as well later on. That they had a really nice answer.
Because Huanfeng wasn't the only one. Angel was consistently farming too and picked up a bounty even without a kill. Constantly picking up resources so that when you were mentioning while we were watching this game that they hit those 2 items, that Suning would really excel forward. That's when the picks started to come through. That's when Suning pushed tempo.
Yeah, and the thing that surprised me was I thought once LGD got a lead that when you look at these comps, their comp is so good at controlling space. Like, if they can get into river first, you have so many denial or disengage tools.
Yep.
The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Sleepy Shovel Bubbles, everything in Brahm's kit, that it would be too hard for Suning to find the advantages. But Suning played really well, especially off their resets. And I feel like SOFM found so many sneaky angles to go in with those kicks, chain that into a Syndra stun, and just pick off Kramer.
The MVP for Game 1, by the way, if you hadn't guessed it already. SOFM brings in another Lee Sin late game that we saw in the third place match. Once more showing us that this champion scales quite well.
I love it too. He comes in even with the inefficient build with the Warmogs. I'm pretty sure he didn't even have Warmogs hard at that point with the 3,000 HP. But, you know, he does get to stay on the map longer with the HP in the region that he does get. He did play a critical role. Again, he kept finding these kicks. This was the most memorable one to me, finding a way in the enemy bot side jungle early on, getting behind Kramer, and effectively solo killing him despite Angel picking that one up.
And it was the top side too, right? The pick here that leads to 2 turret push in the up towards the inhibitor and then through mid.
The thing I loved about that one as well is LGD typically default to playing all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
And Suning did a good job of denying that by having Bin sit mid and then allowing for the 3-man squad to roam up and kill the Zoe.
That squad changed the game completely. Suning always grouped up, LGD caught by surprise, and we got these clutch moments. The individuality also shined through for Suning with the leftover dragon fight.
Huanfeng and SOFM played so well right there with Huanfeng, you know, blocking a lot of that Zoe burst coming out so SOFM can stay alive. Of course, he was sidestepping as well. But yeah, the team just stepped up individually across the board. It was a bit surprising because, as Dagda was saying early on, I don't know if I loved SOFM's first jungle clear, even if he had gone something like buff to buff back topside and then play with that Renekton because you have the setup. I expected Peanut to go for that early gank as well so you can look for the counter. But, you know, in the end, it didn't matter because they still knew, hey, we have an Ezreal. We're going to play for 2 items. We have the Syndra as well. It's going to come online strong. Renekton is the best, you know, first item plus components champion in the game. And they did a great job.
And I mean, for SOFM, he's always the person who's picking up individual camps, right? He always gets a jungle lead through CS, and then he comes through pretty strong because SOFM's been farming the whole time.
Me and you noticed that in the game. We're like, how does Suning have a lead? We look at 80 carry and jungle and both have like a 20 CS lead. It's
That's
like,
right. I mean, even like mid lane in the end as well, getting a lead individually. Huanfeng 80 carry especially, it was 300 CS at 28 minutes. So Huanfeng himself was just that Ezreal who had 3-4 items.
And this is what Suning did a lot during the regular split where they would forgo early Dragons and even early Rift Heralds and just farm, put as much farm onto Huanfeng as possible. They'd even go for a lot of lane swaps, like, you know, post 10 minutes into the game, dodge some bad matchups and be like, okay, the enemy 80 carry can get all the plate gold. We're going to get all this plate gold on the Huanfeng, and he's going to be the better carry when it comes later on.
Easy to poke at range when we saw the comp that Suning had, where Huanfeng could get space created by this Renekton pick, by SOFM, who would start these engages.
That's an important thing to note, too, even for the opposite side, because I talked about how I liked how LGD's comp interacts with denying space when they're ahead. But when they're behind, your only true engage tool is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and I felt like they were way too hesitant on using that tool to create picks. We constantly saw, even when Suning picked up the Ocean Soul, they were trying to rely on Long Xing as their primary engager, and let's remember, even the Volibear's Q movement speed got nerfed, so Volibear just queuing in, and it's not really that effective.
Very predictable, right?
You need Kramer to, you know, be willing to pull the trigger.
And what we saw was one good engage, but after that, you're right, it stopped. It was the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, followed by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble from Xie through the mid lane. I think it was the pick on either Huanfeng or... look, let's just say it was a pick, right?
Yeah,
it was a pick. I can't remember. There's a lot in that game.
People died.
People died. And that was the one time we saw it, but hesitant on the trigger finger, I think, is important. LGD, though, moving into Game 2, have opted in for blue side, and as we learnt yesterday in the Grand Final, blue side is everything. Let's top esports in Game 5.
Blue side's OP, guys.
Blue side's OP.
And we could even see in this game with, you know, leaving the Renekton up for Suning. You don't really have a good option to leave up on blue side. You leave up the Renekton, you can potentially leave up the Caitlyn. Then there's a ton of priority junglers as well. We have people obviously playing things like the Nidalee, the Graves, the Set. There's... it feels like a really awkward time to be a red side team, especially when you have so many strong blindable mid laners as well, because that's always the thing about blue side. If you have things like Zoe that you could just blind pick on blue side, you don't really care about the counter, it's just so good.
I mean, I think we're heading towards a Game 2 where for LGD, a lot's going to change through here. We saw the Ashe make all the way to the end of draft, which is very rare in the LPL when it is such a priority pick. You know, that first pick Ashe definitely on the cards. And Suning, now on red side, there's a lot they have to ban away, which teams have been doing. Nidalee, Twisted Fate, a must.
Well, this is why I actually kind of fell off. I was never really on the LGD hype train, actually, but, you know, I definitely didn't get on because...
First up.
Twisted Fate and Nidalee. it felt like against WE, against IG, they just got given these champions every game, which this is like signature LGD. If LGD gets Twisted Fate in Italy, they're going to beat anyone.
You remember against JDG, it was those bans every single game that comfortably took them down.
Exactly. I feel like there are not champion pool issues on like what they can actually play, but on what they are like a truly S+ team who can defeat anyone. You need that combo, and they're not going to get it.
When one of their styles is about attacking those side lanes, it relies on something like the Twisted Fate. Even the Galio could be coming through there, but we know that Shie's favorite is that Twisted Fate and that Peanut's mobility through the jungle, as I got a little bit car sick by watching that one, is all about this pick of the Nidalee. 2 crucial bans. Suning took it away in game 1, and as we get close to heading into game 2, as the players come back on stage, for LGD, it's that loss of momentum, right? 4 losses in a row since the 3rd place match against Suning. And with how good Suning look, there's a lot of issues right now for LGD.
The great thing coming into this is I feel like it's going to be very easy to keep your mentality like fresh, because as we said in our opening statements, that you can leave everything on the Rift today knowing you have another chance. This is not do or die for either team, so you have the confidence to just bring out any strategies that you can every game.
That's true. So what comes through here, we were talking a little bit about the draft on blue side, but I think in-game as well for LGD, we talk a lot about their early game with Mark syncing up with Peanut, with Shie buddying up with his best friend as well.
I think the most crucial thing this time is that Suning will have to change one ban, and even that Ornn ban that they had on blue side I feel like is pretty crucial, because if they just ban, you know, Nidalee, Twisted Fate, Ornn once again, well now LGD get their hands on that Renekton, and they have that, you know, solid either pressure point or even a strong weak side top laner who can play around those 1v2s that Longshin can thrive on.
I'd be crucial though if Bin opts in for a bit of a counter matchup though, because Bin is that carry style top laner. It could be a wait and bait from Suning.
We could definitely see something like the Quinn come out or the Zoom special on the Gnar. Bin is the guy who's willing to pull out those pocket picks like you just mentioned.
Also, he has the GP in the back pocket as well against Renekton, which could be quite favorable. Running into this game, note that LGD2, there's a couple of other picks we saw in this first game. The Graves, the Zoe mentioned a little bit before. Seeing on Longshin something other than the Volley Bear may be crucial running into this second game. Not a part of the problem, but when we got in that position, it was quite limited.
I'd say the good thing about Longshin is he definitely has enough picks to be useful on. The next thing I'd say I'm most curious about is Suning's priority on things like the Ashe, because you pointed out earlier, it's so strange that Ashe fell so far down here. If Suning's willing to give this up every time, you know, they could keep going for these things like the Ezreal or even more pocket pick 80 carries, because we know Huanfeng plays weird champions.
The Draven, hey, he's like a Jackie Love-esque.
Even the Jinx, we remember in their LDL finals, IG Young last year.
Kind of exciting, right? And especially when Ashe fell that way through, we were sitting here saying, maybe there's an answer to the Ashe. Maybe that Suning were waiting, and again, to use the word baiting, for this pick. And it seems to me like, no, well, we got comfort for Huanfeng. We put Sword Art on comfort in the Leona as well. He's best champion. And as we know, Leona in playoffs right now is pretty good.
And I feel like Sword Art was such a crucial part of that. He was constantly roaming with SOFM, and me and you know here on stage, he is the loudest player in this arena. He always has been throughout the years. This guy is very vocal and, you know, a leader for his team.
I mean, the amount of nices we got behind us was so loud. We kind of knew like 2 seconds in advance.
Whenever something was going to happen, right? We were ready.
Yeah. And then
Sword Art.
Yeah, well, I think Sword Art, you know, leading the team as we know. He's very vocal member and is going to be leading Suning into this game 2 with the momentum built up towards Worlds. 2 more to go for Suning as they take us into game 2, like our casters will with Munchfuls and Dagda.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, we're ready to jump onto the cast once again as we head into game number 2. And Suning starting things off pretty strong. I'm Munchfuls. I'm joined by the Daggertron on my left here. Dagda, you were the guy that put LGD top 4. You were the only one that predicted their success in this split. What do they have to fix here? How do they get back on the horse for game 2?
It feels like a lot of it does come down to just having these champions that can snowball in the early game. You heard Lyric talk about, well, the Nidalee and the Twisted Fate were obviously the main culprits in helping LGD get that early game snowball rolling. But I think there's enough there that they can still work with. We saw Shie having some answers on the Zoe where he's trying to get into these side lanes. But it did feel like once we got to a point where LGD were strong, they just weren't certain about how to solidify those wins. We saw them opt in towards these side lanes a lot more than when they should have actually just been grouping towards these objectives, trying to use this team fighting composition that they had. But unfortunately for them, Suning did a really good job of reading how they wanted to play against that and not giving the opportunity for LGD to win out in these side lanes.
And it felt like once LGD had lost control of the map a little bit, Suning were never going to give them it back. Suning were constantly applying pressure in different portions of the map. And I feel like a lot of it is going to come down to the draft, as it always does, but especially for Xie. Not having this twist of fate feels like a real issue for him. And over towards the side of Suning, they haven't banned it out just yet.
Instead, LGD, Syndra, Lee Sin, and Camille gone. So a lot of respect paid towards that last game in LGD's bans. On the opposite side, the Nidalee gone, the Caitlyn gone. We imagine the Twisted Fate will be the next to go. There it is. As we move in towards our first pick. Now, this does leave open the Renekton, which has been super high priority both in their 3rd, 4th place match and in this series so far. Option, though, to always go towards something like that Ashe as well.
We'll see what direction LGD want to start this draft off, because we've seen them lock in like first pick junglers and things like that as well in the past. Also, the Zoe is available. Xie played fine on the Zoe in that last game. Some really great bubbles across the course of it. It is going to be that notorious first pick Renekton, though.
And I feel like here for Suning, you just lock in that Graves that you were talking about. Means that you've got like the higher priority jungler of what is left at the moment. Go and go towards something towards Huanfeng like the Ashe in the bottom lane if you want to, or even hold off on the AD carry pick. Lock in something like some of these blind pickable mid laners.
Well, we're hovering a Quinn right now, Dagda, and as Hysteric said it earlier on, been very much like a diet the shy, right? He very much wants to dominate the laning phase. I would love to see him go for that Quinn, but it's going to be the Ezreal for Huanfeng to start this one off. And it's interesting to see such priority on this Ezreal when things like the Ashe are still available.
Especially as we were saying, look, this is a composition, at least a team on LGD that very much like to spike in this mid game. Ezreal is obviously an AD carry that can spike pretty hard in that mid game, but the issue is that you forego a lot of the early game power that some of these other earlier picks can bring. And when Suning are just banking on hitting this late game, having their shot calling be the difference maker, trying to shore up some of this early game power may have been a better option here for Suning.
So let's look towards the mid lane then for LGD as Xie goes with this Orianna, a little bit more lane presence and definitely a lot of late game carry potential, but he's up against Angel, who last game on the Syndra, this time banned out, took that Zoe away from Xie. So a bit of a different dynamic in that mid lane. And Kramer looking towards this Jhin. And we could see a game here where Ashe is just completely ignored.
And I prefer the Jhin here. Jhin is actually so much better at dealing with these longer range compositions like the Ezreal and the Zoe are opting in for, because you've got the Deadly Flourish that can come out on a much shorter cooldown. You have more opportunities to get on towards these key members, and that Curtain Call as well. The slows that buffers can give LGD the opportunity to speed up and catch Suning, who look like they're going for this poke composition.
It definitely is leaning in that direction, isn't it? And we saw the Quinn hovered earlier, but this Jace gonna do a similar job up on the top side. It can be very difficult for Renekton to find that all in, but if he does find it, Jace is doomed.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, is that you can have the Renekton, if he's able to find that all-in, win out. Across the board here for Suning, though, winning top lane match, you've got a winning, at least push in power in that mid lane for the Zoe here as well. So now with 2 lanes there that they can play through, I wouldn't be surprised to see Suning go towards something like a Set that can work in conjunction with these winning lanes. And especially when we look towards a jungle that needs to be able to play that disengage side with Lee Sin gone, Set fits that bill super well, providing the disengage and some strong re-engage power when given the opportunity.
And now, as we look towards the Bandstag Day, you can see Suning recognize that they want Peanut off of these carries here. They're going to take away the Kindred, now taking away the Lilia as well, trying to remove the things that Peanut can play towards the late game with. And it could signal that maybe they're the ones to go for the Graves this time around.
It looks like they are going to go for it. The only issue that I have if you go towards the Graves is, who do you let go? Like, how do you try and provide anyone that can tank up some of these Deadly Flourishes, who, if you end up in a flank, can try and get this Renekton off you? You need some sort of peel and disengage, and I'm not seeing it on this Suning lineup right now. It feels like what they're trying to do is bait LGD in towards either going the Graves route, which means that you don't have a huge amount of engage, or going towards the Set, which needs to try and run in on top of Suning, but Suning are great at just moving away from that.
Or maybe the Skarner that is being hovered and will be locked in. We've seen it from both of these junglers. It I will say, has not looked that great. So, I don't know, maybe Peanut's got something up his sleeve here. Maybe he can show us why this is becoming a bit of a pick.
All right, let's get our rock quotes out. Let's get the Scorpion King ready, because it's going to be Peanut coming back towards Skarner. Twice he's played it, and I haven't been impressed with this, though. Especially against the composition that we said you have to try and run into. Skarner is not the champion that could really lock these up in the manner that you want, especially with all the slows, the kite back, the speed ups that are coming in on Suning's side.
I mean, if you think back to like literally years ago, last time Skarner was meta, Olaf was the answer because you can't ult him.
Yeah.
He's happy to 1v1 you. He is happy to take you on in those early skirmishes. That is Olaf's comfort zone. So SRFM certainly having a matchup he's comfortable with, and having that counter pick that we talked about that has been so prevalent for Suning in the playoffs.
Yeah, Suning have completely outdrafted LGD here. They have the space to have a winning team fight where they can just poke away at LGD the entire time. LGD don't really have the tools to make that play unless you get some sort of miracle hook coming in from Mark or a flank position coming in from either topside or jungle. But overall, you have Suning with 2 winning lanes in mid and top that they can play through early and set up this Olaf as well for success.
We'll see if SOFM can be set up for success. But one of the big questions for me is honestly just, can LGD get the ball rolling early? Because that's what felt like it was lacking in the first game. And with this Skarner at level 6, you have a whole heap of opportunity just to get yourself some free kills.
Again, I feel like this is where I want to check out Peanut's early pathing. Last time he did take the Predator on this Skarner, but didn't actually back in time to pick up those early boots and go aggressive. Actually ended up farming to like 5.5 minutes and missed that timing window for the Predator. This time around, he needs to get on the map early, and especially when you've got someone like Mark and that Renekton in the top lane that you can play through, work with those powers.
We'll see if he's going to be able to get into the lanes this time around. SOFM, on the other hand, quite happy to power farm, quite happy to get into the lanes as well. Olaf, one of these champions that he can kind of do a bit of both. Certainly happy to go into the early game battles, but I have to say, we're going into game number 2 here, and I like what Suning have in the draft, but LGD, they're not going to go down without a fight while Worlds is on the line. All right, well, we're onto the map here for game number 2 of our series. Suning starting things off strong, and I have to mention the fact that Suning, in our 3rd place match, hang on.
Oh, Mark.
No, not like this. Angel going to get himself paddle start into the brushes. SOFM is targeted down, flashes away, but he might just go down on this one. The heal in the last second from Sword Art. Flash over from Xie. He's exhausted and can't finish the kill. He might be the one to go down. One more auto goes the way of Sword Art. And now Huanfeng, he's on the pinch on this one. Mark will have his hook available shortly as Peanut tries to back away. But Lanxing, the one in trouble, still has his flash available. Huanfeng just dishing out as many mystic shots as he can. Suning get themselves an early fight.
Suning do find that early win, the kill going to Sword Art though. My mind though is going towards where the flashes were burnt. Both Bin and SOFM. Lanxing, where are you going, buddy? Go back. Leave it alone.
Lanxing really wants to get in towards the top lane here. Still has his flash. Bin does not, but Bin, he's going to have a lot of pressure in this top side no matter what.
The thing that I want to see from Peanut here, though, is the path from buff to buff into a 3rd camp on this bottom side so he can return top side. No flash on Bin. You go for a Predator gank onto this Jace. He is dead, especially with Lanxing still having his own flash up. You have great setup there.
And I have to say, looking at that level 1 play, Dagda, that felt a little bit overzealous from Xie. That felt like, I need to carry this. Flashing in, gets immediately exhausted, just ends up going down, but he did not need to make that play. He did not have to flash forward to try and get that first blood. And realistically, even if he gets the kill, he's probably guaranteeing his own death.
I mean, Mark wasn't going to carry the fight now, was he? So maybe she hit in a little bit of pressure. But yeah, I mean, look, he wants to be the carry. His Orianna play has been spectacular throughout these early stages or the early stages of playoffs. So I want to see him once again having that big performance. But unfortunately there, the issue was Mark not connecting with these hooks. And then at the last second, SOFM getting out on a sliver of health with that hook actually being tanked up by Bin in that scenario.
So Suning off to a great start here. And when you actually look at the gold lead right now, it's already 1,000 in favor of Suning, which I'm not even sure where all of that gold's come from, to be quite honest, because it's only 1 kill, but SOFM grabs himself a shrine here. He wants to move up towards the top side of the map.
This is so smart from SOFM. As we talked about, Peanut wanting to, well, in my head, I wanted to see Peanut going towards this top side, and SOFM obviously reading that play as well. Getting control, understanding, right, Peanut is definitely going to be on bottom side with that Predator. Everyone on the bottom side needs to be safe.
Oh my goodness. He tries to find some pressure onto Bin, but it just is not happening on the top side of the map. And now SOFM is here to deny the recall. Axe goes out. Undertow keeps Lanxing in the play. The shock blast is there. Lanxing had his flash.
I mean, you were going to go down. I actually don't mind that. Lanxing was dying anyway. He wasn't getting out from that. You just have SOFM tank up the third, and they kill him regardless, even if he flashes. So Lanxing accepting his fate there. The biggest issue that I have here is that Peanut isn't helping him out. Lanxing sets up gank potential so damn well on this Renekton, especially with Bin having no flash, and the fact that Peanut didn't even pick up boots as a Predator jungler. Well, I don't understand what he thinks about for this Skarner.
Yeah, Peanut is definitely wanting to farm on this one. He's not going for the boots here with the Predator, just going to be trying to get his jungle item ASAP. In the meantime, the map is sort of falling apart around him. It's 2 kills now in favor of Suning, but importantly, we're 4.5 minutes in, and Bin has already returned to the lane with a serrated Dirk. Lanxing, this is not going to get any better for you, my friend.
And why I wanted to see this early aggression from Peanut, SOFM now is doing a fantastic job. We've already read, okay, Angel and Bin are the winning lanes for Suning. SOFM has split the map now so that he's able to continuously keep pressure for Bin, allowing him to put down this hurt onto Lanxing and get these early turrets.
Lanxing trying to find an opportunity in onto Bin, but
hang on.
it's just not happening. SOFM smites the wolf as he escapes from Peanut, who's just going to look for the shrine and try and clear some of this vision out. But SOFM, he already got all the camps, and he's happy to walk away with that one.
But that's the thing. Peanut now forced back down towards this bottom side of the map again if he wants to farm, but his bot side camps are all gone. SOFM is winning out so heavily in this jungle matchup. Bin is massively far ahead in the top, and Sword Art wants to make mid-win.
Xie still doesn't have his flash, but the Cosmic Binding won't connect, and now Peanut's moving in. Does have the boots this time around, but it's not going to do a whole heap of anything as Mark now looks for the hook. This is the opportunity. Sword Art the first one to go down, and immediately Angel tries to finish off Xie. He manages to get the kill for himself and still has flash. Somehow it's a 1-for-1.
Great job from Angel to get that kill. They managed to get the turnaround onto Xie, which makes that so worth for Suning and Peanut.
Oh, he gets a bonus ignite in. Peanut forced to flash. I don't even think Angel had the mana for a battle star there. But you know what? A flash is a flash.
But all he's doing is putting hurt onto Peanut, stopping him from getting back into the jungle. SOFM now has cleared his bot side camps, moving into contest on this bottom side for LGD now. Like, Suning are doing so well in this early game.
Peanut has a shield up. Mark's still sticking around, but Sword Art's here too. And SOFM at worst is just going to get all of the small chickens. Angel
got him
gets
again.
Another trouble bubble in. Mark able to block the follow-up damage, but an undertow is enough. And it's the camp secured. Look at the CS difference that is building up in this jungle.
And everywhere. Top is losing, mid is losing, jungle is losing. The only one that is actually in favor of LGD is Kramer in this bottom side. Like, LGD have gone for this team that, at least with this Skarner, needs to spike early, and they're running a while.
Peanut's in trouble. Sword Art over the wall with the Cosmic Journey. Magical Journey, Cosmic Binding. Here we go. Peanut's trying to get away from this one, but Bin's not letting him go anywhere. True Shot Barrage goes wide as Lanxing, now with the Dominus, wants to force this play a little bit. He's onto Bin, and that is plenty of damage to take down to Jace. Binding comes out as Angel now trying to escape from the play. Doesn't have flash, needs the blast cone or a Magical Journey.
Yeah, nice job from Sword Art to blast him back, which means that they can take out this Magical Journey, but at least LGD get 1 kill back in the favor. SOFM, though, was on this bottom side, taking the dragon while all this fiasco is going on. So Suning again, still picking up objectives while LGD have their attention elsewhere.
And let's be honest here, Dagda, Suning still winning out the trade. Like,
while
LGD managed to get themselves a pick off the back of everything, look at the CS numbers. 15 in the mid lane, you got 15 in the jungle, you got 20 up on the top side of the map as Bin clears away the wave in the mid lane here. And the bottom lane is going to be going neutral because we've got 280 carries that don't want to fight in the early game. So they're essentially just not a part of the equation at this stage.
And it's weird to see from LGD because Peanut's pathing is usually so smart where he's like, okay, I know exactly where I need to be, how I want to approach this, but the fact this early game he decided to not play around Longxing and set him up in that top side of the map, it is baffling to me, especially with the pathing route that he took, because Kramer and Mark, well, they weren't really in a position to try and go for plays in the bottom lane.
I think to double down on that as well, as Sword Art moves towards the mid lane, he's just going to be trying to get out on the map here. Like, I just want to cast everyone's minds back to watching the Shy play Jace on the top side. Jace wants to push. Jace wants to be underneath the enemy tower. He is very regularly in a vulnerable position that can be punished by junglers, and Peanut not opting into punishing it.
On the counter side, though, SOFM has done an amazing job in this early game. Getting in towards that top side, taking control of the map, allowing Bin to keep pushing. 2 turret plates for the Jace and the CS lead. Bin's in great shape.
Yeah, Angel as well now is looking for more picks. The Herald was started, but it's to bait LGD in, I think, because now over towards the top side of the map, slow comes out from Angel. Predator now going to be on cooldown. Longxing does have the Dominus available. If he can get on a flank without Dominus, he's still going to be terrified.
Man advantage for LGD right now, though, with Huanfeng still in this bottom side of the map. So LGD will be able to take this Rift Herald. The problem is Huanfeng not really having a huge amount of mana to push bot.
Oh, here we go. He wants the steal for himself. Not going to get it. And out with the Magical Journey. So nice smite there from Peanut to make sure that his team finds something here, because damn did they need it.
So Huanfeng has just about managed to get this bottom wave in, though, so we'll be able to get some of these turret plates for himself, which is nice. So LGD will only be really answering for some of this turret take that has already happened on Sunin's side.
And importantly, that CS advantage is going to build up a tiny bit for Huanfeng on the bottom side, since we saw Kramer moving up to be a part of that Rift Herald play. So now the question, as always, is going to become, what can Peanut do with the Herald? Because last time around, we did see LGD take those 3 out of towers long before Suning could.
I imagine he will try and use this mid still. Again, 2 minutes until this dragon. Xie is set up to be the prime carry again here in this game alongside Kramer. But Xie's Orianna has been fantastic. It's just been unfortunate that he hasn't really had an opportunity to showcase that skill in this game.
See Longxing checking to see if SOFM had actually finished that recall and been immediately, as soon as you step up, Longxing is going to be punished here. Kramer has an opportunity to answer for the 1 plate that Huanfeng took in that bottom side while the Rift Herald play was going on. Now the wave cleared up. As Huanfeng obviously went back to base to buy himself that mana moon. But Longxing, oh my goodness, he is low underneath this tower, still has his Dominus, but Bin is going to be able to force that just with the Ghost Blade passive, and now he can keep this up all day long. Shock Blast doesn't land, and that means Bin has to back away.
So Longxing will get the wave here now back. What I'm curious to see, though, is what Longxing does here. Does he use his teleport to get back to lane, or is he saving it for this dragon? Longxing has been one of the most selfless junglers, or selfless top laners even, in the LPL, where he will often use it towards helping the team when it comes to teleports, but realizing, look, I can't give Bin this much control of the top lane and all these turret plates, or I'm out of the game entirely.
So what you're saying is Longxing definitely a Morgan kind of top laner, right? He's following in Morgan's shoes.
No, let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Hang on, Longxing, though, in trouble, because SOFM has moved towards this top side. Going to clear the vision out. Peanut is here as well. And they're just going to commit onto a fight here. Peanut forced the flash very early on. Dodges away from the Tempered Fate, but it means he had to dodge into the team of Suning. Another pick, this time to the Viking.
And again, this is great from SOFM. Coming up here when Bin's low on mana to make sure he can push that wave out, get his recall and keep that teleport for the dragon play. But SOFM ends up running into Peanut. They just pick him off alongside Sword Art. And Suning once again coming out on top. A 3,000 gold lead for Suning at the 12 minute.
And you would not think that it's LGD the ones with the Herald, the way that SOFM is playing around this top tower trying to force the issue there. Now he gets to move towards the bottom side of the map. Suning got that first strike of the game, and they're looking for an Infernal as well.
Xie is here to try and get some vision alongside Mark. They know that at least Suning are only coming back onto the map for the moment, but Peanut has returned. Bin has his TP still for this fight, though, so LGD needs to be careful about how they approach this.
Oh, that's a nice little smite from SOFM to make sure that they get the Scuttle Crab, and now he can grab the Shrine, he can grab complete control of the Dragon.
That was the time, though. Peanut had this Stinger, the ultimate available. SOFM had no Ragnarok. You could have just turned on towards him with Kramer coming up with the curtain call to finish off this Olaf, but LGD not willing to pull the trigger. It feels very reminiscent of this last game.
That's exactly what we saw in game 1, right? We saw them a little bit nervous on just forcing any kinds of engages. We are going to see now Lunching moves over as they drop their Herald in this mid lane to force pressure, force an opportunity to get onto the Dragon, but you're against the Bard, so the Herald not really going to work quite in the way that they wanted. They do still get this Dragon for themselves with the pressure they exert.
However, Bin's on this top side. Longxing talked about being selfless. He tried to roam down in case Bin went for this teleport play, but Bin's just going to take the tower instead.
Hongfeng had to flash on the bottom side there. It was a nice deadly flourish predicting the Arcane Shift. Bin has almost finished that tower. He has got so much gold from these points.
I mean, he's got the Yoma's Ghostblade already. He's going to be doing so much work. And you can see Longxing can't even hope to trade against them.
And like the advantage Renekton can get in that top lane is if he finds the all-in, but it is just not happening. He's too far behind at this point. Unless Bin severely messes up the matchup, it's not happening. Peanut can't even get his own crooked sword out contesting.
And I mean, even if we don't take the kills into effect, even the turret plates into effect, we're still seeing these massive CS leads across the board. Suning are going to be able to just power this home. And the issue is for LGD, how do you try and fight against Suning when they're in command? You can't get on top of them. You don't like have any of these really long engage tools apart from Kramer's Deadly Flourish. But that requires someone else on LGD to have set you up for that to work.
And I have to say, Doctor, this is feeling a little bit reminiscent of the third place series now.
It is a little
except without a gold lead in game 1 for LGD. And I'm starting to think, maybe everyone's saying that it was just LGD not caring about third, all of this. Maybe isn't the case because Suning looked pretty damn good. And I have to say that Suning, they have been underestimated at every step of their journey. And they are showing that they are one of the best teams in the LPL.
And that's the thing. This is a Suning that's a rookie in Bin who's been absolutely incredible in the top lane. The most solo kills of any top laner in that. I was kind of looking at the Yoma's Ghostblade. Is he going again? But no, Suning, our Bin has been absolutely incredible. Wanfeng, the standout AD carry, again a rookie coming into the squad. It kept feeling like everyone was looking at Suning going, okay, but at what stage are the rookies going to crumble? But they've only gotten better and better as this year has gone on.
And I have to say, bit of a struggle here for LGD. It's something where when we look at LGD, the way that they have found those wins is being able to get out on the map, and specifically Xie being one of the primary carries later on in the split. But unfortunately, he's not been able to have an impact. He died twice in this second game. And I don't think it's single-handedly down to Xie necessarily, but he's definitely struggling in this one. Same could be said for Peanut, and maybe this squad of veterans is not going to be enough to take down Suning. I'm speaking a little early. We're 1-0 in the series, Dagda. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but it is feeling hard with a 5,000 gold lead.
And I mean, we're seeing Peanut pop this Predator once again for no real case. He's not able to follow up on it. And at this stage, it kind of feels more like the Predator is being popped to give a little line symbol above Suning's head to just say, yeah, guys, you're doing a great job. It's like a little emote that they didn't have before.
I think it's a wolf. I'm pretty sure the Predator is like a wolf rather than a lion. It's like a dog kind of thing.
All right, well, look, I'm giving it a line in this one, all right? Because Suning are definitely the more predatory in this game.
Well, I know my dog Millie is certainly a predator when the treats come out, so feels like she's a little bit more vicious than Peanut has been in this game, that's for sure. And that's the second Predator jungler we're seeing across the course of the last couple of days, as we saw the Predator coming out of the Gragas from Casa. He had significantly more success with that pick than what we're seeing here for LGD, as SOFM now the one to get the second Herald. This is the first Herald of the series for Suning.
And this is just Suning playing so well around this top side of the map. SOFM again has been absolutely incredible this playoff, stepping up huge. And I know how prideful Vietnam are of this guy, and he's definitely deserved it this playoff.
Xie takes a massive shot blast there as the Herald goes in on the mid lane. Mark is going to be targeted here as SOFM charges into the play. Angel tries to finish him. Nice stopwatch coming on out as Kramer tries to protect his support. Been happy to tank up for a little bit, but they got to get underneath these towers here. Swordart takes a chunk, but Kramer just doesn't really have the damage yet.
And that's the thing. Kramer now not having that ult allows Suning to play much more aggressive. They can start to look at these shockwaves, trying to see if they can pick folks off.
Oh, here we go. Tempered Fate. The fight begins as Bin just hammering away onto Lunching, who's forced out of the play. Swordart the only one to go down so far, though, and Suning can't actually find their way into this one. Angel's pretty low as well. Shock Blast onto Kramer. And even though they lose the fight, it's Suning that moved towards this dragon that's up in 20 seconds.
the poke is so strong on Sunin's side. It's when they're able to have this re-engage opportunity with the curtain call down, that's when Suning are going to strike. And you can see it now, trying to get onto Xie underneath this tower.
They would love to get themselves a tier 1 on top of this Drake. They want advantage after advantage this game, and they are going to find it. Bin might find a kill as Xie. Whew. The movement speed just gets him out.
Still though, Suning get the tower, they get this dragon, they're getting these advantages still. And this is where, if Suning had actually fallen behind in this early game, they wouldn't have been able to put their foot down quite as heavily as they have, but with the confidence and the gold lead they have, LGD can't do very much.
Peanut is here, he wants to contest the dragon, he's going to be a little late as Lanshing teleports into the play as well. SOFM, he used his ult quite early, but Peanut's ult is going to be on cooldown anyway. SOFM has the flash, needs to use it over the wall here as Angel just throws out a trouble bubble. They get away with the Drake anyway, and it's an Ocean Soul for the second time this game.
Bin is threatening.
Second time this series.
Bin is threatening topside though. And this is where LGD have been forced to deal with so many different angles of attack from Suning, and overall, they're just not doing the best jobs of dealing with it.
I mean, let's talk about the top lane in a second when it comes to items. Because on one side, we got Lanshing, he's got a Black Cleaver, feeling all right. On the other side, we got Bin, who's already finished 2 full lethality items with his boots and a bunch of extra swords on top as well. Bin is monstrously fed right now. And when he finds the Shock Blast onto Xie or Kramer, and I say when, not if, he is going to take them down to half HP.
Lanshing playing with...
Hang on.
Yeah, this is
I
not
thought
good.
he was going to be fine. He's not going to
no.
be fine here. Tempered Fates have been on point from Sword Art. Cosmic Bindings, maybe not so much, but the slows are going to be there. And Lanshing doesn't even have his flash. There's nothing he can do. Dominus used, but Angel gifted the kill here by the rest of his team. LGD trying to answer in the top side.
The only saving grace for LGD is Kramer in this bottom lane. Infinity Edge completed, Zeal underway as well. Like, this guy is, at least from a damage perspective, super strong. So if LGD are able to get on top of Suning, they do have a carry that they can work through. The issue is getting on top of Suning.
Suning now going to hammer away in the mid lane as well. They get themselves a tier 2 here. And in the meantime, Angel gets to grab another tower on the bottom side of the map. We are rocketing ahead on the side of Suning as they build themselves a 5,000 gold lead now. They're 2 Drakes up as well. They've got 4 towers to 2. This feels like it's all going the way of the Lions. What can LGD do now? How do they get back into this game? Because they definitely have some late game pressure with this Orianna.
They got to do hit and run. They got to try and hide off in the side here, see if they can catch out members of LGD. But pick
to the skies onto a minion pin. That was just beautiful.
And it's heartbreaking for LGD because they're trying. Peanut's been hiding down there trying to see if he can pick anyone off for so long. Xie using that shockwave to try and catch anyone.
That was like comparable to the collateral damage to get over the wall we saw yesterday. The levels of swag. Flash was available from Bin here. He didn't need to use it. He was like, I'm just going to go on the minion.
Karsa was on a different level. Karsa's ult on Graves over the wall
that was
so
like,
that he could get into it.
That was like, in terms of fashion, that was like your kind of Louis Vuitton level of swag. Whereas Bin bringing it up with, I don't know any more fashion. That's all of my references. God damn it, I've fallen short on this. I guess he's Nike on this one. I guess. I
mean, all right.
Save me, Dagda.
Look, we're going to be looking over towards this Baron that has spawned now. We're 22 minutes into the game. The thing for Suning, though, is going towards Baron is playing a little bit with suicide, because honestly, you up in that pit gives the opportunity for LGD to come in from multiple different angles. They can actually corner you in that pit, and that's where LGD can strike. As long as Suning are able to play back and have multiple escape routes, that's when they're going to be relatively okay. So for Suning, they need to be very careful with how they approach this Baron.
Look at Juan Fongo just hammering away on Peanut. He knows he's safe. With the Iceborne Gauntlet, worth mentioning, he has hit those 2 items we always talk about with Ezreal. On the other side, though, Kramer in a similar situation. He has his Infinity Edge, and he has that Rapid Fire.
The funny thing for Kramer, though, is by going towards this Infinity Edge Rapid Fire, he's actually kind of hurting what LGD need, because all they want, really, is an ability to get on towards Suning. A Storm Razors gives you that option, because if you have Storm Razors Rapid Fire, a slowing auto attack does far more for LGD than a damage buff from...
Here we go. We've got a pick coming on through. As it's SOFM on the front line, uses the Ragnarok, but he's kind of squishy still. Somehow gets out with the movement speed and the tempered fake from Sword Art. Now looking for a Cosmic Finding over the wall. Won't quite find it just yet. As Kramer gets away, hook onto Sword Art. They're trying to shut down the Bard here as the Shockwave comes through. And this is the fight LGD were looking for. Now onto Huanfeng. Angel's there alongside him. The two carries lost in the world here. Huanfeng over the wall to join up with the Zoe of Angel. They are 2v5 though, but Angel ain't stopping for nothing. Does dodge away from the hook coming out from Markline. Xing now forces the flash out from Angel. Huanfeng and Angel just keeping this one going. They're not afraid to keep playing with this idea, but Peanut now over the wall doesn't have his flash available. Huanfeng is pretty low on mana. He still seems to want this 1v5.
I don't know if he can go for the 1v5. Has made his way back towards his own side of the jungle, but Mark is hiding on the wings.
He's tried his best, but now Huanfeng is hooked. I just don't know why he was there. Has to flash away from this one, and he's shut down by Xie. This felt a little overconfident from Suning.
TP for Bin. They're still going for this.
Bin wants to extend the play even further. Shock Blast into the brush here, but Bin, he needs to be careful. No, he doesn't need to be careful. It's Xie that's careful on this one. Bin will go down for his crimes here. And it's a 1-for-1.
I mean, in the extended grand scheme of things, that's a win for LGD. TP from Bin kills across the board. They got the dragon. Suning just gifted LGD the fight they want.
I feel like we are finally seeing the Suning Scrim Gods, but this is the kind of play that you would expect in scrims, right? Where you get a little overconfident, you get yourself a lead, and you start to do some daft play.
But we talked about how these pits, like the Baron pit, are super scary for Suning, because when they start to approach them and they're able to get wrangled in by LGD, that's when LGD can pounce. However, in this case, Suning just said, hey, you know what? Let's go for the engage. Sword Art going in with this magical journey after the Tempered Fate, trying to set up for these easy long-range engages. Gives his life over. Huanfeng gives his life over. Bin TPing in to try and make a play also gives his life across. So Suning definitely need to play this a little bit safer and use the range that is inherent in this composition. Now, Suning control a Baron area though. I don't know. They look like they started it up.
Suning just going to kick this one off, apparently. SOFM not even in the pit here as Mark, the one that has to face check over the wall, though. They were just seeing if they could get away with it, seeing what they could sneak.
Yeah, but again, do need to be careful. At least having the magical journey means they have the...
That was a Ragnarok.
What?
SOFM, I don't know if that was the play, my friend. Just ulting the minions, maybe not the strongest strategy.
Now LGD can turn towards this Baron, though. Try and tempt Suning in towards a play, because they have to try and at least get vision control back, because LGD can still go towards this dragon. Sorry, this Baron.
LGD, though, not actually going to start this one off. They're trying to control vision, make sure that Suning doesn't have any idea of what's going on over on that side of the map, but Suning not falling for the bait just yet. SOFM now going to try and move into that portion of the jungle, but he's got to be careful with his Ragnarok on cooldown.
And you can see LGD starting up this Baron. They're trying to force Suning in here. Being on the bottom side of the map, he's only making his way towards this area.
Huanfeng manages to keep himself safe from the hook. A lot of damage onto Mark. Bin trying to follow up as well, as SOFM going to stop Peanut getting onto the back of the play. Mark went down, and now Len Xing finds himself too deep into Suning's territory. Angel gets the trouble bubble, followed up by Huanfeng for the double kill. Now onto Xie as well for the triple, and now that is the go button for Baron.
LGD can't find the engage that they want. Suning kite back expertly. Now they get the kills and this Baron for themselves, and Suning looking so clean in game 2.
This is what we wanted to see from Suning. This is the kind of mid-game play that we know. This is where they always find their leads. But they didn't even need to find a lead in the mid-game. They found it in the early game, threw it away a little bit, and now get it back.
The thing is, though, we're still seeing difficulties with the engagement calls coming through from LGD, where at the start of this, you can see Mark gets a great hook on towards Huanfeng, but not having LGD there to fully commit towards this play, and then we end up so spread out on LGD's side. Long Xing and Peanut are fully chased in towards his top side, giving Bin access to zone off Xie and Kramer, and it's divide and conquer for Suning. When you've got this much poke, this long range engage, it's so easy for Suning to play around LGD's mistakes.
And this is why we talk about Huanfeng on the Ezreal as well. Using these abilities so perfectly, baits the hook from Mark while he still has his Arcane Shift, so he's completely fine to tank that one up for his team. And then able to clean up the fight beautifully. His True Shot Barrage as well, doing way more damage than I expected.
And even if he doesn't...
Oh, hang on. Shockwave onto Sword Art here. Tempered Fate.
Oh, no.
Sword Art, you might have just taken yourself out. In fact, no, it's Bin that's being taken out, but he gets a whole bunch of damage out before he falls. And it means it's more kills for Wanfong. More damage onto the carry. Quadra kill on the Ezreal. And surely they gift it over. Lanxing cannot get out of this one. You gotta give it to the rookie AD carry in the regionals, the pentakill!
Welcome to the LPL Wanfong. Suning gifting over the penta in the regional finals. Suning setting down the tone for which they hope to continue towards that world stage.
And it's so damn beautiful to see Wanfong living up to the reputation that he is already building for himself. This will be the Nexus falling. This will be Suning repeating their third performance here as they head to a 2-0 scoreline in our regional final.
Suning picking the perfect draft against LGD's composition, executing on it so damn well, and just not giving LGD the opportunity to really find a look in this game.
2-0 for the Lions. What a way to do it as well. And I'm not going to lie, he got a little bit dicey in that mid game when they were playing around the Dragon. But that play, even if it was a little bit silly, even if it looked a bit dicey for them, look, the confidence that Angel and Wanfong are showing on that one is unbelievable. Just dancing around. They are happy to try a 2v5.
I mean, there was standout performances across the board. Bin dominating that top lane, SOFM controlling the jungle against Peanut from the early to mid stages, and then as you talked about, Angel and Wanfong in these fights alongside Sword Art with these fantastic tempered fates. Like, it just was so damn clean.
And you know, we often talk about trident teams in the LPL, how you've got to carry in each of the lanes. If that damage chart doesn't show you exactly that, I don't know what will.
I mean, look, overall, it has just been so well played from Suning this entire series long. And from the get-go, we said, look, SOFM read LGD like a book. From the very get-go, we said, look, Peanut wants to try and move in towards his top lane, get this Renekton matchup in Lanxing's favor, and he wasn't able to do so because SOFM invaded topside, got the vision control, clearing out that jungle on topside over and over, making sure we ended up in a split map situation, which meant Peanut couldn't influence either top or mid, the two prime examples where you need to have that impact.
And Dagda, I have to say, we're getting to the point now where for LGD fans, this is feeling a little reminiscent, right? LGD fans have been waiting for a team to really perform in the way that this name is known for years. And we are so close to this squad making it to Worlds, but it feels so far as well with Suning now 2-0 up. They're a single game away from booking their own ticket, and LGD are a single game away from being knocked into that lower bracket.
It kind of comes with part and parcel being an LGD fan,
yep.
though, right? You are so close. Maybe this time the fate's rewarded, right? But right now, 2-0 down in this series, it's not feeling good for LGD, especially with how dominating they've been. Like, Suning don't... It's not like we've even seen really Suning tested. They've just been able to have their run of the mill in the early game, not really anything coming their direction from LGD's side, and then they get to the mid game and their superior shot calling is shining through.
Suning just look like they're having fun, honestly. They look like they're messing about on the Rift as they get a 2-0 lead. We'll see if this emotional roller coaster for LGD fans can go on the up after this break. We're going to go away for a few minutes and then we'll head over to the desk to break it down a little bit more.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Ain't the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Lady face, caught up to the rock. 유행 선두자, 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 할리우드 goals. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag. 그거 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you like real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause our game will make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. More the night that I hit and 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Yeah, walk in the club, head to the back. VIP, Louis, cognac. DJ booth like the 4th of July. Light show strobing, ladies look fly. I was on a mission, looking for the right one. Caught the eye of a girl like the bright sun. She had a look that I can't describe. Get down to the funk, it's time to get live. Let's funk it up, come on. 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 Walk in the club, head to the back. VIP, Louis, cognac. DJ booth like the 4th of July. Light show strobing, ladies look fly. I was on a mission, looking for the right one. Caught the eye of a girl like the bright sun. She had a look that I can't describe. Get down to the funk, it's time to get live. Let's funk it up, come on. 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 Let's funk it up, come on.
Well, it's one more step away for Suning to hit that World Championship and join Top Esports and JDG. A 2-0 start to the qualifiers. Not what I expected, but it's what I'll take when Suning are playing like that.
Do you hear it, Hysterics? Do you hear the Hakuna Matata coming in closer?
Means no worries, right?
It does. Means no worries for Suning.
For the rest of their days until they get to Worlds, because at this point, it is looking like Suning are the better team in this series, by far.
Yeah, and I mean, that game, it started from the very beginning. It started before, we even got into Champ Select, but we see there, I actually love what Suning came up with.
Yeah.
On the side of LGD, there are a lot of question marks. We went in asking, hey, are LGD going to be willing to blind pick that Renekton with Binge Champion Pool?
Which they did, right? And then we saw, okay, the response Ezreal, but we get all the way towards the end of the draft, and there's something that I know you were questioning there. Running Skarner into what was already received by Suning and the options that SOFM had available.
You know that Zoe's going to run the Unsealed Spellbook, so she'll be able to take that cleanse easily. Ezreal, obviously a very safe champion with that. I mean, Olaf, he countered it into Skarner. You have the Ragnarok. Jace even having that movement speed and the transformation. I don't see how the Skarner gets into, the backline of Suning.
Yeah, it was questionable from the start, and Peanut has shown us that in the past he's like this pick as well. We called them, the Scorpion Kings, because SOFM and Peanut have been the only ones willing to experiment with this, but this time around, Peanut taking it to such a high-stakes matchup, and it flopped.
It exploded even from the beginning where we saw the topside skirmish come out. It was like a 3v3. They were fighting over, the Skarner crystal. All 5 members end up coming towards topside, and they almost kill SOFM. He's on like 10 HP, but he flashes out Sword Art with a very clutch Guardian to give him the shield. Xie sadly flashed in to try to save him, ends up getting taken down and has no flash now for lane.
And has a really rough early game, 0-2 start within the 10-minute mark, and it was a really rough game for Xie, but not for Sword Art, who picked up MVP. Along with the Guardian, it was roaming towards mid. It was early aggression where Sword Art, the dynamic support, just carried Suning through.
He got first blood on the Orianna in that level 1.
Yep.
He makes a 5-minute roam towards the mid lane with that magical journey, finds that first that follow-up kill for Angel. Angel also playing extremely well, but after that point on, Sword Art was everywhere on the map. We saw him making ganks top. We always saw him linked in the river with SOFM. This man was on a journey.
You expect Bard to roam, but Sword Art takes it to a new level, and bullying down Peanut, that was step number 1. Bullying the rest of the team, as you see, Sword Art, SOFM, Angel, all that 3-man pack.
And we started our day saying, hey, this is one of the things you got to look out for. Things like the Ashe, things like the Bard. This is the Suning bread and butter. And with Sword Art getting back on that comfort pick, he really carried the rest of Suning. Not saying, the rest of them didn't play well. Everyone definitely stepping up in this match. But Sword Art just did so much work.
And it's fitting because Sword Art, we can hear him behind stage. We told you in game 1, but he is still so loud, so vocal. He's leading Suning to Worlds so that he can make his way back on stage, just like the good old Flash Wolves days.
We have to remember that he wasn't able to go to Worlds last year. It was kind of like his vacation from the international stage, coming over to Suning, having those flops with this lineup. Suning trusted him. He clearly trusted the organization, and they rebuilt this lineup around him. And I mean, if you're going to put any star-studded rookies with any veteran player, Sword Art is definitely the one to do it with.
He is. It's been 2 long years. I love that you bring up the story here because it has been a real storied time for Sword Art. Leaving the LMS is a big journey. Didn't have the same success as someone like Casa, who he'd played with for a very long time. Maple was on this roster at one point, and they didn't have the same success.
I'm just saying, Force 4 LMS titles. Sword Art has 6.
All right. Not the same success in the LPL, right?
Yeah.
All right. Look, LMS title's one thing. LPL, a whole different ballgame. This league still exists, to say the least, as well. I don't know if that's okay.
Why are we bantering about the LMS?
Throwing shade about the LMS, even though... anyway, moving forward.
Let's also mention real quick, though, that Huanfeng, of course, getting that pentakill was set up for him by his team, but so great getting a pentakill when you're now 1 step away from going to Worlds. All the pressure on your soldiers in your rookie year, phenomenal.
Because we're past, looking at Huanfeng and saying, oh, he's a good player. It's now, how good is he going to be on the world stage? Because I think that's a very relevant discussion, considering that Suning are knocking on the door of that 3rd seed, and with the performance like this, I would say it's very well deserved. During the regular season, a lot of discussion about Suning. I was very pessimistic about their place, about their standing. This game, and even seeing the 3rd place match relate to this series now, makes me believe that Suning could be a very strong 3rd seed.
Me and you were just talking off camera like, oh, I guess, that 3rd place match, Suning were playing completely serious. It was actually legit. And, again, coming in with a great performance here today, I wonder how draft will change going into the next game because, again, when you looked at what LGD had, it was hard to see any avenues or windows they would have to be able to like bring this game forward.
Because LGD have opted for blue once again, so they want to see what they get with this first pick. Remember last time around, it was the Renekton that we had a chat about. And although Suning didn't have this hard counter towards it, we saw Bin pull Jace back up into that top lane. He's still one lane. Bin has still been, the better top laner of the series.
I think you potentially might need to open the Syndra and at least be able to trade, priority mid laners. Because we saw there, he took the Orianna. Sure, he fell behind early, so it's really hard to judge. He blue flash at level 1, so he constantly got pushed in. But having something like the Syndra to contest lane priority, or maybe he gets the Zoe once again and Angel takes the Syndra, still you have an avenue to play out through that mid lane, and it also opens your jungle pool so much more.
Give more options here to LGD because they're on death's door. Now they do have another chance against either IG or FPX in the 4th seed for Worlds matchup. But you want it here. You want 3rd seed. You want to get your way into groups. It's still important. And you still just want to add some fire and not get drowned out by Suning.
I'm just going to say, to keep quoting the Lion King, LGD need to do what Pumbaa said. You need to put your behind in your past. You need to look forward, Hysterics.
Very good quote. Quoting because the line on Suning, right?
Of course.
All right. Sorry, I'm a little bit slow today. But for LGD, at the very least, they're meant to be a storied organization. Don't shake your head at me. A storied organization. I mean, we got 4 out of 5 members on this roster that have been to Worlds. You expect so much more considering they made that run from round 1. They got all the way up against JDG, took a game, and then were favorites to put up a contest here today.
And they looked solid in that game. But again, the questions always existed. What would happen if those priority picks that they had in the Twisted Fate and Italy kept getting banned out, and they do that? And I just can't stress enough how LGD really need to readapt their draft. I don't know if that's maybe not even opening both Syndra and Zoe, just first picking the Zoe instead of the Renekton, putting Longxing on some kind of tank who can take the pressure. But something needs to be different next game. You need some priority coming through your mid jungle that we talked about.
Even if we get something that can influence topside, like we talked a little bit about how these side lanes are being affected by people like Xie and Peanut influencing that as well. Putting Longxing back on the Camille, putting him on something that can split push.
At the same time, right, Orianna Skarner is never a 2v2 that's going to get pressure mid and be able to make those roams to those sides. I definitely feel like it starts with the mid jungle, but I agree. It'd be great to see some more onus in the side lanes as well.
Yeah, and get LGD some momentum in this series. It's important because this is like, for me, going to be such a big gap between Suning if they make it with a 3-0 and then our 4th seed. More importantly, Suning up there with the big boys in JDG and top esports. And I'm talking like they've already won the series. That's not true.
Yep.
But again, feels like Suning had this one, grasped tightly, talking about draft there. And it is kind of fun to talk about the storyline that SOFM is 1 game away from going to Worlds. After like 8 years.
Everyone has waited for this moment for so long. And again, a lot of people feel like we've seen the peaks of SOFM. We were long past them. And sure, he's been a decent jungler still, but showing up when it matters. This has been the story of a lot of our veteran players.
I mean, he's so young. He's still like 23 years old, but it's just the amount of games he's played, the time he spent in the LPL under Snake for almost 5 years. He was up there as a franchise player with Flandre.
I mean, didn't come over to Suning until this year.
Yes, that's right. This was his first major change, and the fact that SOFM left the team when Flandre stopped playing and SOFM had to step up, and he went over to this team. We thought, maybe does this change it? No. We were wrong. I was wrong, specifically. I said LGD 3-1 here, Lyric. Obviously, that can't happen anymore. I'm happy to be proven wrong because Suning so far are playing great League of Legends. As we go into the Game 3 and throw over to our casters, let's see if SOFM can finally make it to Worlds.
I guess we'll have to find out. And after all of this time, SOFM, it just stands for Suning on fire, man. How much was his Dagda? We're going into Game 3, and LGD are struggling because SOFM has complete control of anything he wants.
Yeah, SOFM has been absolutely insane. Like, his jungle control in the early point of the game has just shut down Peanut entirely. He's making plays like crazy on these Lee Sin picks. He's just looking absolutely insane today.
Yeah, looks unbelievable, and the whole squad alongside him as well. Huanfeng has been set up for massive success, and it feels fantastic as an AD carry. When you're on a team that sets you up in the way that Suning do for Huanfeng, he gets a ton of solo time to just farm up in the bottom side, and then he gets to the team fights. Everyone else is already ahead. He just gets to sweep up the kills.
And I didn't expect SOFM, especially as we came in today, to have so much insane pressure in the early game against Peanut. And as you said, like setting up Huanfeng, setting up Angel as well in this mid lane, who's looked absolutely stellar on the Zoe. We're looking towards Bin in this top lane on the Jace, who's just smacking around Longxing. Like, it has just been a case of Suning across the board, outperforming and outmatching everyone on LGD's side.
I'm so happy to see it. I'm so happy to see Suning living up to their potential as well. Like, let's bear in mind, Suning, this is the team that came in. They beat V5, and I think a lot of people, especially in the Western audience, were not expecting that at all. And now, after falling in the semi-finals top esports, which, you know, to some extent could have been expected, right? Now in the regionals, they show up once more. They're showing up in the same way they did in the third place match. And let's go over to the other side of the board here, because LGD as well. This is not the team that I expected to show up today. I expected to see more of what we saw against IG back in the quarterfinals.
And I mean, look, we can talk about how the draft just has not been going the way of LGD, and that's why they've struggled. Oftentimes, we're not getting the hands in the Nidalee, the Twisted Face, which have been so instrumental to that win over Invictus Gaming. But also, just the fact that when we look at how they've been playing these early games, the Skarner has not worked out at all. They haven't been able to solidify these early wins because of just jungle pathing, but also the way they played around objectives like those early dragons. It really does feel like LGD, even when they get these leads, don't really know how to do anything with them.
All right, well, it's been this time that gets the Renekton for himself and SOFM with an early Lilia pick. We talked about SOFM getting the counter picks in the jungle, but he's happy to go for this blind.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you're going to probably see something like the Kindred of the Graves come in over here for Peanut. We'll go towards the Kindred. Lilia is a champion that does struggle when you can get in and invade her, so maybe we can see Peanut, especially with the help of Xie on the Zoe, get in and cause a bit of disruption for SOFM, but you've gone for an AP mid or jungler, you can go towards Lucian in the mid, and now that priority that you're hoping to play through from Xie's side is completely gone.
And Angel has a lot of ability to play in the early game. When you think of Angel across the course of this year, it's been things like the Azir that really stood out to me. But over in summer, he moved away from more of these late game carries, went towards things like the Zoe, Orianna, the Syndra. Now bringing a Lucian, which is a super early game power spike champion.
And we know that this was expected. LGD in the third, fourth place match actually banned this every single game against Angel. Now it's managed to slip through along with SOFM bringing out this Lilia. So I'm excited to see what Suning can do. And with the way that this series has gone so far, LGD not being able to punish early aggression, I feel like they can look to scale in towards a super strong mid game off the back of these two picks.
Thresh going to be banned away from Mark here. Is Ezreal taken off the board? Huanfeng does not get that comfort that he's used to. And Ashe is the answer from Suning, as they may well be leaning towards the Jhin. Huanfeng, he was one of the early adopters of the Jhin in the LPL.
But the thing here is that LGD have gone towards a super late game composition. Like, you're looking at a double AD carry build, you've got this Ornn, they've got the Zoe here as well. Like, when we get to the late game, they are going to be incredibly strong. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Kramer go towards something that's a little bit more late game orientated, or even towards something like the Senna. Just try and facilitate all the damage that's already here on the LGD side.
Jhin we talked about going to be hovered, and you'd expect that one to be locked in. It is kind of the standard at this point, especially once Caitlyn, Ashe, Ezreal are banned off the board. Even often before the Ezreal is going to be locked in, and now up to the side of LGD to see what they do go for in that model.
I want to look at this combo though, because you're looking at Jhin and Lilia. This is such a potent combo where you can get that long-range bowling ball from the Lilia in towards something like a Deadly Flourish, which then can set up for some of these really nice pick potentials to come through on Suning's side. So you got to be very careful in LGD how you approach this. And as we talked about, Senna being hovered here from Kramer, looking good, at least for the style of team fight LGD are looking.
I've just pictured something in my mind there, Dagda. Huanfeng goes for the curtain call as SOFM gets sleep on multiple people in range, just pops the sleep on each and every one of them like shooting tin cans off of a shelf. We'll see if that can happen though as we get across the game here. As you rightly say, Kramer going with the Senna. The Tom Cage Senna, this is something that we've seen 1,000 times before in the bottom lane, but Mark actually going more aggressive. Get some hard engaged with the team.
Yeah, and look, I think this is a nice job here on LGD's side. I actually like the draft that they've gone for, because as you talked about, look, you've got a very burst-heavy composition coming through on Sunning's side between this mid lane Lucian, who tends to build much more AD focused rather than sustained damage focused. Lilia as well, who wants to go in with this big watch out Eep. The fourth shot from Jin. When you look at the way Sunning wants to play, LGD have a lot of answers. You've got healing coming through from this Senna. You've got the deniability of the deaths coming through on Peanut as well. Plus this great engage tool, which allows them to jump in on top of Sunning. So at least if LGD can make it to this late game, they have answers for what Sunning want to do.
I just want to, this is not really that important, but I just want to say Sunning drafted in the exact order of their draft. They didn't have to do any trades. That was
satisfying.
incredibly satisfying to watch. But one thing I will say as well is the level 1 on the side of Sunning is real scary. With a Braum and a Lucian, I could easily see Sunning going for an invade here.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they didn't, especially as you have, well, Braum, amazing, but also when you look at the side of LGD, you don't really have anyone that's particularly strong in these level 1 invades, apart from Ornn, who could maybe get a multi-man knock up with the Searing Charge. But even then, I'd still give it pretty heavily in favor of this Sunning side.
Honestly, at this point in the series, with how the first 2 games have gone, it didn't really matter on the draft. I'd give it the way of the Sunning side because they are just looking dominant in LGD. They felt like they've not known quite where to go, how to do this one, and with LGD having this Leona for Mark, maybe this is what they needed. We're lunching on the Ornn in that top side as well. Having that hard engage when we get to the team fights, maybe, just maybe, we can see the prevalence and the experience of this roster.
Well, the thing here for Sunning is they've got a great opportunity here. 3 winning lanes that they can look to play through if they want to. Like, I want to see if Sunning can try and force this aggression with SOFM having so much control from his lane states.
Well, we're heading into game number 3 of our Day 1 regional finals here. It's Sunning against LGD 3rd place versus 4th, and Sunning 2-0 up are on the cusp of getting to Worlds.
I never know if we're going to get the Giles or not, so I'm kind of hovering for a second.
It's tentative. It's tentative at best. We're getting onto the map, though. Game number 3 here, Sunning are blowing LGD out of the water in this series. LGD fans across the world are in an absolute state right now, and I can't say that I blame them after they've had such a damn good split. They're at the final hurdle here, and they will have another lifeline. There's a lower bracket for them to fall to, but Sunning, they're looking to get home in a hurry at this rate.
Well, at least when we look at Sunning, they've got a composition that can definitely get off the bat nice and early. SOFM opting for this Dark Harvest build, so you tend to go with the Dark Harvest into something like the Nimbus Cloak as your secondary, foregoing the phase rush, and instead looking to be a heavy damage dealer in these fights as he scales up those Dark Harvest hits.
Sword Art moves in with the sweeper to make sure that they can get some vision. Shie tries to hit with a paddle star, won't quite connect. And Peanut might just be forced out of his own jungle here. That was nice from Angel to clear the vision, but it looks like Sunning perhaps will back away. No, I'm wrong on that one. Sword Art steps back in. He's happy to tank up as Swampong moves in. They've got a pinch going, and they're looking for Peanut. Sword Art happy to be that aftershock as the concussive blow stacking onto Mark, forces the flash. In the meantime, Bin is 1v1ing the enemy jungler, forces him out. This is just sheer dominance already for Sunning. This will be SOFM's 3rd camp.
And this is the issue now. Peanut has nothing on this bot side. He's going to have to go towards his top. SOFM can do a very quick transitional through mid and then move and contest on this top side. Only issue, though, is with Bin teleporting so late, it will mean that Longshin can move across early. Either way, though, 3 quadrants of the map belong to SOFM.
And a bot lane as well. Kramer's in trouble here. Will take a bit of damage, but not quite enough to finish anything off. Not enough to burn any summoners in the bottom side.
Great start here from Sunning, and as we talked about, Sunning, a composition that really wants to hit home in this mid game with the Lilia, with Angel as well on this Lucian. So their ability to get off the ground here in this early game and set themselves up already with a 400 gold lead is looking pretty damn good.
And it has to be said that when we think about these two teams, when we set up who these teams are at the start of the day, it was LGD that we expected to be the ones trying to put their best foot forward and get an aggressive early game going. This time around, it's Sunning with a much more aggressive composition, especially this Lucian in the mid lane. You expect Angel to really be trying to strut his stuff this game.
Yeah, Angel is going to be able to control this lane so well against Xie. Even especially when he hits 6, does have that kill pressure available if he's able to set up a nice culling. The bigger issue here is that with Xie no longer having control of this mid lane, this Kindred pick just falls off a cliff. You can't get in to try and invade the enemy jungle when you've got 3 losing lanes, and it makes it a lot easier for SOFM to control Peanut's marks.
SOFM's a level up as well, so likely we'll be able to win the 1v1. Bin's in a bit of trouble as he gets bonked by the hammer along Xing. But SOFM definitely will grab himself this Scuttle Crab. Has the smite available if he needs it, but there's not even enough of a contest from Peanut to deem that worthy. Now Peanut moves towards his top side, but he's spotted on a ward. He'll try and clear that away. I don't know if you can really contest for camps. Bin needs to be careful.
He can kind.
Oh, Zenith played at the bottom side here as Wonfong has to use the cleanse to get out of the play. Now turning it around onto Mark, but nice little sidestep to get away from the roof.
So you can actually contest camps here as Peanut simply because of how low Bin is, but we'll have to wait and see as they're actually looking to try and poke underneath this tower.
Not going to be able to do it too well as Bin able to sweep up most of that CS. Peanut taking a good chunk. SOFM is 2 levels up in the jungle right now. We are 4 minutes in, and he's flashing over the wall to try and find Peanut, who still has his own flash. That's now forced out. Another advantage for SOFM.
And now where do you try and go as Peanut? SOFM has already backed. He's going to be able to move down towards his bottom side as well.
Look at the CS numbers. They are reversed right now. 13 to 31. We got a symmetrical scoreboard in the jungle, and SOFM, he's loving life.
And this is the biggest thing is this Lilia is trying to just get around uncontested. Use this super fast clear speed. If you end up in a situation where you've got someone who can try and duel against you like a Lee Sin, you really struggle. However, with a 2-level lead and already getting a couple of these Dark Harvest procs rolling in her favor, SOFM is just going to be able to take over this jungle matchup and have full control of wherever he goes.
And that'll be the question, though. Where does he go next? Peanut will grab this bottom side Scuttle Crab. You can see SOFM on his Gromp in the meantime. That'll be the first stack of the game for Peanut. So keep your eyes on the bottom left when we do look at this Kindred on what he's able to do to get towards those 4 stacks. But again, I already mentioned a 2-level lead in that jungle. It could only get worse from here as well with the way SOFM's playing.
And especially with how fast Lilia clears, plus all those advantages, it's not looking good for Peanut trying to get those stacks, but we'll have to see if he can maybe use the brief timing windows like he did on that bottom side with Kramer and Mark finding that push in and moving over to help at that scuttle.
Shing on the top side of the map here. He's getting close to level 6 himself as we move over to watch SOFM clearing towards the top side. Both top laners have their flashes available, but it could be something that SOFM can look towards.
I imagine here SOFM is just trying to farm. Like, this is a composition that very heavily wants, like, the Essence Reaver and the Manamune completed on towards Angel. You want Wonfong to have the Storm Razor Rapid Fire Cannon completed. So these are the big ticket items that we're waiting on Sunny to complete, and the likes of Leandri's Torment.
This is nice from Bin. Waits for the Bellows Breath before going for the stun there. Nice trade in the top side. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Waiting for a couple of items to go on through before they can really just force fights. But Bin, in the meantime, you don't need items for this to be a great matchup for Renekton. Now Dominus pop because SOFM is off towards the top side himself.
Sleepy
He
time.
can go for the Lilting Lullaby if he wants to. There's the sleep, but Bellows Breath blocks it. It's not going to matter. First blood to the Croc.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's sleeping with the fishes now. Longxing sent back to base. You're already getting these turret plates taken by Bin. And once more, Bin is dominating Longxing in this top lane. The matchup favoring this Renekton. Longxing going towards the Orin for the team fights, but this lane phase is going to be a struggle from now on.
Yeah, I'm just nervous about whether or not LGD can make it to the team fights. Because look at the goal. We're 7 minutes in. There's only 1 kill, but that's not going to stop Suning racking themselves a 2,000 gold lead already. That jungle CS difference isn't getting any better. We've got one building up in the top lane. We've got one building up in the mid lane as well.
And I didn't expect SOFM to just school Peanut this entire series.
No.
Like, SOFM has been fully in control. Peanut now trying to see if he can sneak away the dragon, but as you can see, level 4 to level 7, he needs a lot of help.
2,000 on the dragon. You can see SOFM moving over, but I think this should go down before he can reasonably get here. Looks like he's going to concede that and go towards his wolves instead. Peanut will be able to finish it off.
Like, it's nice that you're getting dragon, But the thing for Peanut is that the experience that you get from Dragon isn't oftentimes worth the amount of time invested, especially as Peanut was only level 4. So SOFM is using this time. He's cleared his wolves. He's now double clearing these 2 camps as well, and he's going to be able to move towards this top side. He's just outpacing Peanut once more, and now you're just getting into this point where, cool, first Dragon goes across, it's a cloud, soon he pick up the rest, and there's nothing Peanut can do.
And like SOFM, he's level 7, he's heading towards level 8, while Peanut hasn't even got his ultimate yet. Like, this is a Kindred without Lamb's Respite available. We are getting to a point where SOFM is so damn far ahead. You can see he's already finished his Runic Echoes in the jungle. Peanut's not even got his complete jungle item.
I don't know what Peanut's going to do, and especially as a Kindred, like, we talked about LGD having the late game with this double AD carry build. You got a lot of damage coming through from Xie. Xie right now is having to babysit Peanut so he can get some of this farm back in his favor, forgoing his own lane state, and it's not going to get any easier. And that late game where maybe LGD can win out is taking a lot longer to get to than expected.
SOFM gets to start this Herald off, and it's not often that you see in a professional game that the Herald is not contestable on just gold lead alone. But, like, there is no way Peanut can step up to this objective with SOFM, who is now 3 levels ahead, by the way. And I feel like we're just harping on this jungle matchup, but with this kind of lead, you have to.
Well, let's move it over to the lanes, right? Because without jungle intervention, Bin continues to win, Angel continues to win. You can already see those CS leads starting to gain favor, and there's the kill pressure we're talking about. Xie, though, able to get away from the Cully.
Yeah, had this spell book, so heals himself up there. We'll be all right in the end. And Bin getting behind the tower. Herald in the pocket of SOFM. Let's bear in mind, Bin already got 3 plates on this one, so the Herald will finish this one off. And Lan Xing, he's got flash, but he knows he's in trouble here. He knows there's no way out of this one. Tower goes down, and Bin begins the chase. There are no teammates nearby. Lan Xing being put in the dumpster by Bin.
And there's nothing you can do. SOFM, he's got true damage. You got the CC galore of both these players. Sword Art's just here, rooting them on from the sideline, going, you got this, guys. It's an easy pickings. And Suning are once again decimating LGD. And fourth was a 3-0. I don't know, but this is looking fairly similar.
Yeah, we're at 10 minutes. The top lane towers has already gone in favor of Suning. They are 4,000 gold ahead. And the crazy thing to me is how effectively they have built this gold lead for themselves when they've only taken 1 tower across the map, when they've only got 2 kills. They have a 4,000 gold lead. That is just incredible.
It's a 30 CS lead for SOFM at 10 minutes into the game. He is 3 levels above his lane opponent, or his jungle opponent right now, and he is matching the levels of his own solo laners. That is how far ahead SOFM is. He has taken everything on this map, and usually where the jungler starts to fall behind at this point, he's so far ahead.
You know, coming into playoffs, if we go back a couple of weeks, when I think about these 2 junglers, if you told me that we were going to go to the regional finals and the series would be won on jungle diff, I would not have believed you if you told me it was SOFM coming out on top. But Peanut is not performing here today. And SOFM, he feels like he has transformed as a player over the course of the summer split. He's only got better and better. And now we're seeing just this beautiful peak here in the regionals.
Yeah, and now it's like, all right, well, Bin winning, Angel winning. Right, one lane that isn't quite there yet is Huanfeng, so let's invest in that bottom lane. TP, though.
And Lan Xing wants to invest in this bottom lane as well. Huanfeng is just going to flash away from this one. Dodges everything. Will just about survive. No, he won't. That ain't no projectile. Sword Art does nothing about it. So Kramer grabs himself a kill.
LGD realizing, look, this last bastion of hope is this bot lane. We need to do something. TP down to the bottom lane where the brief moment where Bin can't threaten that tier 2. They do get that play. They get some gold in Kramer's favor, but it feels like a drop in the ocean of the lead of Suning.
Yeah, in the meantime, Bin gets some free time to just shove away in this top side of the map. Won't be able to get the tower for himself, but it's another wave that we're going to see missed on the side of LGD. And he'll still get some time to get a bit of a split push going.
And now Suning will be able to secure this second dragon for themselves, the mountain. And honestly, at that point, then you're looking down at either an Infernal or an Ocean Soul. So Suning are going to be able to put so much pressure towards these dragons, but LGD struggling to answer.
Now we look at SOFM moving into the enemy jungle here. And LGD wondering if they can contest at all. Trouble Bubble not going to land as that's a solar flare onto Sword Art, but he's a tanky old guy. Slumber comes through onto the Kindred as Mark is just hung out to dry by the rest of his team. And now they can move straight towards the dragon that you mentioned before. Angel didn't even need to move over to the 5.
LGD didn't expect Bin to be there. They thought, hey, look, he's got teleport, he'll battle against Longxing, but Suning are happy to give over some of these turret plates to the Ornn. It's only getting them back into...
Good damage out of Xie there in the mid lane, but Culling is going to answer all of that. And Angel now has Xie in burst range, but bear in mind, that is an Ignite on the Zoe. There is a lot of threat on both sides.
There is an opportunity here for Suning to go for a play on this bottom side, though. As this wave collapses, you've already got SOFM who's in a position to make these moves, and I want to see SOFM at this stage now getting more impactful in this bottom lane, because...
Here we go. Curtain Call comes in. There's a TP being channeled from Bin that we've mentioned was already available here. Kramer gets under the tower. Fourth shot will land onto the AD carry. Now for the dive. The minions aren't here, but you know what? Bin is happy to tank this one up. Sword Art goes down, though. Nicely done by Kramer. He answers with his own life, but it's 2 for 2 on this one. Now Peanut arriving, trying to answer onto Bin. Huanfeng moving over as the Renekton ready in the brush. You don't want to face check a crocodile.
No, you do not. And a bit unfortunate for Sword Art there, as Bin didn't actually manage to connect with the Slice and Dice thanks to the flash from Kramer, so Sword Art ends up tanking up. Suning do get the tower though, they get the double kill, and they're trading turret plates for one turret plate for Xie, which isn't ideal, but it's a plate. And Longxing, I mean, it doesn't matter how many plates he gets.
Kramer played this so beautifully, able to get the first kill right off of the bat as Bin goes underneath the tower. Sword Art just annihilated.
Yeah, really well played from Kramer, and if there's a standout player on LGD this series, it has been Kramer. Every single game, he has been the one that's trying to carry, having good scorelines, getting towards those items at the right point in time, but it's just LGD not actually able to support him. Sitting 3-1, Manamune completed, Zeal for that rapid fire underway as well, but Kramer's not going to hard carry as a Glacial Augment Senna.
Well, he's going to need to, because he's 3-1 right now, and he got a whole bunch of shutdown gold as well, because bear in mind, he got that kill onto SOFM, which is going to be crucial for him, as he has already got that Mana Moon. But will be able to escape with the Curse of the Black Mist there, which I have to say, always reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Like, that, I feel like that was directly just taken from the name of that movie. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know what to say here for LGD. I don't know how they come back from this one. They do have a lot of late game potential, but even that trade, right? It goes 2 for 2, but the tower still goes the way of Suning. They still get all of those plates for themselves. Longxing will be able to at least get one tower in the top side.
They need to try and preemptively go towards where Suning are going to angle up next. Like, you've got Rift Herald there, but Peanut's already decided, hey, look, I'm going to back towards the bottom side. I would have preferred if LGD had gone back earlier, made a play towards Bin in the top side as they're getting that tower down, then maybe you can take a fight as a numbers advantage. But at this stage, you're hoping for a lot of mistakes to come through from Suning, from which LGD could capitalize.
It's going to be Suning grabbing themselves the Rift Herald. They've already got 2 tier 1s. There's only the mid lane remaining, but LGD will answer in the bottom side here. This is just going to be a traded tier 1.
Sorry, I'm laughing. SOFM has finished his jungle item and a Leandri's Torment, as his mid and bot lane have just finished their first
Just
item.
look at the left of your screen, right? SOFM, 2,500 gold up just in his matchup alone.
He's the most gold in the game!
16 minutes. That is just bonkers. And now he wants to extend that a little bit. Moves towards this bottom side. Xie caught by the Swirl Seed, but he won't commit. It's Huanfeng engaged upon by Longxing, but he won't commit either. Everyone just backing away.
It is just Suning suffocating out LGD, though. Moving into the jungle, getting this vision control down. They have been here as well, just for a little bit. Sword Art doesn't quite get the knock up onto Peanut after that lilting lullaby hits.
I think he got like a tiny bit of the knock up, the very edge of it. I'm not sure. Either way, doesn't matter.
No, not at all. They get away.
I'll get a little specific here.
Look, I mean, what else are you going to do? This isn't a game that is exactly the most breathtaking of League of Legends. And I feel sorry for you after that 5-game series yesterday.
Like,
now
don't feel sorry for me, Dagda. Feel sorry for LGD fans. This season has been so damn promising for this team. Peanuts looked amazing. Xie stepping up. Kramer, all of his inconsistencies seemed to be behind him. But now we get to the regional finals. We get to the point where it truly matters. And this team that annihilated IG, just, it doesn't even feel like I'm watching the same team.
And it really does come back towards a lot of different things. But the main one for me is the draft. Like, all 3 games, Suning have just completely outdrafted LGD. Again, here in this game, you've got this Lucian pick that came in against that first pick, Zoe. They go with the Lilia as well, that supports that AP damage you need. Peanut, not able to invade because of the losing lanes. It feels like LGD keep putting themselves into this rut that they need so much more to climb out.
Angel's going to be in the mid lane as he clears that one up with Sword Art, because Dragon's coming up in 15 seconds. And let's be honest, we're at a point in the game here where I don't think LGD can realistically contest this one. They still need a long old time before they're scaled up to a point where they can just fully teamfight. I say that though, they look like they're moving in.
I mean, they've got to try and do something, right? It feels like a little bit of a Hail Mary play, but Suning already have this Dragon down. LGD looking to trade it for mid lane turret damage, but they can't even get the wave in pushed fast enough.
Now Suning moving over. Sword Art is ready to step forwards and force a play. In goes SOFM with a flash forwards. They're just going to get onto Mark for now. Turns himself golden and will flash on towards Bin instead. Bin dashes out of the play himself and culling across the teams as well. Both teams is staying at arm's length here. Sword Art does take a trouble bubble, but realistically, it's no trouble for him. Now they go in onto Kramer, taken down immediately as SOFM. He's got the dots and he's dancing around the play. Lanxing will be taken out with a Swill Seed. And oh dear, LGD, it's all falling apart.
Splash damage is just as deadly as any other as they manage to get the kill there for SOFM. Dragon goes their way, towers are going their way, and in 19 minutes, they may just crack the base.
They might just get an in-hit for themselves here as SOFM showing us why this Lilia is a priority pick, what this Lilia can do in the right hands. The in-hit tower will fall, but Suning going to respect the respawn timers that are coming through from the side of LGD.
I mean, Peanut lost half his health and try to, like, shoo them out the door. It says what state Peanut's in, level 10 to the level 12 of SOFM. I mean, he's nearly at the same level as the supports in this case, but great job from SOFM here, kicking things off with that flash in to get the lilting lullaby. But again, these swirl seems devastating in the right hands, and SOFM has been just running a perfect game so far.
And Kramer, unfortunately, getting caught out on that one, gets taken down right at the start. He was the one guy that was doing well on the side of LGD, now loses his bounty. That's given over to the side of Suning. And SOFM grabbing a couple more kills for himself. All of the carries on the side of Suning feeling so damn strong. We still got 3 minutes until that next Infernal Drake, but we do have Baron on the map. And with this kind of lead, I feel like Suning can toy with the idea of just blasting.
And the pick potential on Suning is so strong as well. We just saw with the Huanfeng SOFM combo, but if you try and approach this objective as LGD, you have to be very careful of running into this massive amount of CC on the Suning 9.
One thing I do want to mention here, I got out of time, we've got a team fight on our hands. Sword Art had to take the brunt of the damage for his team, and we'll just walk away with his life. I'm not one to often bring up itemization here, Dagda. It's not really my field of expertise, but I feel like when SOFM is 5-1-3, he's the biggest threat on the side of Suning. Maybe as Lanxing, you should build a little bit of MO.
Well, the thing is that you actually do so much true damage as Lilia that it doesn't matter a huge amount, but here we go.
Been in a 1v1 with Lanxing, but that own combo is real scary. Bit of healing comes on through. Xie misses everything though, and Bin gonna get himself into the brush. He might turn this one around, gets the stun down, can't quite finish him, but he's keeping himself alive. There's the Dawn Shadow, it takes everyone, and Raid Boss Bin is down.
It does take Kramer though once again, like, come on guys, let's get something going here. Kramer 4-2-0, but I don't think there's anything chill about this guy right now because he's trying to hard carry this game as Suning with an answer for this bot lane play.
Kramer is doing his damnedest, but this is going to be a tier 2 going down in favor of Suning on the top side of the map. And you're happy to trade your top laner for a tier 2 tower. The Colonel, he had turned the graph up for a second there, but it goes right back down the way of Suning.
And I mean, 30% is very generous for LGD right now, because honestly, that graph would be right the way down if I had control of this game. Suning are so far in the lead. Infinity Edge Essence Reaver completed for Angel. You've got that rapid fire now completed for Huanfeng, making it so much easier for Suning to begin these engages. It just feels like you don't have an answer on the LGD side.
And I just want to reiterate what is on the line. For anyone that's just tuned in, this is a game to qualify for Worlds. This is a best of 5 that Suning are on the cusp of winning. And when you look across their roster, 4 of the players on Suning have never made it to Worlds before. Maybe don't have time to talk about that, though, because Lanxing has been slowed down and rooted up. Xie throws the trouble bubble, but he won't quite connect. And when we look across the lineup for Suning, Peanut now going to be put to sleep. Uses his Lamb's Respite to keep himself safe. There's a root coming through as well. And the engage comes on in. Lamb's Respite already on cooldown as Lanxing tries to tank for his team, but he just ain't tanky enough. Falls to the damage, and now the curtain call. It's like fish in a barrel here. Mark going to be stunned up by the concussive blows, and Huanfeng happy to take credit for the kill. Over the wall goes SOFM. He's going to watch out his way to safety.
And Suning are going to go towards Baron. Great pick off from Suning. LGD trying to get something back.
Oh, Swordart,
I'll tank it for you. I got this.
Get down, Mr. President.
There's nobody shooting at me.
Xie's going for this one. He's onto Angel, trying to force a play, but Swordart just completely deters everything. Hops over the wall. Everyone gets out scot-free.
Suning now over towards this Baron. Maybe Xie can get some poke damage off, but I'd be very surprised if he can even make a difference here.
Throw a bubble in. It's onto SOFM. Definitely the target he wanted, but he can't quite follow up onto the bubble. Scryer's Bloom into the pit. This Baron is going to go down. The question is, can LGD find anything off the back of the play? Bubble onto Huanfeng. This is the opportunity, but cleansed away. Peanut can't find his way over the wall just yet. SOFM waiting in the wings, but the recalls are going to come on through. LGD will have to settle for this dragon.
Suning, though, may still look to try and contest the bowling ball.
Well, it's swirling, that's for sure. I don't know if that's going to achieve much. He's just going to push the wave on the top side here. SOFM is not resetting.
No, he's going to try and shove in, just make this wave into a bit of an awkward position. He knows Dragon is gone, so might as well pick up a little bit more farm for himself since he's just matched Huanfeng. Just needs to make sure he surpasses him, you know?
And now is my chance, Dagda. This is the moment, right? We've got 5 Worlds attendees in this game. 4 of them are on LGD. They'd love to make it back to that tournament, but Suning are on the cusp of denying them. Swordart, however, he is a veteran of the World Championship. He went in 2013, 15, 16, 17, 18. He missed 19, and he wants to go back in 2020, Dagda.
But what an incredible story for Suning, who 2017, this organization was created, and now they're looking at their first Worlds.
Suning moving in, but they're stunned up. This is a great combo out of LGD, and maybe their opportunity. SOFM flashes away from the knockup, but followed up on, and will go down. Finds one for himself onto Xie before he drops. But Bin never found a way into the play.
Nicely done from LGD. Quick kills coming through. Xie giving his life for the cause. He has got that Rabadon's death cap completed, so he's going to be hurting quite a bit. But great engage here from Lanxing, and this is why the Orin is often banned against Lanxing. He is really good at finding these engages that matter. It just, you need so many more of these to try and make this work.
Yeah, I mean, look, they got themselves some kills here. They did find themselves an advantage, but I don't want to get too excited too quickly. Because LGD, they got to do that like another 3 times before they're going to be able to even things up in the game. Baron already went down. We've got another Infernal Drake coming up 3.5 minutes. The one big silver lining, though, for LGD is, let's remember, this is a late game composition that they're running. We are heading towards the late game. We're at 25 minutes in this one. But importantly, there is no Elder Dragon coming anytime soon because LGD got those 2 Drakes earlier on in the game. They're going to slow down the super late game win conditions from Suning.
And the Baron didn't really net anything for Suning. It's about to wear off, but because of that nice engage from Lanxing, maybe gets an outer turret for their cause, but Swordart is snuck in behind here.
Bin's trying to, he's just going to flash into the play. Dawn of Shadow across the squad. And that stopwatch is going to work wonders here. Tower's still going. Has been tanking this one up. Just about gets out, but shut down in the end by Peanut. Now knock up across the team. The Swordart is trying to get his team out of there. Sacrifices himself, but maybe they don't get away anyway. SOFM pretty low. It's a nice paddle start from Xie, but it's not enough to finish a kill.
Suning were 3v5. They didn't have SOFM. They didn't have Angel, who was pushing mid as well. Way too over-aggressive, and I mean, we're talking about 3 more times.
I'm getting a little bit nervous here, Doctor. Maybe LGD have it.
Yeah, look, I mean, you can see Angel isn't in a position. SOFM is still trying to get up towards this play. Way too far of an overcommittal there from Suning, and they get punished accordingly. And nice job from LGD to find that advantage.
Angel just can't do anything over the wall. Didn't find a way into the play, and Bin just gets locked up. Have to say, Mark played that beautifully. Locking Bin up underneath the tower, making sure the Renekton couldn't do much in the middle of the team. And so I have to ask, since we are getting to a point where it feels like maybe Suning might throw this game away. What is the win condition now for LGD? How do they get themselves back onto the map without it just being Suning stepping too far in?
Well, they can keep making picks like this, Solo.
Damage onto Sword Art, but with the Unbreakable, it's going to be relatively safe on the Braum. Now Curtain Call to answer this one. Lunching, happy to tank it up alongside Mark here on the front line. Realistically, Bonfong's not going to be able to get much done with the fourth shot. It's onto Kramer, but, you know, he heals it up.
Kramer is pretty large, though. I mean, he has that Molten Edge, and I know there's, like, diminishing returns from the crit damage that you do get on towards the center, but still, he is so damn big at this stage with that Molten Edge upgrade that he may just be enough to carry these team fights if LGD can find them. A minute towards this Infernal. If LGD actually manage to get a couple more of these dragons for themselves, they get the soul, everything flips on its head.
Yeah, that would certainly turn it around. However, that's a long old way off. We're good, like, what, 5 and 10 minutes away from
But I mean, if they get this
an
for
Elder
5
Drake
minutes...
coming up.
No, I mean the Infernal Soul. I mean, we're potentially 5 minutes away from an LGD Infernal Soul.
That's true. If they could get the Infernal Soul, especially with the late game prowess that their composition already offers, like, LGD are in a great spot, and wow, what a momentum turn that would be in this series.
They need to contest, though. They're actually backing way too late to try and contest this. Lanxing does have TP in the top lane, but he'd need to have already started moving over towards this. It looks like LGD are going to have to forgo it.
Well, look, it's just a 5-head play tag that they're like, look, we've got to let them have this Infernal Drake so that we can then get the next 2 Infernal Drakes, keep that Elder Dragon even further away in the future. No?
I'm not as convinced.
Maybe just
as
losing
people are
control of the
yeah.
map? No? Okay, well, I'm trying to give him some credit here. I feel like I've been pretty harsh on LGD in this series, but also I feel like they've kind of deserved it. Yeah, like this has been a pretty disastrous performance from LGD. They have got a couple of fights recently, and I'm hoping that they will be able to find something more across this game. Mark is alone on this portion of the map, though, and he does need to be a little bit careful. Suning are all flying over towards this Baron.
This is LGD trying to see if they can make a pick. Mark hoping to catch someone getting vision for this Baron as a spawn after that dragon was going to be taken by Suning, but Suning not falling prey to it, instead backing together, moving in to get vision together, and it's smart. Suning just not giving the opportunity for these picks to happen, and when you're grouped, it's Suning who are in a much more comfortable position.
You look at the SOFM build as well. None of the defensive stuff that we sometimes see. None of this dead man's plate nonsense. He's gone voice staff. He's got himself a needlessly large rod. He's got himself an engage. Sword Art knocked up Rooted as well. But he's all right on this one. Gets out of the play. SOFM now being chased down, and Peanut is in late game territory on the Kindred. AD carry wins.
Actually just managing to beat out SOFM, as we said. Liliat not so great in duels, although at this stage I assumed SOFM would be able to beat him out, but not getting that sleep, not getting that watch out Eep, and LGD turning towards Baron.
Well, SOFM is down. There's no smite on the side of Suning. Let's bear in mind, there's no spell books here. This has to be a miracle team fight now, and Suning somehow on the back foot. Sword Art couldn't get his Unbreakable up in time, and it means that he takes half of his health already. Angel off to the top side here. Sword Art ignited. Curtain Call across the team. Mark tries to deny it, but in the meantime, Peanut forced into the Lamb's Rest by Angel, goes down to the Dawning Shadow. Kramer, as Peanut tries to get chased down, but it's Bin that's shut out of the play instead. LGD are turning this whole game on its head.
LGD are starting the comeback, even in the top side. Mark,
Supportal combat! Sword Art is surely going to go down. The Ignite's not enough. He gets out.
But still, Baron goes the way of LGD. This was the fight. LGD have found pick after pick, Suning throwing away this game, and Baron is now in their hands.
Let's see what on earth happened here, because SOFM getting absolutely annihilated by Peter. He just didn't even get to fight.
No, wasn't even close. Even having that ultimate, couldn't apply it fast enough. Kill goes over the way of Peanut. Now Suning, they have Baron. They have exact amount of time on this Baron buff for when this Infernal Dragon spawns, so maybe the 5-head play is coming true.
You know what? In the name of my prediction, I believe in you, LGD. This is meant to be a 3-1 to Suning, so maybe we need this miracle comeback.
Prediction gods are kind today.
LGD fans everywhere as well are praying that this can continue. LGD would need a reverse sweep to win the series, but this would be the first stepping stone on that path. SOFM trying to clear the jungle. just about gets away on that blast cone as well. And now Suning have to defend in the mid lane. Obviously, against a Baroned up team here, Xie get poked over the wall. Once again, we see Sword Art committed onto knockup onto Huanfeng underneath the tower. Gets out with his life, though, as the whole team is surviving. Bin gets out as well. Lamb's Respite to keep everyone alive on the side of LGD. Route onto Mark. Can they follow up? Curtain call now off the back of the play. Eclipse is fallen off of Mark, and he's sniped out by Huanfeng. Peanut's the next target. No Lamb's Respite, and Suning win a fight.
Xie gets spotted out on the side as well. He's not able to go in with the paddle star. Suning, they get the 2 kills, and now they can look to push down mid.
The Lions are back on the play, and Xie desperate just to get a recall off. Down the mid lane they go. There is no inhibitor tower here. The question is, how much can they find for themselves? 20 seconds on Mark, 30 seconds on Peanut.
Peanut is not going to be up for quite a while. Kramer needs to be careful. A stun could end the game here for LGD.
Get themselves the inhibitor, and they're going to back away. They have those 2 Infernal Drakes for themselves already. They're on Soul Point, and that final dragon will come up for them in 55 seconds.
Now they need to back, though. They need to get these health bars and spend that gold that they've just picked up. In particular, Sword Art, not sitting with any vision left in the inventory, needs to make sure they have control of the river. But we'll see here, LGD, they go way too far forward, and Bin making the big play, flashing forward onto Xie, forcing that early Ram's Respite. And once that's down, Huanfeng opens up, picks onto Mark, sets up the slow on towards Peanut, and from there, Suning can collapse.
Scumbag Peanut there dashes out of the way of the shot, and Mark ends up going down. And then Peanut goes down anyway. But LGD here, setting up for a pick, trying to find something before this dragon happens. Angel could be the target, but he's going to be all right, plays it safe.
Trying to see if you could get that rapid fire proc from Kramer with the Glacial Augment, but not able to do so. Xie misses onto Sword Art.
This is the fight for LGD that they have to find for themselves. They cannot allow Suning to get an Infernal Soul. That would be the end of their hopes of making it to the World Championship here today. They'd still have the lower bracket, but honestly, they don't want that. They want to go home today with a World's ticket. Sword Art could be their ticket there as he takes a huge chunk of damage. Survives for now, but Unbreakable on cooldown could be the go button for Lanxing. Another trouble bubble onto this Brawn, but will be able to keep himself safe here. Culling onto the team. Lanxing forced away. And LGD, they're just losing a poke war right now. Curtain call across the team. There's a knock-up as Lanxing will take the 4th shot. Just about survives, but Mark now on the front line with the stone plate. Desperate to protect his team. Walks away, but it doesn't matter because the Drake is all Suning wanted.
LGD were caught between a rock and a hard place. Mid lane needs to be held together while Dragon is the core to call, but Suning with the poke from Angel and Huanfeng are able to get the damage down, force LGD back. An Infernal Soul goes to Suning.
And I just don't understand how it's Suning that are winning a long-range poke battle against Xie's Zoe that's coming out that has looked so damn good across the course of this series, but LGD just corralled away and forced off of the play.
But they're doing a great job on Suning's side to dodge away from everything in LGD. Lanxing misses with the Call of the Forge God. Xie needs that ultimate to allow him breathing room to go in aggressive with the likes of this Paddle Star. Because if he gets caught by like SFM into the Sleepy, or into, well, the Lilting Lullaby, I want to say Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but Lilting Lullaby for SFM, but then they're in trouble because you've got so much follow-up that comes through from Suning so quickly.
Swirl Seed's just going to be blasted out on cooldown at this point as SFM is almost on full build. Same can be said, though, for Kramer in that bottom lane. But I have to say, even if Kramer hits full build, I'm still favoring the damage that you'll see out of Huanfeng. When he finds some 4th shots at this point, he's got a couple of BF swords, he's got a whole bunch of crit chance. That 4th shot is going to annihilate Xie or Kramer. Even Peanut.
And the ability for Angel to churn out so much damage is here as well. Already has that Mortal Reminder. He's going to rip through Lanxing's armor. And at least on the same side, if he gets on towards Kramer or Xie, if he does find access to his backline, like he will one-shot any of these cards.
So if I'm going to speedily clear through this jungle at this point, he has so much damage to work with unless the Gromp resets. But hey, he's all right. Gets the old shillelagh around and finishes it off. Now Baron spawning in 25 seconds. And Suning, after how dicey this game got, I think deciding we're just going to play this one safe. This Infernal Soul ain't going anywhere. Let's get the Baron first.
You need to be so careful as Angel, though. He actually might get caught out. You can see there for a second, Sword Art figuring out where LGD were before Angel went that bit too far. But now Suning, 2 pushing lanes on this top and bottom.
LGD, they have to answer this bottom lane somehow because Bin putting so much pressure down. Has the TP available if he needs to move up to the top side to answer any kind of Baron play. Suning, they can play this map all day long if they want to. They have this Infernal Soul. Anytime the LGD contests them, the damage will be there from Suning to turn a play. They're on to the Baron, though.
Great ward coming in from LGD, though.
Pina's been found. He's going to be knocked straight out of the fight here. Half of his health gone already. Kramer knocked up, but there's no follow-up from the rest of Suning. LGD stay grouped together.
Unless Suning can follow up on this poke, though, Kramer can just heal it back. So Suning need to get aggressive when this poke is landed.
But Suning are quite happy to just hold them at bay because right now Bin is in that bottom side. He is split pushing on this Renekton and he's looking for another in here.
And with so many places for Bin to TP to, LGD can't contest. So this dance around Baron can keep going from Suning.
Gonna push in on this top side. Bin doesn't get any actual damage down on that turret, but once again, Suning return to this Baron. Half of his health gone already.
No TP on Longxing either, so this is just a man advantage for Suning. That's why Longxing is chasing Bin through the jungle on the bottom side.
I feel like Bin should just commit onto Longxing at that point. Maybe just go for the 1v1. I don't know how that goes, honestly, at this point in the game. Ornn's definitely going to be a bit tanky, and he has a whole bunch of armor to work with.
Yeah, I think that goes Longxing's way at this stage. Level 18 to the level 16 and all that extra armor, but...
Root onto Mark here, but Suning not willing to... Oh, yes, they are willing to follow up. Mark is not tanky enough when Huanfeng is blasting out those crits. Bin on the front line, tanking for his squad as Peanut tries to get some damage down. Here we go with the engage, but Sword Art blocks the knockup from the rest of his team. Longxing trying to be the tank that his team needs, but here we go with the sniper once more. Huanfeng missing absolutely everything, and the last shot hits Longxing eventually.
Still though, LGD taken so low, now Suning turned back towards this Baron, and Angel with fantastic positioning in that fight, able to zone back Xie once again, making LGD run for the hills.
LGD are not answering anywhere near quick enough here. 5,000 on the Baron, this is just going to be burst down. Peanut can't get in, the Baron now taken, and Suning want to fight as well. Knockup goes wide though, and Sword Art doesn't find the engage he was looking for. Huanfeng bubbled, but realistically, there's no way in there. What is that? Onto Mark. Solar Flare not enough, but down goes the support on either side of the board. Angel would love a way in. Pulling doesn't quite connect onto the targets, though, as Peanut keeps everyone at bay. Huanfeng stepping forward, waiting for that rapid fire cannon. Swirl Seed in. Another Dark Harvest stack onto this Lilia. Huanfeng has just annihilated Kramer. Down goes Xie. Down goes LGD, and never before have the Lions made it to the world stage, but the pride is stronger than the player. For the first time ever, Suning punched their ticket to the World Championship, padding their KDAs as they take a 3-0 victory.
So well deserved from Suning, finding a 3-0 victory against LGD. For the first time, we will see so many of these players make it to the world stage. SOFM, so long denied, will now get to play amongst the greatest players in the world.
It's so great to see this squad of Suning succeeding, and people doubted their third place performance. People said that it wasn't really a real match. LGD weren't showing up on purpose, but no. Twice in a row now, Suning take down LGD in 3-0 fashion.
Superior drafts, superior play, and superior macro. That has been the way that we've seen Suning decimate LGD all 3 of these games. And SOFM, as we said, the carry performance there on this Lilia was absolutely incredible. But Huanfeng flashing forward aggressively, he could see the spotlights in his eyes at that main stage at Worlds, and he goes and grasps it at the end.
That means Suning are going to be the 3rd seed from the LPL, which means they do not have to deal with play-ins. They do not have to deal with the lower bracket of our regionals. They get their ticket straight into the World's group stage. And what a sight to behold as our rookies in Bin and Huanfeng, our veterans in Sword Art and SOFM. SOFM finally makes it to the world stage after years of trying.
And it's great to see the opportunities for Bin and Huanfeng to make a name for themselves in their debut year on that international stage. We look at SOFM, who's been taken aside so many times, not quite able to get just across the finish line, now making it to that main stage as well. And people like Sword Art returning to what has been such a storied spotlight for him on that main stage with like outstanding performances, making it towards that semi-finals consistently with the likes of Flashworks.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it earlier on. He has been to Worlds 5 times before, and he wants to keep on going. He wants to keep on attending. It's like the family holiday for him at this point, and this time it's a new family that he's going to be bringing to the world stage in Suning. Look at SOFM's damage. Huanfeng as well. And let's just remember, Huanfeng trained underneath Jackie Love, and you can see that clutch factor in Huanfeng. He wants to get these wins. He wants to be the one to do it as well.
And just the raw skill of this guy. Like, Huanfeng oozes talent every time he steps onto the Rift. Was the hard card for Suning in spring, but now Suning as a whole are stepping up, and it just feels like, as you talked about, another trident team in the LPL where there seems to be 3 different lanes they can play through.
And I feel like we didn't talk enough about Bin in this series, because Bin had an amazing series for himself, and I feel like the rest of the map kind of outshone him a little bit, especially SOFM in the jungle, but Bin looked amazing on the Jace. Even this game, his Renekton in these team fights doing so much to buy his team time, to get stuns on the right people, and to be a huge influence during the fight.
And that was it. I mean, game 2 was kind of his time to shine in this Jace, right? Absolutely demolishing Longxing so many times. And then we got into this Renekton game up against Longxing, even though he was put on the back foot. We saw this late TP coming in on that level 1. He was like, right, I'm going to hit level 2 late. I can't really get the farm in the right place. After that, he was just like, all right, cool, 1 back. Longxing, get out of my lane.
Yeah, he was quite happy to just bully that one on through. And across the board, I'm just incredibly excited for Suning now that they are going to make it to the world stage. On the other side, LGD now knocked into the lower bracket. And we have to take a moment here and just ask, what on earth happened? What went wrong? Where is the version that we saw in playoffs at the start of playoffs? Where is the version that took down WE, that took down IG? Like, give me more of that, LGD.
But this is what we talked about. Peanut is the conductor of LGD. Wherever he goes, that's where the plays are sure to follow. But Peanut never went towards any of these early game plays that we're expecting. The Skarner, he put in a really poor performance. In this game, he wasn't actually set up for success with the way that the draft had gone. And I felt like that was an issue in a lot of these cases where LGD across the board were just outdrafted in so many cases.
Definitely felt that way to me as well as Suning. Finding the advantages across the board, finding not just good lane matchups, but great jungle matchups. And SOFM, it has to be said, when it came to not just in terms of actual team fighting and mechanics there, but in terms of the 1v1 on map play, on pathing, on reading the opponent, it was SOFM every time.
But that's what we talked about for Suning, is their ability to prepare for these games is next to none. We saw it against V5, how they knew exactly how V5 played and how they wanted to play against them. We're seeing it again against LGD here, both in the 3rd and 4th place match, and now here again in the regional finals, where, okay, SOFM, you're going to match Peanut. Go in and evade, get this advantage for yourself. Make sure that we know exactly where Peanut is. So that early game comes and goes, and there's no answer on LGD's side, and come mid-game, Suning are always going to win out the shot call.
Yeah, and specifically SOFM as well, winning out in these mid-games. We've got some highlights of the jungler himself from Vietnam, and just, he looked so damn amazing, especially here in game number 3, showing us why this Lilia is such a high priority pick.
Said it before, and I'll say it again, Anya SOFM, he looks so damn good every time he's been in this playoff scenario, and we saw the team really starting to rally around this guy, where they were giving him priority when it came towards these junglers, giving a little bit more control to him as well, with Angel willing to dip in to help him out when need be. Sword Art working so well with SOFM. It has just been non-stop playmaking from this guy.
It's just beautiful to watch as well, the way he danced around these fights, the swirl seat to finish the kill. And then when we got to the late stages, his damage was just so terrifying to watch. Watch as he skirts into this play and just forces everyone onto the Labs Respite.
He did so well. I mean, being able to get this early game lead and snowball it so effectively, where he was, I mean, right now, the highest level in the game at this clip, but that was from the get-go.
I mean, he had a 2-3 level lead in that jungle in the early stages of the game, and he was able to do so much work across the course of the fights. He was able to push the damage onto Mark. And I mean, that's Infernal Soul as well as just how fed he was.
But even then, it just gave a glimpse of how far ahead SOFM was. Leandri's Torment super early, obviously facilitating that a lot, but reading the map and going, right, well, I'm going to take 3 quadrants of the jungle from Peanut, set myself up where we can just go continuously for all these objectives, Rift Heralds, and then farming up an Absolute Storm. And that's the thing, when Lilia gets ahead, she's so obnoxious because of that clear speed and her ability to influence these lanes so well.
I love that we got right at the end of that last clip, Hornfog flashing forward, Peanut trying to get the Lab's Respite out, but it wasn't in time. And I have to say, if there is one champion that can use and abuse an Infernal Soul, it's Jhin. He already scales unbelievably off of AD, and then with an Infernal Soul, it is just something to behold. We've got an interview with one of our winners, though, so I'm going to kick it over to our translator, Wendy, to see how our champions are feeling.
Hi guys, welcome to the interview. This is Wendy, and we have invited SOFM to join us. So could you say hi to the audience first? 首先欢迎我们的 SOFM， 先向大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是002代 SOFM。
So congratulations on today's victory. And actually, you have played against LGD in current playoffs, but today you managed to get a very perfect victory with a 3-0 scoreline and able to got a ticket for the World Championship. So how do you feel right now? 那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。其实，在最近的季后赛，你们也是遇到过老干爹嘛。那今天的比赛3比0，完美的拿下胜利，也拿下了通往世界赛的门票。现在心情如何呢？
首先就是我们应该大家都很开心嘛。然后我们苏宁的选手应该都是新人的选手，然后都需要经验的。然后我们拿到可以去世界赛的话，应该对我们的很好，因为都可以证明自己，然后拿到很多经验在这个比赛方面吧。
So actually, first of all, I'm very happy about that. And actually, in Suning, some of our players are rookies. So I think be able to get into this international stages, the World Championship will be a very good experience for us. And actually, it's a very good platform to prove our abilities as well. So let's talk about some in-game contents. Actually, for all 3 games in the very early phase, you guys played quite peacefully, especially in game 1. In the 20 minutes mark, you are the total kills are only 3, which is uncommon to be seen in current LPL plays because we're always so bloody and aggressive. So what's your game strategy generally? 那么其实说到今天的比赛，其实这3局比赛你们的前期好像血腥程度都比较低，特别是第1局，你们前20分钟也只有3个人头的一个进账，所以想问一下，这其实在 LPL 赛区比较不常见。那今天的整体的一个战术是什么样子的呢？
他不用帮我翻译，我听懂英文。首先就是我们第一把来说，我们选到一个很后期的英雄嘛，然后我们都是选到很后期的英雄，然后我们就说对面前面套几猛，然后我们什么特别资源都可以放给对面，然后我们25分钟开始打，然后就是变成节奏很慢的。
So actually in game 1, we have a late phase composition. So with this composition, we can give up some natural resources and wait until 20 or 25 minutes when we are very strong at that time mark, so we are able to fight back. So that is our game strategy for game 1. So let's talk about game 2. Actually in game 2, Pina have chosen Skarner. This champion didn't manage to have a very decent performance in current games. So did you expect that choice, and how did you manage to handle with that champion?
首先借着一个就是前面很弱的英雄，然后就到6级吧，然后他闪现和大招就是给我们威胁很大吧。就是我们这把是 BP 方面应该很优势，让我5楼，然后他现选的谢的是随时不好，因为碰到 Olaf 挺难打的。
Actually, I think for Skarner, it's a quite weak champion until the level 6. So, but reaching level 6 with the ultimate as well as a flash is quite dangerous. So, but in the ban pick stage, I'm able to choose Olaf in the 5th picks. I think Olaf is a counter pick for Skarner, so that's why we just picked this. And also, in terms of the jungler champions, you are always very innovative and you can always come out so many interesting picks, and you have brought like Kayn as well as Skarner in the current playoff stages. So what makes you so innovative?
这谢子和卡隐都好像很多英雄，我觉得都是在比赛或方面很好的英雄，不是很多队友就是不敢用，还是用。 他们喜欢用很多掌柜的打野，然后就继续打。
Actually, I think for the situations of K as well as Garner, they are very good champions to be chosen on the stage. But for some other teams, I think they are just prefer some regular champions, but I think those champions can be a very good choice. So actually, you have mentioned about the rookies in Suning, and there's, for example, like Huan Feng, this is his first year for LPL in the LPL journey. So how did you guys manage to build such a great synergy with those rookie players?
黄蜂是一个就是新的选手吧，然后整这边我们的上路也是新的选手，不是在苏宁方面，我们应该每天都教他们怎么玩这个游戏。然后我应该算很有经验嘛，然后我们的辅助史蛇也是挺有经验嘛，然后这方面的话应该就是没问题吧，因为游戏里面在比赛方面还是在训练赛方面，我们都会照到他们。
So actually for Huan Feng, our AD players as well as our top players being, they are all the rookie players. But I think for me and Sword Art, we are quite experienced. So in the scrims, in the practices, and also on the stages, we can help them a lot and help them to growth. So my last question will be, the World Championship is coming and you're going to face so many great players, great junglers from different regions. So do you have any particular teams or players that you really want to face against in this World Championship?
我不太了解国外的选手吧，应该碰到应该是碰到越南队吧，应该好久没看到他们，好久没见过他们。
Actually, I'm not that familiar with the players from other regions, but to be honest, I really want to face against the Vietnamese teams because I miss them. So thank you again for joining us in the interview, and we are looking forward for your performance, for Sunni's performance on the international stages. And this is the end of the interview. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy. As always, for the translation. Great to see SOFM happy and bringing out these innovative picks as always. Great to see. And just like Wendy said, I'm excited to see what Suning can bring out on the international stage now that they finally made it.
And it's nice to see that he's still like thinking of his old Vietnamese fans from back home as well, wanting to play against those Vietnamese teams. But honestly, I think SOFM is going to have, I don't mean this like as in a lot to prove. I'm like looking forward to seeing him prove what he is capable of on that international stage, because he's just been denied for so long, and it's going to be great to see just him finally hit that stage and show what he is capable of.
And I think the key thing there is like when I think about that, he's just destroyed Peanut. Peanut! 3 games in a row to prove himself already.
It's been
six games in a row if you include third place. I cannot wait to see what he can do on the world stage. We're going to head into a quick break. If you do want to stick around, though, we've got a show match coming up. And there are some old LPL legends that are going to be stepping onto the stage, including Messiah and potentially his Twist of Fate. We'll have to wait and see, though. We're going to go into a quick break, and then we'll find out.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, we're my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, caught up to the rock. 유행선 두차. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 달리 you도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you like real world Here to light it up set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the bad is it for me to get what you pay. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for me minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. Moden night that I hit and 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mark. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Dark on your own. I need someone to take me home. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on. So turn the light on for me.
Well, Suning have qualified for Worlds as the 3rd seed, and LGD down without a prayer. Look, they do have another chance, but of course, with that level of gameplay, things are not looking too great. I'm joined by Lyric here on the desk. I am Asterix, and Suning in 3-0 fashion. I never thought I would say that at the start of today.
No, and like typically, especially when you have teams that look of the same caliber, right? You will have like a draft go one way and mistakes come in there. But hey, even in game 1, when Suning fell behind, you know, at the 20-minute mark, they still found a way back in the game.
We've been given a bit of time to break this down, and it's kind of exciting because I think in this series, even though to me it was underwhelming from LGD's perspective, it was overwhelming in what I expected from Suning. It was a regular season of back and forthness where they had high tier of player, high individual skill, but had this inconsistency throughout their games. We ran towards the end of split, and we ran towards Suning's victory now at 3-0. I have been told, though, the show match is about to begin, Lyric, so I'm not even going to let you talk, sir. You stay there, you look pretty as you always do. You're gorgeous, man. We're going to throw over to Wendy for translation to start this show match off.
Suning just got amazing best of 5. After this victory, Suning is going to get into the World Championship and prove themselves. The interview is very interesting. Beyond the interviews, there's so many interesting memes and interesting moments for us. And actually, for the anniversaries, there's always a surprise for you guys. This will be the show match. And for today, I think it's no need for translation and no need for... We are going to invite Carrie and Cheizhou to have a good performance with us. But according to the schedule, Cheizhou cannot come to the stage with us. But let's have a video. And to remind you guys, the Cheizhou and League of Legends. And now let's welcome Carrie Wong.
太棒了，小凯。
Welcome.
现在呢，隔着屏幕都可以听到大家的期待和欢呼。小凯就在
And
这
we
边，
can
我们先
expect
和
the
大家聊聊天，好不
expectations
好？问候一下大家吧。
from all the fans.
Hello， 各位英雄联盟的玩家们好，我是王俊凯。
Hi,
是，
all
其
the
实今天啊，能
summoners.
够来
I'm
到
Carrie
英雄联盟
Wong.
的周年庆舞台，这是你的第一次
And
吗。
is this your first time to be into the anniversary for League of Legends? Actually, it's not my first time.
我记得是去年有来到这里看
Like
决赛嘛。
Last year, I've been here to watch the finals, the summer final, last year's summer final.
哦，也
But
是。但是
today, this is your first time to be on the stage.
啊，对，其实呢，因为
Yeah,
隔着屏幕
but
可以
we
想
have
象
no
一下，真的
audience
是
here, so
万千期
I
待
feel
都
it's
在
a
等
bit
着看
weird.
你在下
But
巴都
definitely,
秀起来。
we are
其实
expecting
今
for your
天心情怎么样？
performance.
准备
So
怎么
how do you feel?
其实今天心情还是蛮紧张的。
I'm quite
因为
nervous
第一
actually
次在这种舞台上
because this is my
去
first time
打比赛，我感觉
to
还是挺紧张
play
的。而且
League of
跟杰伦哥
Legends on the
也是
stage.
切磋，还是心里蛮紧张的。
And I'm very nervous, like play against with those
对哦，沉重吗？
those
我感觉
players.
是你很期待啊。其实
期待
你很期待
也挺
I
沉
feel a
重
bit
的，因
heavy.
为
I have a
就
very
怕
heavy
到时
emotion.
候杀穿
I'm
什
a
么的
bit-
不太好，有
是
点尴
I'm a
尬。
bit worried,
对
like
那我们
I
先来说说
perform
小凯
too
呢，其实很多
impressively.
人都知道你喜欢玩英雄联盟。
And
那
many
平时
people
比较喜
know
欢走哪路？
you really
我
like League of
中路比较多一
Legends.
点
玩中
So
路比较多
对。
前段时间啊，
what's
大
your
家看
roles
你和
in
香
League
波
of
他们开
Legends?
黑，
I play
后
mid
来我发
laners
现
more.
哇，你不仅仅是喜欢玩，
Previously,
你
you
玩
have
出了高级的
played
资深的水平啊，其实你
played
很
League of
需要玩
Legends with
的。
ML
也没有，因为
and
其实
you
可能
actually
玩的
perform
时
so
间比较
well.
久远。
对对对
对对对，从
Actually,
小时候就
I
开始
play
玩
League
这
of
个游
Legends
戏
for
对
such a
对
long
对
time
所
since
以
I
你
was
平时喜
young.
欢的英雄是大概有哪些招牌
So
英
what's
雄
your
呢？
like
也
favorite
没什么招
champions?
牌英雄，
啊
就
哪
可
个类型的
能玩中
Are your
路的
significant
刺
champions?
客比较多一
啊，
点。
刺客型英
对对
雄。
对，
对，其实刺客型英雄
I
都
think
还
I
比较
like
秀
the
的，感觉
assassins
对吧？
and all the
看你玩
mid
妖姬啊
champions.
什么，其实我也喜欢玩中路的刺客型英雄，以
And
前
for
玩皎
me,
月，
I like
玩的特别菜。我看过你的
mid
这个整
champions
个
as
的
well.
开黑的以后，我真的发现自己没得看了
But。
那其
after
实呢，因为
watching
和朋友们
your
一起开黑，这
clips
是很
about
快乐
playing
的一
League of
件事
Legends,
情。
I
尤其
feel
是今
you are
天，
so
你
good.
想想看，你是要和自己喜欢的像
And for
偶像一样存
today,
在的杰
you
伦
are
一起
able
打
to
比赛。
play
其实呢，我觉
against
得虽然是
Jay
对
Chou,
手，
and I
但
know
内心呢
he's
有
your
可能有各
idol.
种各样的情绪会交织在一起。那我们要不这样好不好？期待了这么长
So
时间，要和杰伦大家一起打比赛。先
And
把杰伦请
now,
出来，欢迎杰伦。
let's welcome Jay Chou on
Hello，
the screen.
Hello，
Hi
杰伦哥好。
哇。
朱真
Hello， 又见面了，杰伦。杰伦真的
See
对于
you
英雄来
again,
说的话，
Jay
你真的是一个
Actually, to League
标
of
志性的存
Legends,
在。
you are
15
kind of
年、
the
16年、18
iconic
年，其实都
person
有在周
and
年
the
庆打过明星
spokesman
赛。这
for
些
League of
记忆是不是到
Legends.
你现
So
在
you
还
have
记忆
played
犹
on the
新？
anniversary for many
这个
times.
应该讲，记忆犹新。不过这次呢，非常
It's
不一
quite
样，因为跟
memorable
小凯
for
啊，
me. But today is special because I will play
不
against
太知道，原来
Carrie.
小凯也挺会打的。
对，所以你也
This is
紧
my
张
first
很
time to
重
know
啊
that Carrie, you're good at
我
League
上
of
网看了
Legends
一
as
下
well.
跟那个香锅开黑啊，
I've
我想
watched
知道一下，
some
在开黑的时候，小凯
game
你是知
clips
道
from Carrie
他当时是在
that you
直播
played
的吗？还是你
with
是私底下在打？不
MLX3.
知道他
So, do you know that
跟你的声音都
MLX3 was
其实当
do
时
the live streaming
就是郭老
at
师找
that
我
time?
的时候，他就告诉我可能会直播了。所以当
Actually,
时其实很
MLX3
紧张，因为
told
考
me
虑到直播，所
he's
以
going to
所有
do
的
the live
就是
streams.
所有的走位
So I
操作
was
都
so
特别
nervous.
紧张。
I'm
对
I was very nervous
这种
about
知道
all
在直播
my
的时候，你知道那种压力会特别大。
macro and all the
对
mechanics.
所以呢，今天啊，就两位是要兑现了吗？也不知道，因为现在有一些事情
So,
还是谜团，
Are you
到
going
底怎么样来分配
to
每
play
一个
the
位置，对
same
不对？
lane today? I'm
对，
still
我刚
not
听到
sure.
小凯要中路嘛，对不对？
啊，
But
对。
I've heard, Carrie, you
是的，
want to
是的，
play the
我就-
mid lane. You want to be the mid
我
laner
就不
today.
中路了。
So
对，
I will avoid that lane.
是。其实 实杰伦啊，在之前呢，我是跟他有打过，因为他这个整个
And previously, I've played League of Legends with Chicho.
有可能随时两位会发
His
生
positions
激烈
and
火花的
pathing
碰
is
撞，我们
really
也特别的期待啊。
unpredictable.
那其实
And
呢，
we are
因为
very
是今天
looking
跟大家一
forward
起玩，
for
一
the
起
plays
来进行这
between
一
you
场
guys.
周游峡谷 carry 全场的战斗。那我们
And
要
now
请出超越战队和无畏战队的各
We
位
are
队员
going
登场，我们大家
to
一起群聊一下好吗？杰
invite
伦。
all the members from new
好，
teams
来
and beyond
好，
teams
好，来，那我
on
们
the
就接下来
stage.
一起来欢迎两支
So
战
let's
队的队员一
welcome
起登
all
场
the。players.
周杰伦领衔超越战队的队员有姿态、若风、微笑和
In
小
new
彩。
team, there will be
小
Zhu
彩
Tai,
领
Ruo
衔
Feng,
无畏战队
Wei
的队员
Xiao,
有
and Xiao
Let
San.
Me
And
香
for
波
Carrie's
还有
team, there will be
ZZM
Let
和
Me,
ZZR
MLXG, ZZM, and ZZR.
是我们的8位队员将会一起登场。哇，都是在1周年的世界当中太有标志性的人物了。接下来我们请每位队员来都和屏幕前的召唤师打声招呼。来
，So could you say hi to the audience first? Hi, I'm the caster Xiao San. This is my first time to play with Cheizhou. I'm quite excited, and I hope it will be an enjoyable show. And for Wei Xiao, hi, I'm Wei Xiao. I'm very happy to be here in the next anniversary. This will be my second time to play with Cheizhou. I'm quite happy. And for Carry, I've seen their plays. I've watched all the Cheizhou's plays.
其实是跟杰伦站到对立面去过。我们之前跟杰伦打过一场，
对，对不对？在4周年的时候是跟杰伦。You have played against Cheizhou previously, but today you are the teammate for Cheizhou. I'm very happy to be here and to meet all the players. And for today, I'm able to play. I'm still the main laner. I'm going to play against Carry. I think the friendship is a first thing. And I knew Carry played League of Legends so well. And also for Zitai, you're kind of the mountain of the top lane, play so well. Hi, I'm Zitai. I'm very happy about get here and play the show match on the next anniversary stage. So for the Beyond team, say hi to the audience first. Hi, I'm ZZR. This is my first time to get on the anniversary stage. I'm quite nervous. So how do you feel about your captain? He's so handsome and plays well.
对的，打得很帅，也对。好的，来，接下来我们请志明。
And now for ZZM.
就是平时来这个明星赛嘛，没赢过，希望今年的话能打破一下自己，然后赢。
Haven't get any victory in the matchup, so today I just want to break this curse and get the victory. And how do you feel about getting this teammate? Do you want to make a change? But then you have your old teammates, MLXG. Hi guys, I'm MLXG. This is my first time to get on the anniversary stage. And I'll play against Cheizhou, so I'm very happy about that. I'm looking forward for the play. And then Let Me.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Let Me。
Hi guys, I'm Let
很高
Me.
兴能来9周年的现场。
I'm really happy to be here.
能够跟小凯还有杰伦
And I feel honored to be here to play with Carry and Cheizhou. I spent a long time playing on the stage, so I'm very happy that today I'm able to play on the stage.
一般来说呢，我们要玩这样的比赛啊，都会有一个赛前放狠话的环节，你知道吗？业界的传统。要不这样，小凯先来。
We usually have a trash talk session. So Carry, do you have any trash talks you want to say? I'm too nervous to say any words.
那我就先放一首话。好。
I'm going to do the trash talk first. Although he's my idol and I liked him, but for esports, there's no idols, so you should be careful. So you're like smiling, but talking the trash talks at the same time. So for Cheizhou, what do you want to say to make a comeback? Instead of saying the trash talks, just let Carry to choose a champion for me to play. The enemy told you can choose a champion for me. It is really a very hard trash talk. Actually, I think his Master E is quite good. I'm very looking forward for him to play the Master E. Actually, Cheizhou have a very deep champion pool, very broad champion pool. So he's looking forward for it to play Master E. And for Cheizhou, okay, definitely no problem.
你如果在这一刻 Q 到杰伦哥要用剑圣，你知道每年周年庆都会有限定皮肤吗？
Actually,
限定皮肤就是
do
灵
you
能
know
特工的
that
剑圣皮肤，
we have a
超帅的，
special
真的。
skin for the
所以说这是
anniversary,
特
and
别
for
应景
this
的一个
year
选
there
择
will be the
那如
Master
果是这样的
Yi.
话，
对，
待会儿打完比赛，哎，你说，哎，
那等等就有新的皮肤了吗？
对，现在没有。
So do we have the
不
new
久将来大家就有了。
new champion skin for Master Yi? No, no, no. The skin will come out after the
好
anniversary.
OK 哎呀，刚才杰伦这整个一 Q 啊，我在想到，如果我要说有的话，万一没来，是不是很尴尬？但是很快就会有了，很快就有。哎，那其实呢，我们一会儿比赛完了以后，邀请两位队长呢，也是为大家放送一波福利，抽出9周年嘛，我们抽9位。 各抽9位幸运的朋友可以获得灵能特工的大包，里面就包含灵能特工的5款皮肤，同时呢还有 EZ 的至臻皮肤。真的不错，对不对？那我们待会儿来看一看，到底2支队伍会给我们带来什么样的龙争虎斗。
And still, we are looking forward for today's matchup show.
峡谷之争。好，来，那我们接下来我们的比赛对阵席了。小海。
Rightio then, Lyric. What were you getting grumpy about there? You know, you're getting a bit angry at JHL.
I'm just saying, man, they threw a trash talk segment. The trash talk segment starts with, okay, he's my idol and I respect him a lot, but, you know,
not the right way to go.
there's rivals in League of Legends.
Yeah, it was pretty calm. What's the word you use? Tame. Pretty tame.
Tame? I thought it was savage. Oh, God.
No, we can get worse than that. We're about to go into a bit of a game.
Of course, we've got a ton of legendary players.
We got like RNG 1.5 on one side, you know,
let me
right, and then like we've got West in there, who's under ZZM or ZZM.
ZZR, who used to be a jungler for Snake.
Yeah.
We have some legends like Wei Xiao and Messiah on stage.
That's true.
Like,
but the thing is, Sans there, like from OMG, and I see him in the,
the casting room.
We see him in the casting room every week. He's not retired. He still plays League of Legends. I know. I know.
Oh my
I know.
God,
I see
he's
you every
waving
week.
at us.
Every week. Every week. And he's casting as well. So I don't know how the League of Legends is going to go. But I expect great League of Legends.
Me too.
A bit of a wave. Oh, we see him down there as well.
Yeah.
But this is going to be fun. It's a shame, we could be on the.
Hey, we're going to need to break it down at the end of the day.
We are.
Some hard analytics here on the LPL show match desk.
We're going to get a Master Yi, that's for sure,
Yeah,
by the way things are going. And I don't know, I haven't seen San on the Rift. It's been, what, 8 years? Almost?
I don't think...
Season 3 Worlds for OMG?
I mean, I think he stopped playing in Season 6.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's been a few
maybe
years.
4. Maybe not that long.
Yeah.
Who's the oldest
in
player
Season
in there?
4 was when he was at Worlds, I remember.
Oh, yeah,
And
true, sorry.
Coming in with Cloud. Those are some good times.
I'm not the oldest of
I think they were in the group with, like, LMQ and Fnatic, if my, like, boomer memory is good enough.
You are a boomer, yeah. Well, we are getting towards that match, and, other players, like Zatai is as a recent as Cut Bread. MLXG in there as well. It's going to be a Nocturne game most likely. What else? West IG80 carry, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
he
played in there. Was in there.
He's like a Lucian main, from what I remember.
2017, 2018 was when we had West, and like you said, a ton of RNG players. I'm excited to see MLXG, the god himself, the 3-time LPL champion.
You know what we could get? We could get Zatai Singed top lane. Do you remember the good old days?
Yes. Yes, I do.
That was like his pocket pick. Zatai and Let Me shared time on the RNG roster, and now it's time to give time right back, I reckon.
I just want to see them build a comp around Jay and, give him the Master Yi, and then, have all these protective elements. Have a Galio, have a Lulu. Just make your, super pop star the carry.
Let's just talk. What an outfit that is. I mean, honestly, I've walked in today. I've dressed up, but what an outfit. What's your rating?
It's like he's walked in today, he didn't dress up, and he still completely outdid you.
It's like a denim look. It's like a full denim look, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not bad.
I mean, he's also very beautiful, so
you
it
can
just
see,
happens anyway.
You can see we've done our prep for this one. This was a long-anticipated match, but it is good to see some pros back on the Rift. I think as well I'm getting PTSD from when Zatai and Let Me left the RNG roster. I saw Zatai cast in 2019 spring. Remember when...
Yeah, he played against JDG.
Yeah.
I remember.
But also remember, it was when Amazing J was not performing, and Zatai came in and he versed the Shy. And that was a really fun best 3 in the regular season. Then you're right, we got towards the end and against
when the JDG miracle run happened, and sadly Zatai's dreams were crushed.
Yes, they were.
But hey, today makes up for all of that because, this one match will define the rest of your career. Potentially your life.
Well, yeah, for years to come. Yeah. I think as well, people don't understand that these guys, one of them could be at Worlds. You know, San on your screen there at the end. As a caster, potentially on the Chinese side. Yeah, a little twister there. He's waving again. He hears me talking about him. I don't know. I've mentioned in passing small English words. I'm not sure the level of communication because I always try and break out my fresh Mandarin.
Yes, you do.
But
with everyone.
With everyone.
Yeah.
But it's not at the level where I can have a conversation. Passing, talking only.
I think he understands everything, though.
Well, I have shouted his name, and there's no audience in the arena, so maybe he can hear me. That's why he keeps putting his hand up. But there's a tie on your screen. Long time since seeing him. And another player who... What would you say? Is Zatai's greatest career? I mean, he's a great rise top. He has a wide champion pool. Remember they used to balance him with RNG? It was like Let Me was kind of the tank player. Zatai had these pocket picks.
Yes. I mean, it also throws back to the fact of how long Zatai's been a player, right? All the way back since, if I remember correctly, Season 2. You know, he used to come from IG way back in the day. Yeah. I think a lot of people don't remember that he actually had a small stint on Snake for a year.
Oh, yeah. He was a
mid laner.
Yeah,
it was mid laner.
That's how he started.
On IG, he went back and forth from mid to top. On Snake, he fully committed to mid. And then RNG, you know, we knew him as that.
Season
that
1, like all the way back with the PDD roster.
True. All the way back.
I'm trying to think as to what that was a while ago.
Of course it was a while ago.
Was that the Whites roster as well? Tabe? I think Whites was the 80 carry. Wow, if this is correct, I have great memory.
I was going to say, sir,
I'm testing it.
Like, we're testing the waters.
I'm willing to let me dive into this. You can throw the life jacket in.
I'm a distance myself.
But Zatai was on that roster. That's what I know. Season 1, he was alongside Tabe. It was a very long time ago. And, you know, when you play League of Legends for 10 years...
You never stop.
You know, well, you got to get another 10. You're going for the next decade. Something like that. Again, great outfit. I'd give it an 8. I reckon what I would add is maybe like a red scarf. Just get a bit more color.
I feel like that might be too over the top.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I like the, what do you call the pattern? The sewing.
Ah, man, I used to coach League of Legends. I don't know this.
What do you do outside of League of Legends, by the way?
Cast?
Okay. Do you watch movies? Do you?
No.
I watch TV shows.
Watch other regions.
Yeah, but you know, look, League of Legends is great. Don't get me wrong. And there's no but.
Whoa. Sir, you're stepping into some shaky waters with this. League of Legends is great as all, but
no, look, the but is, how do you feel otherwise? Like, you know, you need balance in your life.
Yeah,
Where's your balance?
You go home and you watch some League of Legends. And you come to work, you cast some League of Legends. And then when you're feeling burnt of either watching or casting, you go home and you play some League of Legends.
Okay, so you've got a perfect triangle.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, some people would disagree that that's you know, healthy, but hey, that's why you're the best analyst in the world. Yeah.
Thank you,
you're so welcome. I wonder what they're talking about.
Or your former alias, Budget Atlas, as they used to call you.
Dude, it's Milkshake Jake, all right?
Yes,
that's what
the funny thing is that's actually true.
That was my old alias. They told me to change it so I could start casting in 2015.
I'm glad you didn't keep Milkshake
I should have kept Milkshake Jake. Imagine how serious people would take me. I was thinking the other day, you know, maybe if you know, stick around and you keep casting about the years, it's...
I just hope from now on, whenever you cast, chat spams Milkshake Jake.
Dude, they should be spamming Bear Milk Tea. But to be fair, that's kind of what you wanted to go for.
Well, that's a story that will be told one day.
One day,
but not yet.
Not yet. This is your legacy
That's like the
story.
secret sauce, right? Like you always like hold it out there. You always give like people a taste. Like Bear Milk Tea, what does that mean? But they don't get to know because then you know the suspense is gone.
I think Bear Milk Tea in hindsight would have been just such more, you know, lyrics great.
Yeah.
And here comes the but. But Bear Milk Tea, people would have so many questions, and you'd never answer them.
No. And I feel like I need a much more like burly beard. I need to look like a lot more lumberjack. Throwing
You're
some
a grizzly
plaid.
bear, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But right now you're a bit of a stick. Doesn't mean you're not, you know, shredded. But sir, you're thin.
Thanks, bro.
You're very thin, you know. Hey, bit of jealousy there. I think we're getting aligned. If anyone's waiting and
we are
thinking, what's going on?
Getting into champs. Like, yeah, if you're randomly just tuning back in, we have a show match between a bunch of former ex-pro players, some legends of the Rift, and some super mega pop stars.
You know, some MSI champions. Let's not forget, in MLXG. Who else am I missing? I mean,
hey, I mean people like Messiah and Wei Xiao. A lot of people probably don't know this, but they played in Champions. They played Korea back in season 2. Because that was the split where Champions had teams like WE, obviously, like CLG EU. I remember getting to the finals up against, I think it was Frost.
Oh my god, that's so long ago.
Those were good days. Those were some of the best of times.
You reckon?
Of course.
So what is your favorite split of League of Legends, like throughout the year? It can be due to meta, it can be due to teams, it can be any league. It's a very... Is it LMQ?
No. Those are all different questions, right? If you're talking about meta, 2017 spring, I always bring it up with you, right? That was the Ashe, Jhin, Varus, the Zyra, Malzahar support.
Oh, yeah.
Things like that. I love that.
Wait, was that the Misfortune support as well as a response to Zyra?
Yep.
That was Gorilla. That's when it got toned down.
Yeah, so it came out after Worlds. It came out at Worlds, and then it got played into the next split, which is 2017 spring. And that was a very fun meta to coach.
Who won Worlds that year? Was that an SKT year, 2017? I'm very bad at...
I want to say yes. I think 2016 was Samsung.
Either way, I apologize if we botched that one. But yeah,
Sir.
I'm very curious as to what Teddy over there's speaking about over on the Chinese side. They've been in depth conversation for a while, so we'll do the same. We are waiting to get into pick ban. But the problem is when you've had pros on those computers, you got to change it back to your settings.
Why?
They've been set up for Suning and LGD.
Exactly. You just use the
settings window screen
of a team that just qualified for Worlds.
Not if you're on LGD side.
Well, then you change all the settings.
Then you got to hold F4 and try again.
Default.
We're going to throw it over to the casters to take us into this one. Guys, take it away. Have a ball. Have a ball. Yep. That's right. Over to you. And that's about it.
Cheers, guys. We'll take over from here. Yeah, I don't envy you two. Thank you for filling for so long. As everyone gets ready on the stage, I have to agree, maybe get LGD settings out of the window on this one because they didn't look like they were working out.
And I gotta laugh at Carry Wong on the stage as well because clearly, you got all these veterans lined up who know it's like, oh yeah, this is the checklist of yeah, thumbs up, we're all good to go. And Carry Wong's like, what in the hell is this? Like, what am I supposed to do? I was just like the most cautious thumbs up I've ever seen.
It's like, is everything okay? Give me a thumbs up. If so, and he's like,
sure.
Yes. Let's game. But I'm really curious how we're going to look when we get into Champ Select here, Dagda, because my notes are literally just the names of the players here. I don't have much to go off of on this one, but we got some signature picks, but I don't know how much we're going to draft around specific signature picks, how much we're going to draft around our pop stars on the stage.
Well, that's what I'm curious about is you've got 2 pop stars on either side, right? So how much does that ramp up the pressure? Because it's one thing is when you're the star, when you're all right, look, I got to perform on stage. It's just me in the game. But now you've got this superstar on your roster that you're trying to impress. It's that pressure's got to be there a little bit for these guys.
I have to say, for Carry Wong specifically, he has to go against Messiah in the mid lane. Oh, this is a blind pick. We're not even drafted. We're just blind picking. I love it. I have no idea how this one is going to go down, and we will try and translate the names at least somewhat. In fact, I'm just going to let Dagda do that.
Yeah, so on the top left is the tie. We got Mojito, who is actually Jay Cho. We got Messiah in the mid lane, San in the bottom. It's actually Wei Xiao who's stepping into that support role on the Senna in the bottom left corner. And then the opposite side, it's a little bit easier. We have Let Me, LMLXG going in towards Carry Wong in the mid lane, ZZM and ZZOR in the bottom.
All right.
Or ZZ. Sorry, ZZM, ZZOR.
It's like ZZ Raw.
It's orangey all over again.
It is. ZZ or what, though? ZZ or what, Dagda?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, Messiah, surprisingly to everyone, has locked in Twisted Fate. Who would have guessed that was coming, Dagda?
I'm curious to see what's going to happen here for Zatai in the top lane, though. He's hovered a few unusual picks there. Curious to see what he is going to lock in eventually. But as you said, look, the Twisted Fate for Messiah was always going to be coming through. Not surprised to see Wei Xiao go towards the only AD carry support in the league as well.
I was about to say that. He's gone for an AD. I guess Ashe support was maybe an option as well there. Also, Mojito. He is a Yi one-trick. That's Jay Chou. I'm not at all surprised to see that one. Camille comes out in the top lane, though.
Oh, but this is blind. He doesn't know he's interconnected. This is now. So, by the way,
0-3 whack whack.
This is a tie, exactly. This is a tie versus Let Me. These guys, for a little bit of time, were sharing that stage time on the RNG side of things. So now we get to see who actually is the best top laner on this squad.
Yeah, we got some rivals in the top side of the map, but we have a hard counter matchup as well. I'm really curious what on earth this game is going to end up looking like, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Dagda. I'm going to be leaning on you for the hardcore analysis across the course of this game.
I don't know if I'm ready, like, just... I don't know.
This is going to be a real test of your knowledge, and especially of your Master Yi knowledge, because I'm going to be asking you some in-depth questions. I hope you've prepared for today.
I have not. I've not watched enough Cowsep streams to get prepared for this day.
We'll find out if he was truly in alpha. That will be the real question on everyone's lips. I'm excited to see Wei Xiao as well playing on this setup. Does have an 80 carry in the support role. I'm curious if he's just going to be snagging away some of that farm for himself on this Senna. See how aggressive he wants to be on the bottom side.
No, we agreed. I'm farming Senna. I'm farming Senna. Come on.
Farming or fasting, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to pan in to, or I guess zoom in, move in. I don't know what this is called, but we're going in towards the stage, and that means we're going in towards the game as well. This is the 9th anniversary of League of Legends.
Oh, wait,
and
how did you end up here?
We have Shenanigans ZZR. He's going to flash out. Sun using the cabinet. Summoners across the board. ZZR is going to go down. First blood for Wei Xiao.
How did you even end up there, ZZR? Like, how do you end up sandwiched less than a minute into the game?
Wei Xiao must have already moved into that first brush, and then ZZR unluckily just walked past the first brush, tried to get a middle brush.
Those high-octane plays using that alcove to outsmart out the We're going to need a replay on that. Observers, replay.
Wei Xiao is an alcove gamer. I should have known. Of course he is. But let's talk about the top lane, because we have an actual matchup here that we actually see in professional games. Camille against Renekton. This is not a pretty matchup for Camille.
I don't want to look at the Camille and the Renekton. There's a bloody Morgana jungle. Why would I care about the Renekton Camille?
There is a Morgana jungle, isn't there? I hadn't actually noticed that one. I will say, I've seen Morgana jungle in my normal games with my girlfriend. She stands by that this is an incredibly strong pick in the jungle.
It actually is pretty good.
Smite works, takes down minions.
But she clears real fast because of the pool, and you've got decent gank potential as well.
You have this spell vamp on your passive too.
No, genuinely, this is actually a good pick. Yeah. Like, this is actually something that was kind of like teetering on the fringe picks that you could go for AP junglers. Just never really got up and going, but definitely something that MXG can work with the Dark Harps.
But I have to ask you, Dagda, for some hardcore analysis now.
Right, I'm ready.
How does the Morgana jungle clear match up to the Master Yi that we're seeing on the other side from our boy Mojito?
I mean, right now it's slightly faster because that AoE doing work, but
Messiah feeling the pressure in the mid lane. This Aurelia pick working wonders for Curry Wong.
And this is a pretty good matchup for Curry Wong as well. So, I mean, getting to show that he's not only a superstar singer, but also a superstar in the Rift at the moment.
With a prestige skin, no less, living up to his reputation.
Would you expect any less?
Exactly. The style in the mid lane here.
It's not even a denim style. It's an actually.
Look at this. Ward in the jungle. This guy, I don't know what rank he actually is, but
I have no idea.
That's like a decent high-elo ward, right? Ward the Raptors to spot the enemy jungle. I like it. I like what I'm seeing.
And he's going to spot out where Jay Chou is as well, or Jay Chou even here is. So nice little bit of call, but I think as well anyway for Jay Chou, he was just going to be farming up for a while, getting this Master Yi up and rolling, and still has like. I mean, when we do hit a late game, but you still got like Wei Xiao here who can try and support him a little bit with the Senna, keep him nice and topped up on that health bar.
I have to say, the fact that this is a blind pick, I'm a bit disappointed that we didn't see any mirror matches anywhere on the board. We didn't even see two of the same champion no matter what. Like, a little disappointed there, but MLXG, we know him as a very aggressive jungler, and he's trying to make something happen in the mid lane, trying to support this Aurelia. But Messiah, he knows he's playing towards the strong side, flashes away from the stun. Good reactions on this Twist of Fate.
MLXG followed up instantly as well, the flash in from the Morgana. Now to get the binding down. Jay Chou, though, trying to see if he can maybe pick off MLXG as he enters back into his own jungle.
You see Jay Chou just meditating in the brush, making sure he's got
Wait,
a full clear mind. MLXG back into the mid lane. Messiah's in trouble, but sidesteps the stun. We'll be able to dodge the binding as well. Messiah, if there's anything we know, it's for his fancy footwork.
Nice job there to dodge away from it. So I won't go down on that one, but I mean, top lane,
hang on. Letme's winning this trade out with the Conqueror. That's going to be the hook shot out of there for the Camille.
There was a solid 4 or 5 whacks in that trade from Letme, which is why, unfortunately for Zatai, that didn't go quite the way that he wanted.
Yeah, and each whack makes it feel a little bit worse for the side of Zatai, but we'll have to see how this one's going to pan out. And I have to say, Dagda, I'm a little bit disappointed at the lack of action we've seen. I was kind of just expecting these guys to go ham from the word go. We saw some level 1 shenanigans in the bottom lane, but yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that we haven't had much more 6.
Hey, look, I mean, Jay Chow's trying.
Here we go. Stun comes in. No mana remaining, though, for Jay Chow, and it means Messiah will be able to answer this, but he stepped too far forward. There's the Ignite. Binding goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Jay Chow gets the soul.
Kerry Wong!
Kerry
Wong got the kill. We got them the wrong way around.
I got them the wrong way around. Well, it was Kerry Wong that got himself a kill. Either way, our Popstar's looking great in this game.
Yeah, I mean, nice kill. And MLXG just popped. I just want a little bit of that assist. Can I just get a little bit of gold out of that? So he even gets an assist on the board for himself. But nice turnaround here. Although...
Now the answer. In comes Zatai, gets a stun onto MLXG, dodges away from the flawless duet, and he's 2v1, but he can't quite finish either of them.
There's no mana on either member. The Morgana and the Aurelia will just stumble back to their turret for safety, but already we can see at least that aggression that you wanted, Munch, is coming in.
Yeah, we do get to see a little bit of battling, and it has to be said, obviously we've got a Master Yi in this game. This is going to be Jay Chow. He wants to farm up. He doesn't actually want to fight in the early game. Wants to get himself a couple of items before any shenanigans. Sun getting real low. There's a lot of poke on this side of our red team.
One more of these Qs from ZZR is going to be enough. Nice heal coming through from Wei Xiao, though, so not quite able to get a yes.
Oh, here we go. Messiah's coming to the bottom lane, but won't quite be able to get underneath the tower here. Doesn't have his Zhonya's yet, so can't do his signature play.
True. You gotta wait for that. But
flash forward. The grenade not enough. The auto didn't come out onto Sam.
Where's the deadly flourish? MLXG is actually down here as well. We got a lot of people getting down towards this bottom lane. But Jay Cho this entire time is like, guys, can we just wait? I'm farming up a storm here.
I have to say, while there have been some shenanigans, this has actually been higher level play than I was expecting. Even though we have a whole bunch of pros on the stage, like, we saw that MLXG stopping Messiah just walking back up river towards the mid lane so that they could crash away, grab themselves a play. MLXG now invading, but Mahito knows what's going on. He's got a ward just over the other side of red, so he spotted these players.
Well, they are going to force them out, so Jay-Cho won't be able to get on towards this red buff. Messiah going back towards mid lane. They've even brought ZZR here as well, so a lot of folks here try and help out, but here's this. So well played by Kerry Wong to pick up this kill.
Yeah, Kerry Wong doing some serious work here. Gets the Ignite down, baits it in. MLXG not even really needed. Just dropped a pull for getting himself an assist. Now we got another fight on the bottom side, but the ult comes out from MLXG to root him up and the finish off with the snipe on the deadly flourish.
Gifting that kill over to ZZM. So already a lot of action coming through, at least on Kerry Wong's side, to pick up a few kills for themselves. Bit of a gold lead starting to open up, and 2 lanes is now winning heavily for them.
Yep.
Well, maybe not so heavily. I'm looking at that CS lead, actually.
I don't know how much I can get behind that statement, but I will say in the mid lane, that is a big old lead. Messiah falling behind in a big way, and I will say, this is not a fun matchup for Twisted Fate. But, hey, I'm impressed by Kerry Wong on this Aurelia doing a lot of work.
I mean, he knew what was going to come out. You're against Messiah. What else is he going to play on this stage? So, at least going, you know what? I'm going to prep this pick. It's going to make me look so damn good.
Oh, Mahito, he's going for an invade. He's spotted a red buff. MLXG's on the other side of the map right now. Mahito with the smart play. Vertical jungling here. He's cutting the map in half and playing towards his top side. Or he's just taking red buff.
Well, I just wanted to say I love his name choice. Like, going with Mahito is like, I mean, it's tasty. It's tasty. I kind of want one after, by the time we're done this game as well.
Mate, I'm going to need one by the time we're done with this game. I'm going to be brutally honest here. I've had a long old couple of days.
It really has been. It's not me. We still got 2 more to go.
Yeah, we've still got plenty more regionals covered as well in our next couple of days. Make sure you are sticking around. Tomorrow will be IG against FPX. And then we'll finish things off with LG against whoever wins out of IG versus FPX. I'm leaning the way of IG as of right now, but a lot of people FPX have had plenty of time to prep for themselves. So there could be something coming out of the woodwork. You can't ever underestimate FPX.
I don't know. I think IG have just been looking pretty good at the moment. Be curious to see who they play in the bottom lane, though, between Bowland and
You know what, Dagda? You're looking pretty.
Damn. Oh, well played.
Yeah. According to everyone on Twitter and in Twitch chat. Let me get it all in here, but he's caught up in a Hextech ultimatum. MLXG moves in with a Black Shield as well. He's going to get himself some Soul Shackles, but Messiah, the only one caught up. Shield comes out from the bottom lane, and now he's trying to answer with some wild cards of his own. Tactical sweep. Now a gold card comes out onto the Renekton. Let me will survive with his life, and MLXG going to look for a bind. If he can find it, he'll find a kill off the back of it, but the bind goes wide. And he won't find much of anything except a couple of tower shots. Now Messiah with a golden card. Black Shield should be available, though. Looks like they're going to back away.
Trying to poke them down, but not able to get any damage there. But now you do give chances for JCho to go towards this dragon. And I mean, slowly but surely, he is starting to farm up. Not really getting to his items just yet, though.
So Dragon is the next thing on the cards here for our teams. We're on 3 kills. Yeah, I'm so disappointed.
But they're trying. They're really
they are
trying.
There's just nobody's getting any kills here. It's going to be the first Dragon going the way of our blue team here, which is JCho's team here. And it is JCho to get the Dragon as well on his Master Yi. MLXG answers in topside with a Rift Herald.
That's the mind of a veteran. That's someone who's played on the main stage. Jungler makes a play bot side. As a jungler, I have to go make a play on the opposite side of the map.
Oh yeah, taking a lot of damage. Here we go. The Xerath plays the curtain called a long-range attack. But it kind of flops a little bit.
I love the way ZZOR like goes in. He's like, I'm the Xerath ult. I'm going to make this play work. And like instantly the binding comes back. He's like, no. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hang on. I don't know if I like this one anymore. Herald down into the middle lane here. This Messiah going to be feeling the wrath of this mid-jungle duo action that we're seeing out of our red team. Nice little binding.
Oh, wow.
And now the all-in comes through as well, but stunned immediately underneath the tower. And he was in alpha the whole time. Takes him out.
He gets killed by his idol. He just wanted to make a play. He just wanted to show off, and he couldn't quite get it. Messiah with the gold card, putting Kerry Wong back in his place.
Yeah, JCho shows him what's up with this Master Yi. You don't get to dive Master Yi because he's going to turn invisible. He's going to fly around the play. He's going to take you out. And now, a kill early on Master Yi can lead to terrifying things.
I mean, you're looking pretty good for JCho right now. He's been pretty untouched in the jungle. He's farming up. His lanes are going great. And from Master Yi perspective, that's a pretty big win. Only issue is that, pesky 2,000 gold lead. Most of it going towards the mid lane, but we'll forget about that.
I'm not worried about the gold lead Dagda because I realistically don't expect too many heavily coordinated fights in this game. I feel like this is going to be down to individual mechanics, and we'll see if Zitai has them in a 2v1 on the top side. But he misses his hook shot. That ain't the individual mechanics that I'm looking for.
Sad times going across. MLXG and Let Me grouping up, managing to get these kills. Starting to feel like we got a bit of RNG synergy going on. Holy moly.
Yeah. Less than 10 HP walks away from the play.
Just about. I don't know if I even call that walking away, but Let Me.
Struts away. Floats away because he's on Xerath. There you go. I got plenty more adjectives, don't worry. Or I guess these are verbs, actually. I can't speak English, apparently.
Well, someone who's not walking away anyway is going to be in this top lane. Zitai getting caught out there by MLXG and Let Me. Just a brief reminder being like, hey, remember we were on a team together?
Mahito has popped his ult here, and he's going to flash forwards, but CCM stays out of range. One auto would do it, but there's the Alpha Strike. Suddenly a TP coming in. Mahito's running back under the tower. I don't know if that's quite the correct play in that situation.
If the Blade of the Rune King wasn't there, you would have actually got the execute, but...
Oh, the minion wave arrives at the last second to save San under the tower. We'll get out with the play. Now on towards this tower for the side. Or they don't have a team name for the red side.
I'm getting Monty Python vibes though off of that play coming through from JCho. It's like, attack! And then instead of a bunny, it's the crocodile who shows up. It's retreat!
Yeah, run away, run away. Tactical retreat here. Coming out from Mahito, but you know what? He's got his Merc Trent. He's got another dagger. He's still happy. Let Me, in the meantime, is just soaking up this gold from the plates on the bottom side. So Renekton decided to get scary. He's gone for the Blade of the Rune King. This does not, matchup-wise, this does not get any better for Zitai.
And it's just so sad. Like, the blind counter pick coming through so well for Let Me. And then just add insult to injury, it's MLXG coming up.
Like, if you're going to blind pick a top laner in the LPL, what do you pick? It's the Renekton. I feel like Zitai kind of booked this for himself. He should have seen this coming, let's be honest.
Yeah, I know you're right, but
I'm always right, Hector.
no, you're not.
Well, that's just your opinion, man. We're going to see Wei Xiao moving away. Now MLXG flashes in for an all-in. Messiah stunned up and taking it down. This is 2 kills, easy as you like. And now suddenly, Zitai teleports into the play, just has to bail immediately.
Kerry Wong's looking good, though. This Aurelia pick is paying dividends. You've even got MLXG, who's the pro, went with the AP jungler to facilitate it. And, I mean, this is looking good so far. He wants more, though.
He certainly does. He's going in for the 1 versus 1. The duelists taking each other on, but it's not a 1v1 after all. The shield is there. But it is a 1-4-1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, it will end up being a 1-4 nearly rather than the 1-4-1. But look, they do get the kill going over to Kerry Wong. Nice turnaround. Messiah trying to opt in towards these side lanes now. The Twisted Fate to get this Twisted Fate up and rolling with the Destinies. But at least Kerry Wong putting in work against the old school pros.
So far, so good. Kerry Wong here, 3-2-1. He's counting down nicely. Let's take another look at the mechanics of play.
I actually was a bit worried for him. I saw how low the time went. He's like, please, just 1 auto. At least get the return kill. Does manage to get it with the Ignite, though. And, I mean, if I'm on the blue team here, I'm definitely looking towards down on that bottom side. He's already got the Storm Razors. This Caitlyn's pretty all right for himself.
I'm looking towards Jay Chow. He's on Master Yi. Whenever I'm playing solo queue and there's that Master Yi on my team, I'm like, look, we may have run it down for the whole early game.
Oh, they're on the ward. They don't actually know.
Oh, hang on. Hang on a second here. I don't think there's anything that's actually going to happen off of this one.
No. Come on.
You're sounding excited, Dagda, but I don't think it's happening. Misses the binding. They're going to get out of there. They had a control ward that entire time. They probably should have just done that 10 minutes ago. Anyway, yeah, when you got that Master Yi though in solo queue, there's always that late game potential. Maybe, just maybe, they're going to 1v5 later on.
Let's see. Jungle item completed. Basically there already. At least from my game. That's what I understand with Master Yi. But I think overall, we'll have to see just if Jay Chou can get to that late game. Because it's been ramped up pretty quickly in this game by Kerry Wong's team.
He can go for the Rage Blade second if he wants to. Might go towards the Blade of the Rune King since he's got a dagger and a longsword there. There's a few different builds available. Won't go for the Rapid Fire Cannon or the Hurricane. Despite your TFT knowledge, Dagda, that is not the build we'll be seeing here today.
What about a dual gauntlet?
Definitely not a death cap either. Okay. Well, I say that. This is a show match. So it's possible.
I miss APE. It was real stupid. And for someone who just joined in Season 3, being able to pick you and Pentakill felt pretty good.
APE on ARAM. That was
obnoxious.
The real thing right there. I'm not allowed to say the words that I want to say about APE. Unfortunately, on broadcast, there are ears that cannot be corrupted listening. Messiah flashed onto by ZZR here, but won't get out with his life. Messiah doesn't care. He's not even going to dodge. He's just going to keep walking. He's like, you can't kill me. I am the Messiah after all.
True, but ZZR did a solid half his health bar for that aggressive play. Not able to have Kerry Wong follow up, but you see, they are looking to play around Kerry Wong. They want to get this celebrity up and rolling, although bot side, Jay Chou trying to see if he can get a little bit of action for himself here.
He's on to Let Me here, locks him up, and it means that Mojito can move in. Dawning Shadow's there, though, and Let Me wants a 2v1. Luckily, though, he's not even going to chase it. Let Me just gets the kill. Easy peasy. Now an all-in on the top side of the map. Messiah going to fall once again. ZZR steals it away, though.
Look, whatever about the rivalry between Let Me and Zatai, this is Kerry Wong versus Jay Chou, and right now, Kerry Wong is looking pretty damn good.
The red smite after the autos. I love it. He's going to get out of there, Jay Chou. Maybe not quite finding the 1v1 he was looking for there.
That's not the way he really planned on that one. I like the tenacity, though. It's not, it's denied once. No, I got this. Russes himself up, shakes himself away, goes for time 2. It's like, no, I don't. I think that was a bad idea.
Yeah, it was, went for the Alpha Strike, then he went for the Beta Smite as he just bails out in the other direction. So now, as we head towards the 20-minute mark here, Dagda, talk me through these team compositions. What are the win conditions we should be looking for as we get halfway through the game?
Definitely, I think killing the Nexus, numero uno for both these teams.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think that's the best bet here. Honestly, I'm not sure how, AP Morgana jungle scales. To be quite frank, Juno wouldn't agree with the Morello pick though.
Oh, that was a nice little dodge coming out from Zatai, but the Soul Shackles, they're going to get the stun, they're going to get the lockup. The Magic Shield ain't going to do a whole heap of much here. Dashes out from the Blade Surge, but finished off in the end by Carry Wong. Beautifully done here, and Carry Wong is getting real fed. 4-2-2 on the Aurelia.
Yeah, and okay. I thought for like 2 seconds we were going to get the Master Yi Special. Just like, the game has gone terribly. Everything has gone wrong. I'm going to solo Baron.
He's not quite at that level of Master Yi just yet, but he is well on his way. He's got himself a recurve bow now, and we'll see what he goes next as he's given up on the chickens, apparently. Deciding that's not the play.
He's given up on a lot of stuff this game, to be honest.
He's an indecisive Master Yi, that is for
is.
sure. I think realizing that everyone was making their way up, reasonable decision this time. I don't want to flame him while it's not necessary.
No. We've already accepted that it's gone from Alpha to Beta Strike. Now it's just Coward Strike. We've gone right the way down the alphabet list.
I'm going to call it Omega Strike at this point. He's going down the alphabet to God mode. We'll see if that's going to happen, though.
We're going to keep battling each other until we get to Z, and it's just Xylophone Strike, and no one understands why.
That's not how the Greek alphabet works, my friend.
X even. I said there's too many Z's in this game between ZZM and ZZO.
And Zatai. To add to that one. Zatai, speaking of, by the way, split pushing on that bottom side. Let me just having a conversation with the Baron there. Just stood looking at it. San trying to dodge away from the Xerath. Nobody cares about Xerath this game.
No.
Everyone's just happily just soaking the damage.
This is the classic Xerath support, though, going Luden's Echo first item. I'm the carry in the bottom lane.
Support in quotation marks. This is not a real support, ladies and gentlemen. This is a secondary mid laner. And in the meantime, we've got bot lane taken here. We are going to see Carry Wong looking to answer. He can definitely win this 1v1. But he doesn't have to, because MLXG is here. Flash for the all-in. In the meantime, there's a fight going on at the other side of the map. That's one kill taken, but at what cost? Because here comes Master Yi. And down will go this Baron. The attempted sneak is answered on the top side.
The 0-5 is worth there for Zatai. The team will get Baron in. Maybe they can do some good work with this.
I will say, maybe this was overzealous from Let Me and ZZM when MLXG was currently making a play on the bottom side of the map to start the two-man battle.
Probably not the best idea to start a two-man play on the bottom side of the map, with neither having TP at 22 minutes into the game. But that's neither here nor there.
Here we are. So while that two-man play goes on, the rest of the red team gets absolutely obliterated. They got themselves low to the Baron. And well, the blue team, or should I say Jay Chow's team, very happy to just sweep that up.
And now you're starting to see that play of the Rune King starting to get there for Jay Cho as well. So not quite at the Bork and the Guinsus, but slowly but surely making his way towards that point. Especially with this Baron delaying this push a little bit. Maybe, just maybe, we get to see Jay Cho activated.
He's going for that Blade of the Rune King as the second item here, and well, he's still a long way off doing the 1v5 Yi thing. The Baron will certainly help him out. So be able to just clear out this jungle. He's moving towards the river as we will see Carry One clearing away some vision. 23 minutes on the clock, Dagda. 5 kills, though, for Carry Wong. He's feeling like the carry right now. He's feeling like the guy we got to keep our eyes on the red team.
Should have gone for Triforce, though. Black Cleaver's cop out. You have to go full damage at this stage. Come on.
Trying to set up his team. ZZM is going to be hitting that 4th shot so hard now. It's going to be beautiful. He's going for the Death Dance 3rd as well, I'd imagine. Or an Essence Reaver. Well, that's probably not happening, is it?
No. I mean, it'll be interesting. I mean, for a show match.
It'll be interesting. Emphasis on the end.
Yeah. ZZR? Not quite getting onto
So you know what, Dagda? It's your turn to step up to the spotlight. When the next team fight happens, I want you to cast it.
All right, I'm ready. ZZR going to get caught out, and he's dead! That was easy. Why don't I have this as a job?
That was not the greatest team fight happening. Here we go. Go away, Doug.
All right, there we go. Let me tries to get on towards the 80 carry, forced to flash away. Curtain call says lights out for nobody. As now Renekton caught out. San trying to dish the damage from the backline, forced away from LMLG. Binding goes wide. There they pop over the wall into the waiting hands of Kerry Cho, who takes them down. Let me running amok. This Camille looking at the 0-6, but Binding is eaten away by the Senna. There we go. Kills galore. 14-7. That's 2 times 7, baby. We're the 2-time champs.
They are not the two-time champs, but they are the champs of this game right now. 14-7, 8-2-2, and this is the moment where we dropped our hardcore analysis that Aurelia, with a lot of kills and a lot of items, is going to destroy people, Dagda.
I think we should stick to our day jobs.
I like the part where you called MLXG just MLG, because the sick plays, the trick shots coming out on this Aurelia.
I'm glad you picked up on that.
Don't worry, I'm always listening. I'm always ear to the ground here. Or to the headset. Here we go, binding lands, but Messiah, he's got his signature Zonya's. Has a proto belt as well. Dodges away from the binding. Nice bit of fancy footwork. I will say, I'm pretty disappointed in this Messiah performance.
I mean, yeah.
Look, I'm going to say it, Dagda. Oh, Westall's better.
You did. Look, security, just, yeah, come on in. Just take him out right now.
Take me away.
Just, yeah.
If loving Westall's a crime, then call me a criminal. Here we go. Sand dodges the binding. I'll give you the analysis here. We've got Aurelia, gets a bunch of stuns, gets a bunch of Qs. There's a Renekton that's going a little bit crazy. MLXT.
Why would you say I get the analysis here and then you do the analysis? You said I could have the analysis and then you just did the analysis.
I didn't say you could have the analysis. That's not what I said at all. I said I'm going to give it a go.
Look, this is why you're the worst roommate. Just never listen to yourself.
Technically, I'm not your roommate. We have separate rooms. I'm your house. You've just been pedanticized. All right, let's get back to the game here, Dagda, because we've got a serious match on our hands. But Mojito with the fingers of fury flashing over the wall. I will say, though, Harry Wong is looking real terrifying, and everyone's got to be very nervous if they step close to him. 6,000 gold lead in favor of our red team right now.
And they got the opportunity to like push in both lanes here. Mid's been shoved in, bot's been shoved in by Let Me as well. Like this is starting to add some actual macro to this show match, and I'm not sure I like it much.
I will say these teams have been playing a little bit more serious than I was wanting. There's been some actual serious team play on the go. The Baron attempt though, maybe on the less serious side.
It does feel like whenever you play a blind pick in China though, like this is exactly what you get. Like everyone's super tryhard. Like we came over and we're like, hey look, I've unlocked, I don't know, like Gragas, and I'm like, let's go onto the rift, and suddenly you're against a proper composition that just smacks you around. There's like TP plays bot lane, and you're like, I just wanted to get the cannon.
Yeah, they do not mess around in League of Legends when it comes to, or at least on the Ionia server, here in China. Even the normal games are hardcore, sweaty matches. And I have to say, I was not quite ready for that when I came over here. But you know what? I was ready for this red team, Carry Wong and the squad, to kick off another Mountain Drake, Dagda. Look at this, so exciting. Woo! Are you excited, Dagda? I'm excited.
Did you not just hear my woohoo? Was that not exciting enough? Come on.
It wasn't very convincing, I will say.
I gotta say, my throat is gonna be a long weekend, dude.
Yeah. I have to say. After two big old best of fives in our grand finals and our regional finals.
I was gonna say, I don't know how your voice is still working.
I wasn't mentally prepared for a show match here today, but you know what? We take these here, Dagda, because we got some LPL legends on the stage. And I'm going to take this as a gift.
Plays!
Let me going to be locked up by just about every form of CC in the game. He's going to turn it all around. Whoa, that was a close one. Oh, he's out of range. Never mind.
It's all Gucci. It's all good.
I'm very disappointed in ZZR's
You've been so disappointed.
I'm disappointed
with so many things in this game. I feel like that cynical break is coming out.
Oh, over the wall. Not quite enough damage.
Hit him!
Dark Harvest nearly doing it. Zareth as well. Getting close, not enough. And just everyone's missing everything. I don't know what to say. He stands still for a bit.
He knows.
He knows what he's done.
Look at the grin on his face in the bottom right corner. He knew what he's done. What? Actually, maybe.
Oh, what? No, they're not going to go for it.
Oh. Hey.
Hey. Ah.
We just reverted to Sims now. Your best Sim impression as a caster has just come out.
Oh no, I hope not.
I could do so much better than that.
I haven't represented myself here. No, I'm not going to do a Sims impression. I will say, when we look at the item build here for Mojito, these are all components for the Hurricane. This could be the TFT build we see here. I'm not expecting that it will be.
No, because he has the Blade Master item. It hasn't popped off him yet, so You can't actually have the Blade of the Rune King in your Master Yi because he's a Blade Master. So it means it would have popped off. It actually would have gone towards the Caitlyn, and then you get Chrono Snipers. That doesn't work with anyone else.
I do agree with you, though, in that he has not popped off this game, Dagda. He has not popped off. The item hasn't popped off. He's not popped off. Nothing's been popping off. Except for Carry Wong in the mid lane on the Aurelia. My goodness. What a beautiful performance we are seeing here today. The Blade Surges, the flawless duets.
Well, here we go. J-Cho does spot them on this Baron. I don't know if anyone else is in a position to fight for this, but we do have Let Me on him.
Let's see this steal, J-Chow. This is your moment. Dawning Shadow across the squad. Let Me on the flank. In he goes with the Alpha Strike. He can't get the steal and he's shut down. Now onto the rest of the team fight that go in. Curse of the Black Mist going to keep him safe for now. Gets out of the range, as does...
The combo!
Oh, Camille, here we go. Zatai just about flashes out of the play. Now onto the center we go. Finishes him off with ease. Wei Xiao falls.
I feel like that was a brave call from J-Cho. Like, I'm going to outsmite MLXG. Like, I feel like you were kind of biting off a bit more than you could chew there.
I will say, MLXG looking fantastic on the Morgana here. 2-0-9. And now with this Baron, the siege is terrifying. ZZR on the Xerath. This is what he's been waiting for all game. Finding. Oh, it does connect. Onto Zatai. The Hextech Ultimatum going to keep MLXG under the tower for a bit, but not long enough. Another kill going the way of our red team. But they're not willing to commit to ending the game just yet.
Oh, I thought they were.
Which I will say I'm a little devastated by.
I thought that was it. I thought they were going to go for it, but are going to back away. There's a Dragon Mountain Soul in a minute. They're just resetting on time, making sure they spend that gold.
Good macro, ladies and gentlemen. These are professional players we're talking about, and professional pop stars.
I mean, MLXG has actually just gone full on. Look, I'm going to enable Carry Wong here. You got the Ardent Sensor coming in. I feel like if I'm going to go Dark Harvest Morgana, I don't go Ardent Sensor. I'm like, these two things aren't really compatible.
I'm just sad that we didn't see a turret coming out from Wei Xiao to funnel J-Chow on the Master Yi. That's the real strat. But we didn't get to see it. Now we get the cheese coming up through. Look at this. Death Brush in play.
That means topside. Still got a ZZM and ZZOR moving across. Oh, here we go.
Carry Wong's in trouble. Gold card comes in. Vanguard's Edge is not going to be enough. He's taken down. Shut down. Goes into the pocket of Mojito as well. San gets the cleanse off. MLXG's gone too far for this one. The damage is coming in. Dawning Shadow across the squad here. Mojito won't get a second one because it's Messiah to grab the kill. And this will deny the Mountain Drake.
J-Cho's going to get this Dragon number 2 of the game for J-Cho's team, but they got minions poured into the base. Someone does have to deal with that. Looks like San is going to be the one to go.
I just want to see Messiah ult into the team and then go golden. I feel like it's all I'm living for at this point. Let me. Trying to find a way over the wall here, trying to find an engage.
Cooldowns sometimes just ruin the worst of moments.
Is he actually going to get away with that? Yeah, he is. He's out of it. See you later. Mojito gets back to the base. San is going to be there as well. The rest of the squad going to be working as a team to clear the crooks.
And the depth rush works. I mean, Messiah leading the charge here. And you can see how much CC is there on their side. That you don't get to move for a long, long time. But bindings are hurting from MLXG.
Imagine if he'd built another damage item instead of an Ardent Sensor. Oh dear, he'd just be able to 100 to 0. But alas, it is not the case here. And it means that now when you look over to Mojito, he's got himself a Phantom Dancer. He's got a Negatron Cloak as he makes his way towards a Wit's End as well. We're getting to Master Yi stages of the game. We're getting to Pentakill stages of the game for Mojito.
Well, we'll have to see if he's able to pop off in these fights. The only thing is, like, there's a lot of CC on the side of Carry Wong's team, so we'll have to see if he's able to get around that. But at least now we have Carry Wong's team grouping up. They kind of realize, right, guys, if we're going to mess around like this, there is a real chance we're going to lose this game.
And there's a lot on the line, Dagda.
I know.
There's pride, dignity, honor.
The winner's interview.
The winner. Yeah. Which inevitably, there's probably also a loser's interview simultaneously.
I don't know.
It is a show match after all.
You can't run the risk, Munch. You just can't run that risk.
Well, J-Cho's running no risks as he just blasts his ult and split pushes off to the side. Not going with the Rage Blade, so a little bit slower on these towers. But you know what? If it works, it works. He's going to be able to grab that one. Now Messiah trying to find an engage on the bottom side. Jumps up to the rest of his team. Doesn't quite overcommit to this one. Calibernet just goes wide. ZZM does get rooted up by Wei Xiao, who has to flash out of play. It's Messiah on this Twist of Fate, but he's on a blast gun, so he should be all right.
Wait a
Dodges
second,
the bind. Hang on, they were just buying time. Messiah wasn't really looking for the fight. They were looking for an in him.
I mean, they're probably going to get it. You do have at least Carry One going to fight off against his idol in the top side of the map, but bot lane.
Yeah, now onto the tower for the red team.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is not a fair 1v1. Stunned up and taken down. That was the flash used, though, but, you know, I'd say that's worth it.
Looks like the rest of J-Cho's team is struggling to deal with this bot side as Carry Wong's team will continue to push in. Baron is in 50 seconds, though, so may see some of the teams teetering over towards that one eventually.
We got San and Wei Xiao trying to defend on this bottom side here. Root comes out, it's onto ZZN and onto MLXG as well. Good wildcards, in comes a tie, up from the top side, and they're looking to shut everybody down. Double kill comes in, Hextech Ultimatum to boot. They can't quite finish off the last couple of members, but they do defend that in-him tower. In comes Messiah, looking for the gold card, as his Sonya's available, but it's going to be on cooldown. He will pop it at the last possible second. Let me will fall to the dot in the end. San now locked up. The curtain call comes into play. Wei Xiao with the root, can't finish off San, and now it's turned around. ZZM's the one to fall.
And there's no range on ZZM. San's able to play back. However, topside Carry Wong will get a tower, but messy fights with kills going the way of J-Cho's team.
Do you know what messy fights is all I was looking for here, Dagda? We're getting towards the kill a minute mark. We are 1 kill behind on the kill per minute mark here, Dagda. We just got to get a little bit more action, and then we're up to par for the LPL.
We're slowly but surely eking there. A minute towards this dragon, so maybe we get a couple more fights towards that. Baron has already spawned as well, so
That's
maybe
true,
when the team
Dagda.
says don't mind if I do.
That's the kind of analysis that we pay you for, but the stun misses, the Vanguard's edge misses, and then J-Chow flashes out anyway. I feel like that was a 1 fight.
I don't know.
We got a bit of a zoom in as well.
I mean, you're 3 levels behind the 11 kill Aurelia. I don't know if that's a 1 fight for the Master Yi right now.
Trust me, Dagda. Like, just leave the analysis to the experts, okay?
All right,
that was a 1 fight for J-Chow. He's Master Yi. Master Yi doesn't lose fights, except when he does.
I feel like these Senna bindings are getting a lot more use because people keep walking into others with them.
That's called synergy. Team synergy across the board.
You just forgot
here.
to say anti.
I didn't forget. How dare you? I never forget the word anti, because my aunties are great. Both of them. My uncles as well. Love my family. We're to the dragon here, Dagda. For our red side, Carry Wang is going to grab himself a Mountain Soul. MLXG smites it away for the squad. And you know, J-Chow now walks into his jungle with his head hanging, his tail between his legs. And a Baron as well, apparently. Maybe he's not so disappointed after all.
Let me is here, though. We'll be able to, if he wants to spot it out.
Please don't do it.
Just go in blind. Do it.
Blast code over. Let's see it. All right, Baron's gone down. Let me, you were too late on the play. I'm disappointed.
The shots, though, I have no idea where he's firing to.
It. I think he just cancelled it. Well, all right then. ZZR, not feeling it.
I mean, he's got the Luden's Echo into the Twin Shadows, so at least he's trying to slow down these folks so those ults are a little bit harder.
MLXG and ZZR are sharing support responsibilities here. One goes Twin Shadows, one goes for the Ardent Sensor. We'll just kind of spread the love around, you know?
We're going to see Let Me go for the Shrelia's Reverie now next as well. So then, you know, the Wizard Lizard can come through. You get a little bit of that AP, put the speed up for the rest of the team as well.
I feel like that is reserved exclusively for when the Rabadons comes in. Because you can't tell if he's a wizard unless he's wearing a hat, right?
Oh, true.
That's just science.
Well, I mean, it's a crown, so I mean, where do we go from there? Isn't Shrelia's Reverie a crown?
Oh. I mean, I guess he's the
king of the Wizard
King of the Warlocks. I don't know. He's not got it anyway, so you know what? Don't matter anyway, does it? Kurt Cole in the mid lane. San taking a bit of a siege from long range, but he's going to be all right. Walks away from it. A couple of ults used. Not much gain.
And no, he got the tie, hanging off in the wings, but does get spotted.
All right, Dagda, break it down for me. Drop some knowledge bombs on the audience here. What are the win conditions in this late game team fight?
Kill the other team. Gotcha.
Nice. So we're looking at ZZM specifically. He's got to get that fourth shot in. He's got to try and find the carries.
LXG is not going well.
LXG just got annihilated. Messiah wants to make the Messiah play.
Come
Go
on,
for
you
it,
got
mate. He's off to the side. That's not what I wanted.
No, I mean, he's got his Zonyas. It's a signature pick. This is what you're known for. He doesn't even go for it.
Let's do it. He's waiting for the opportune moment. He's waiting for that perfect moment to make the play. But with Baron, they can just walk up this mid lane.
It's like that music where it's just the beat never actually drops. It keeps just building and building and building. And I feel like that's what we're getting from this. It's like we keep going, oh, and then it just keeps going and ramping, and just we never actually get to play anymore.
Oh, that's a root coming on in. But MLXG almost gets deleted immediately, survives somehow, and it's actually Santafall first. 60-second death timers at this point in the game. The ZZM has gone way too deep. Well, I can see Center survivor Wei Xiao now collapsed on by the Renekton, but Mojito is here. Jay Chao and the Master Yi, and he's at that late game stage. His lethal tempo is proc.
Oh, no.
Alpha Strike's on cooldown.
Oh, no.
He's locked up. Oh, Alpha Strike comes out at the last possible second. He can't get the resets, though, and he ends up falling. Now Messiah flashes over the wall, but Letme's chasing him down. Gold card will come out. It means Messiah gets away.
However, it does mean that the rest of Kerry Wong's team can start to push in. Destiny back towards the base. As I think this is all said and done, Munch.
I don't know about that one just yet. We'll have to wait and see here, Dagda. The mountains are paying dividends on the 2 death stances across the team. There's a Randuin's in there as well. Stun, flawless duet onto one of them as he tries to finish off the tight. Ignite is there, but he flashes onto the fountain. Messiah gets himself his Zonyas, but it's only going to buy a little bit of time. Falls in the end, and it looks like we have our winners here. It's going to be Kerry Wong finishing things out, or I say that, Sun comes in on the Caitlyn. They're trying to finish off the Nexus. No, they're not. They're trying to find some more kills. Nexus will fall. Kerry Wong is your champion.
Kerry Wong manages to take down his idol in Jay Cho, and I kind of feel like, well, at least he's got a big smile on his face, but I mean, how salty do you get as Jay Cho? You're just like, I never liked your music anyway. Just completely ruined the guy straight away after.
This is the beginning of a great grudge between these pop stars. There's going to be Twitter accounts for days arguing about whatever. I don't know this culture. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not into the pop music. I feel like a boomer.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not great with pop music in general, but specifically when we get all the way over towards Chinese pop, I'm just
when we get into like the K-pop stands on Twitter and stuff like that, that's how I'm out of my depth in that.
I honestly, I'm gonna be realistic with the audience. I didn't even know these two people until I got them written on the paper today.
Did you see? Medic tweeted saying the LEC Tronic was like the baddest before KDA, and he got roasted on Twitter by all of the K-pop fans of KDA that don't know anything about the LEC.
Poor
They're just
guy
there for
trying
the
to
music.
make a joke. It's like, oh god. But yeah. Well, I mean, I hope we don't get roasted because we didn't realize who these two guys were. But I'm not exactly up to date with my pop music.
Don't worry, mate. We're not famous enough to get roasted on the internet. We're safe. That is a disappointing face right there.
Yeah, Son is not happy.
That is not a happy camper.
I mean, I'm surprised he's that upset. I thought he was going to be a little bit more happy and jovial, but they look like they just lost the finals. Jesus.
This was not a show match, Santa. This was so much more. This was destiny on the line every minute or so because it was Messiah's ultimate. But there we have it, pointing to the sky.
The guy who lost.
We're going to have an interview over at our analyst desk. So I'm going to kick it over to Wendy as we speak to our winners on the stage.
After watching the show match, the captain will return on the stage. I think for today's matchup, you guys really performed so well, and we can hear you cheering and yelling during the game. And Chicho will do some preparations and reconnect with us. So you are still have the smiling on your face. And today's matchup is really a travel around the whole Seminar Rift. And for Sheishu, your jungling pass is also like passing through every single area in the Seminars Rift. And for carry, you just carry the whole situation. And for Sheishu, how do you feel after this matchup? I feel it's very interesting. And I'm very nervous at the same time. I'm very curious, how come carry is so strong? I'm kind of dodge from him. I just want to try to avoid him. But you got the first blood that killed Carry Wong. I think it's just about the lucky. But then he is in the top lane. When he is in the top lane, he's not in the battlefield. We can just make the engage. But if his Irelia is around us, I feel a bit nervous. Previously, and how about the cooperations with your teammates? I feel it's good. I can feel this safe. I feel safe with them. And I know like what I should do. Because previously I didn't do the in-game communications, but today I feel safe. And now I have the microphone and able to have a good communication with my teammates. And I also learned a lot from my teammates. So I need more practices. Next time, Carry, I will have a game with you again. So how do you feel? I'm very happy and so excited. Once I saw Jay in the Summoner's Rift, I just felt, I'm your fan and I'm coming to you. And although Jay got the first blood from you, but for today, you just performed so well and the showmaker. I think for the first blood, I didn't expect that Jay was able to use the Q to dodge my skill shots. He played so well and very impressive. So as a jungler, Sheishu is the tempo carrier. And also, I think for Ruofeng, he's going to not feeling well because he's also the mid laner. Because all my teammates are protecting me, so I just feel very safe. And for Ruofeng, how do you feel about the mid competition? I've actually played other games with Carry. I knew he's really good at gaming. And also in terms of the ganks as well as the laning control, I think Carry Wong did a very good job. And also Jeju played very well as well. And about Zitai, it seems that you have targeted to the top lanes. Actually, I thought I'm from the opponent's team. And also, ZZM, he never got the victory in the show match. And today, you helped him to break that curse. And also, you've got a triple kill. So you have learned something, right? I feel it's quite different, like from playing games at home with the playing on the stage. Together with all my teammates, I can feel our synergies. We just have a communicate together and to share like what we should do. And talk about the game strategies. I feel it's a very good. I feel it's very good. And for Sheishu, do you have any feeling towards your enemy, towards your opponents? I really want to have another matchup. Because of the time constraint. But we didn't manage to have one. So how do you feel about this matchup? Let's start from let me.
能够重新回到这个舞台，继续去打一个
I'm
表演
able
赛，哪怕
to
是表
get
演赛也好，
on the
对
stage
保护
again,
着
even though
当
it's
时打比赛
just a
那种感
match
觉吧
match
还是
show.
对，挺兴奋、挺激情的。
对对对。
It reminds me the old days, like playing on the stage.
对，我
And
们郭老师老教练的。
And
来，郭老
also
师说说这4保1战术。
for MLXG, he's been like coaching for our teams.
莫甘娜跟女刀这个配合嘛，就是我们
And
平常
we
跟
have
小
got
凯就是
Morgana
玩游戏的时候
and
就经常跟
Irelia.
老师还是挺熟
Actually,
练的
I played these conversations with
然后
Carrie
然后
before,
这
so
次
he's
还
quite
跟
familiar with
杰
this.
伦哥，然后在野区对线，
And
就
I'm
特别
able
紧张
to
因为杰伦哥是我偶像嘛。
counter Checho in
然后今天
the
野
as
区
a
还被反了
jungler,
很多野。
so I'm quite happy.
野
He's
区
my
被反了很多
idol.
野，夸你呢，杰伦。
And also he did a counter jungler as
太好
well.
了，下一次记得啊，这个
And
下
for
一次
Checho,
的
I'm
时候，
so
我觉
happy.
得我来跟你
And
配
for
合一
next
下，
time,
试试
I
看。
want to make a cooperation with you.
小凯
Maybe
已
let's
经
try.
从你身边抢人了。他的意思是，
没关系，我觉得
He wants to grab some teammates.
对，今后你们可以做队友啊，对不对？啊，
It's okay. The three of us can be the teammates
大家一起
together.
玩来被改命的
So
赵志
let's
明。
play together.
就感觉
And
和
for
郭老师和
CCM,
小凯就他们这个中野很舒服嘛
together
我们下
with
路战术安排就是我们两个
MLXG
下
and
路打
Carry
线不
Wall.
要送，他们中野一定能打
The
优势
mid
嘛。
jungle
对对
synergy
对
is
而且
super
啊
good, and they have a very good
整个一块儿还感
performance.
觉还很有 CP 感，但是一上来是被针对的，
And
对不对？
ZZR together with CCM, you guys
啊
have
对
seems
但
to have
是到
a
最后是
couple
躺
name,
了
but
不
the
开心
synergy of the bot lane is not that good.
对对对
But anyway, we're able to get the win, so I'm quite happy about that.
但是我好像送了一
Our
点
strategy is like
我们
try to stabilize ourselves, but I didn't perform that well.
对对。
But my teammates helped me,
躺赢的感觉真好。
对，所以你觉得王俊
and
凯怎么样
also the
要说很帅的，
mid
对不对？
他真的很
jungle,
厉害，我看过他的直播
the
打
mid
的
laners
时候
and junglers helped me to get the win. And also, I've watched the
其实就是
carries
一种
streams.
氛围嘛
He
我觉得
played
打游
so
戏
well.
氛围好，而且今天打得也很
I
开心
believe that the
赢了
most
当然
important
开心
thing for
对对
play
对
gaming is the
当然跟
atmosphere.
就是
Today
也是
we have a very
跟
high
对面的
vibe.
几位也学习了技术嘛，也跟
And
我们
I
队友
also
也是
learned a
交流
lot
很多东西，感觉
from my
今
teammates
天
and have
来
a
这一
good
趟还是
communications with
很值
them.
得，很开心的。
是的，你上
So
来等于
I
放了
think
个烟
it's
雾弹，什么紧张沉重我都没看出来。
It's
到最后来了个
valuable.
超神
It's a
战术
really
真
meaningful
的
moment
上
for
台手
me.
抖啊，对，还好队友给我
And
反馈
actually, I'm
OK，到位了
shaking
来，散黄呢？
on the
散黄
stage.
说两句。
But luckily, my teammates helped me.
虽然我们一直
And for
就
Xiaoshan
是打得很被动吧，但我感觉
Although
我们
we
四个
played
配合杰伦
passively
哥打得非常团结，
对
我觉得有
But
那种
we are played
团
as
队
a
的那种
whole.
氛围，
We
让
can
我回
feel
想
the
到那种职业赛
synergy.
场上的感觉了。
We can
对
feel
对
the
对其实因
teamwork.
为你们的
This
C 位
reminds
啊
me
相
of
对来
my
说好像
old
人头
life
掌
in
并
the
不多
on the
整个
stage
数据
as a
最好
pro
的微笑
gamer.
这是
And
因为
Weishao,
你一
you
打
get
AD
the
把这个
best
位置让给散黄以后
KDA
等于是你
from
是
your
等于是当中
team.
人头拿的最多了。
And you had the most kills.
感觉对面打得挺好的，然后
The
就
opponents
今天
team
的
really
话
performed
就感觉
good.
我们没有发挥好，没有照顾
We
好杰
didn't
伦哥
perform that
那下次
well
有机会的话，会
and
把他养
didn't
得白白
protect
胖胖一点。
Checho
还
that
要
much.
你这话说的。
We really want to
杰伦哥
protect him
杰伦
even
哥
more.
下次有机会再和他们一起玩，好不好？
下一次
So next time
可以可以
we'll
好的
play with
那我们在
them.
这边呢，
Yeah,
因为要履
definitely.
行刚才的承诺，说杰伦哥将会和小凯一起为大家来放送一波很特别的福利，
And then
那就是灵能特工的大礼
Checho
包。在此之前，我
and
们先感谢一下
Carry
场上的各位队员、
We'll give
队友
you guys a
希望下
welfare.
次
It's
继续
about the
还可以一起
new
玩谢谢
champion
大家
skin, about Master
谢
E.
谢，可以先休息一下。
And this is the end of the interview.
Well, a good way to end the night, I'd say. What do you reckon?
You know, I just want to start off with Munchables and Dagda being uncultured, not having ever listened to JHO. Like, this guy's been around for like 20 years or something like
But
that.
you're cultured, man. Not everyone is.
Not everyone, I guess, is, you know,
Hey,
lived in Taipei.
Look,
But
not everyone could be.
point
John
is, you know, the thing that was awesome about that game was standing here and hearing them communicate. Messiah's like 10 times louder than Sword Art. He was a one-man army.
True, he really was. We're sitting here up in the on stage, and we could hear them all the way down there. And as they're kind of just finishing things off and doing the lucky draw. Jordan, is your name in there?
Sadly not.
Bugger. All right.
But
that's all right. And number 9. Well, for everyone else at home who's not part of the draw, We are gearing up for an announcement, and then we will be finishing off the show. When we get towards that as well, we can start talking about the next couple of days, because we got a couple more days for playoffs remaining. We still have to find out who our 4th seed for Worlds is going to be. We're going to find out who's getting absolutely slammed out of our 2019 and 2018 World Champions as well.
Look, I don't want to leak the script, but IG's going to Worlds.
IG's going to Worlds.
And I don't want to leak the script even more, but IG's winning Worlds.
You know what the disappointing thing for me is?
What?
I went on last hit and we started talking semi-finals, and that's when I was like, LGD is going to beat JDG. They're going to win the LPL Championship. And today, you know, losing to Suning means they can only hit 4th seed. I don't want to jump off the hype train.
You know what I did? I went on the last two podcasts and IG's going to make it, you know, through
you said
regionals.
IG's going to win Worlds.
And I said IG's going to win Worlds.
Which you're a bit insane.
Which we're still on, we're right on schedule.
I mean, now it's not as insane as me saying LGD is going to win Worlds.
Okay,
right?
that was something
God.
else, man.
We've got our announcement coming though, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw it back to Wendy to take you through it.
哇，我觉得那个杰伦、小凯打得太好了，
I feel they really performed so
我觉
well.
得他们的这个操作远远超乎我的想象，
And
真
their
的是
mechanics
非
are
常
really
明星的
beyond
这
my
个超级
expectations.
召唤师。
是
They are the
刚才啊
super
我在各位的房
summoners.
间里面我也去待了一会儿，然后就旁边一直传来哇
And
天哪
also
就全部都是这种惊呼。
I
真
can
的是发
hear
现其实啊，虽然是
they
表
are
演赛，其
yelling.
实大家也都是赛出了很多的专业的技术，对不对？来，
So
那我们这
actually
边
they have
张总
shown
刚才
the
我说的这个好消息
professional
你这一
skills
个
in the
话
matchup.
到底为什么我们有这个好消息来公布？是什么样的好消息？
So what kind of
对
good
我
news
觉得今天
that you
我
want to
来
share?
主要是要宣布一个特别好的消息。
For today, I'm
大家都知
going
道
to
英雄
share
联
a
盟
very
我
good
们一
stuff
起走
to
过
all
了
of
很
you.
多年了。
League of Legends
那
have
也
been
得到无数
existence
召唤师
for
的
so
喜爱
many years and
那
is loved
这
by
个
lots
过
of
程中我觉得
summoners.
非常感谢每
Through
位
this whole
召
journey,
唤
I'm
师
incredibly
对我
grateful
们多年的陪伴。
for all the
那我们也
summoners
希
for
望
your
说
support
在
over
下
the
一个
years.
10年
And I
能够给
also
我
hope
们
that
带来
in the
更多的
coming
惊喜
10 years
那也有
will
更多的
lead
内
to
容能
us
够分
being
享给
able
大
to
家
share
那
even more
今天
exciting
我们是有幸邀
things
请到了
with
杰伦
everyone.
小凯两位明星
And
召唤
today
师
we are
不仅仅
incredibly
是给大
honored
家
to
带来
have
了
two
非常
celebrity
精彩的
summoners
表
with
演
us.
比赛。那我觉得
Beyond
有
those
更
exciting
重磅的东西
gameplays,
想要和大家分享。
They also have some
大家知
official
道
news to
杰
share.
伦这些年一
As
直
we
都是我
all
们的
know,
代言人
Jay has been a long
非常
time
的优秀，也和我
spokesperson
们
for
有着
us
非常紧密的
and
合
also
作。
works very closely with
小
us.
凯的话，大
Well,
家刚才
Carrie
看到他的表现，我
is
觉
a
得他
very
在各个
good
领域都
player.
是非常出色。他也是一个
Now,
非常热爱英雄联盟的玩家。
also,
他们两个人
he
之
is
间和
really
英雄联盟之间
a
都
fan
有着非常
of
多的
League of
火花和
Legends.
故事。那在今
So
天，
between
我也是
those two and
正
League
式
of
宣布
Legends, there are so many sparks. So today, we are pleased to officially announce that Jay Shou and Carrie Wang will be invited to become brand ambassadors for League of Legends China.
玩家来说特别期待的一个好消息。
So that will be exciting and a very good news for everyone.
双代言。
And this will be a dual brand ambassador
未来他们两位
plan.
的话将会在英雄联盟以
And
及
in the
英雄联盟
future,
这些新的产品，英雄联盟整个
they are
IP
going
泛娱乐这些领域都
they are
有着
going to
更
have
多的
so
合作
many
是为我们带
cooperations,
来
including
更多更精彩、更有趣的内容，请
League
我们
of
一起期
Legends
待
itself
是
and
我
new
们
League
所
of
有的人
Legends
其实都在
products
期
and
待
League of
啊
Legends
那我们
IP
刚
in
才
pan
听到
entertainment
了
sectors.
钟总说的这番话以后，我也有些感触。其实杰伦真的是
And
太具有
after this,
代表性的贴着英雄联盟标签的
Jay Shou
偶
is
像。
really
其实对他
an
来说的
impressive
话
league
，2015
player.
年第一次来参加到我们的周年庆，
And
然后打明
also
星赛的时候，
for
我们就
Jay
发
Shou,
现
his
杰
first
伦不
encounter
仅仅
with
是来
League
打
of
比赛
Legends is
他
in
还带来了自己的音乐作品
2015.
当时唱的音
And
手
also he
点燃了全场，
brought that
组建了英雄联盟的
his
战队
own song.
并且今天其实说在
He
18
also
年到现在
formed
又是时隔2
his
年
own pro
我们又和
teams.
杰伦大家相聚在了一起，
And now
又进入
we
了
are
英
able
雄
to
联
come
盟的召唤师
together.
的峡谷。所以我觉
We
得这一
come
刻
into the
受邀
summoners
担任
with
了我们接下来
together.
和小凯共同将会双代言
And
英雄联盟
together
杰伦
with
的感受怎么样？
Carrie Wong, you guys have become ambassador of League of Legends China. How do you feel right now? I'm quite happy about that.
然后在
With
常常在颁
Carrie
奖典礼上面，我觉得没想到这次在这个
I have
英雄联盟
met
还一
Carrie
起
Wong
打
so many times
那我觉
in
得
the
这个
musical
没想到
relating
打得真的是出乎意料，打得这么好
ceremonies.
那我觉
So,
得可以跟他
but
一起
this
带领
time
是非常
I'm
开心的一
able
件
to
事情
see him in
那
the
我觉得
League of
之后呢
Legends
小
games.
凯可以
I'm
尝
very
试
happy
创
about
作
that.
英雄联盟的主题
And
曲。
also, maybe in the future, Carrie Wong, you can try to compose some new songs
就来自于杰伦
related
的
to
说
League
哎
of
啥时候
Legends.
在英雄联盟的音乐的部分，这真的又做到了新产品跨领域。
And about the musical field, this is actually the cross field. I know you have played League of Legends for so long time. And we have some dialogues with Carry Wang about all the pro players, the memes about League of Legends, and also he's very familiar with this game. So I think he really deserves that title of the ambassador of League of Legends China. So how do you feel? I'm really happy to cooperate with Jaycho in this new field. I'm really excited. Actually, I played League of Legends for such a long time. It's not only a game while I play League of Legends, it also brings me so many experiences, like including watching games with all my friends. And also League of Legends done many meaningful things for the public good, for the sports spirits, and also made so many heartwarming and inspiring. So I feel it's very good stuff that I love League of Legends, and I think League of Legends deserves that love. Because of the love, we fight together. So we want to stand together and fight for League of Legends. So we're really looking forward for the future cooperations. First of all, I really want to appreciate all of you, Jaycho, Carry Wong, and all the summoners who love this game. Because of this love, we fight together. That's why we stand out together as a whole.
邀请杰伦哥和小凯呢，为大家圆一圆心愿。
其
实每年周年庆啊，都是像一场嘉年华一样。虽然
For
今年
the
是隔着屏，我们依然
anniversary,
是希望能够为众多
it is a really big festival for all of the summoners.
放送一下，看看美梦成真的会有哪5位朋友。好，每年的心愿奖抽奖
So
时刻，
we
大屏幕准备滚动，来看一下。
we will have the wish list for all of you guys.
好了，5位已经出现，我们
So there will
先由
be
杰伦来挑选我们，其中我们先出现第1位，来帮他圆一圆心愿，看一下。
So we really want to appreciate Mr. Chu Chengrong again. Appreciate Mr. Chu Chengrong, the General Manager of Cooperative Marketing Department at Tencent Interactive Entertainment, Director of Tencent Sports, and we are very looking forward for more cooperations with League of Legends. And let's back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Wendy, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lyric. I'm Asterix. We're going to take you to the end of the show and talk a little bit about the next couple of days ahead. Day 3 and Day 4 coming up. Now, if anyone's wondering about LGD, they have one last chance remaining. Today was only the start, but in a couple of days it could be the end. This is going to be a fun rest of the bracket.
To be fair, every team left only has one chance remaining. So tomorrow we will have IG against FPX. Me and Asterix will be on the caster just to take you through that one with Munchables and Dagda here manning this desk. Then on Sunday, the winner of that plays LGD.
Yep, I'll be casting that with Dagda in the studio, so that'll be the 4th seed match to cap off who our 4 teams go on to Worlds.
Once again, imagine that you're a play-in team. You are now staring down the barrel of one of these 3 teams.
It'd be crazy, right?
It'd be insane.
I think it's just insane that you and I, we're going to be doing the cast for IGFPX. We're going to see a world champion run out of contention, and then another world champion have to fight once again in a best of 5.
Like, if I was on Flamingo, you know, last year, going into Worlds, and I'm told, oh yeah, you have Rookie in the Shine in your group, it's like, okay, boys, let's pack it up and go home already.
Sure, you'd be like, well, what
Let's
the
not
hell
even
is
go.
this? Yeah.
I mean, you go for the experience.
And our 4th seed, either way, it feels like they could be looking pretty deadly. LGD get a chance to face in a couple of days as the final matchup, and again, IGFPX, you and I will be doing tomorrow. Big thank you to Lyric for joining me. Thank you to our casters, of course, for taking us through our 3rd seed at Worlds in Suning. Congratulations to Suning, by the way. What a journey it's been for SOFM to finally make Worlds, and all these other rookies alongside with Sword Art returning to the World stage.
Super excited for them, but it's time for your signature phrase.
I was going to let you do it. You want to do it? Do it.
Goodbye for now, and not forever.
We'll see you tomorrow.
is high, but I wish I could bathe in